Welcome to Liverpool 12th Man Show. I'm Liverpool 12th Man. And yes, we have a little bit of difficulties. Maybe it's because of the rain, or maybe it's because of the weather here on the West Coast. But all the same, I'm going to try to do my best to make sure that I get through all of this with you because I think it's important. Some of the stuff that we're going to go through. I know I already had a spreadsheet session, but I'm going to have a little bit more of like a in-depth talk about basically a look at what we have coming up for ourselves. Though that being us Reds, what we have coming up for this season, for left in the season, for the Prem, just for the Prem, not for all the other competitions, just for specifically the Prem. So. Welcome as always. I hope that everyone's well and good. Big up John Conway in the house. I wanted to definitely do a piece that really got into what we should be expecting, because I know a lot of us were pretty down. I know some of us were calling those of us out, like myself, that are a little bit more how can we say positive, that we're being called out to say, there's nothing really positive that you could take from that loss at the Emirates. And rather than take anything positive out of it, I'm just saying, just walk away from it. Let's just walk away from it. It is what it is. It's a loss. No point in crying over spilled milk. It's just more so you just gotta progress on, and that's what I'm hoping, and that's what I'm really honestly believing that is the best remedy for what we had to go through, because there really weren't that many things out of that game that were really positive in general. You can almost see that from the ratings review that we did. Big up Indian Scouser. Big up. Hope everything's well in Thailand. Big up. But yes, let's just somewhat get right into this, because basically what I did was put together some of the what we're looking at right now. Okay. Oh, Lucky, big up Lucky. Says Sup LFC. He says Kansas City winning the Super Bowl, three times champions, Mahomes. We shall see. Marion says Liverpool 12th man, big up. I was considering throwing myself into the mercy. Okay, that's not true, but I wasn't happy. Yes, I know. I bet it wasn't. Oh my goodness. And Marion, thank you for your some of your messages that we're trying to bring out, a strong and important messages to some of our Reds and everything else about, being sure to always know your own health and everything, and to be sure to get checked up by your doctor to make sure that you're in top shape, because some things are preventable in the world, in life, and Marion's just looking out for all of us as a proper Scouse would do for her fellow Reds. I appreciate that, Marion. Big up Daz Reynolds. Brian, I'm about to send you the link as well, in case you wanted to participate today. I was literally just about to send it to you. Let me just pull this up here for you. And then and Daz Reynolds, big up 12th man. How are you doing today? I am okay today. It's not exactly the best of weather out. I am also looking to most likely go to Vegas for the Super Bowl. So that should be interesting to leave, because I got to leave on Sunday. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see. It's gonna be a really, really interesting and Dale. Big up Cedric Lopez. Big up. He says big up 12. Health is important, mental and physical. It is important. It is very important. It's important to check up on yourself, and always to be sure to always be there for your loved ones and such, especially. But excuse me. But with that said, let me send this out to my main man, Brian. Because it'd be nice to have someone to go back and forth with. I don't know if he's available or not, but I'll send it out there to him. I'm going to bring this up because I wanted to basically show you what it is that I'm speaking on. So this is the chart I was talking about. Let me see if I can. Yeah, there we go. And this is what I was speaking on, is that I made this spreadsheet. Big up, Steven. I see you. Hello, this is a good channel. Let me see what you say. Red for life. Big up, big up, big up. It says, Steven says, hello, this is a good channel. You have very knowledgeable guests on. I'll be listening in tonight. Got things to do. Certainly. If you can't watch this live, always just watch on the replay. Be sure to leave a comment if you can. It's really important. It's more important than most people think. By like helping the channel grow. Is just equally as important to get the comments, if not more important than even the likes. That's how crazy it is. But I mean, the likes, the comments, all help out in growing the channel. So this chart right here basically shows where and what we're looking at. And why I wanted to bring this up was because I wanted to go into a little bit of what we should look to expect, I guess you could say, because basically it's not going to be easy. It's certainly not going to be easy. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I often you hear me say, if you're scared, get a dog. I just think that like the likelihood of us winning out all of our games is not exactly, the most it's not the most likely to happen. There's going to be some stumbles. There's going to be some possibly some stumbles or some types of bumps in the road. And that's to go and say the same, hopefully, for City and for the competition that we have, the competition that we're facing for this title in Arsenal. In Villa's already somewhat going through that patch right now. And Tottenham is, Tottenham. Spurs are Spurs. But yeah, our main competitors are City and obviously Arsenal in that order, most likely, considering that City have a game in hand. What you can see is, I'll just bring up, for instance, the table here. This is the current table that we're looking at. And the current table has us with 51 points. Manchester City has a game in hand, and they've got 49 points. So they're even with Arsenal. Let me take one drink real quick. Try to hydrate as much as possible before you go on. But my throat is just not working with me today. As I was saying, Arsenal on 49 points, City on 49 points. You can see that they've all have won like 15. We've all won 15 games, the top three, but primarily those draws are in there. And I get that, there's people out there that keep reminding us, oh, the draws keep killing us. The draws keep killing us. I don't know. Sometimes that math really makes me wonder how and why. Like, I think sometimes people, and this is my personal opinion, but I think sometimes people, they say they understand the fact of, yes, the draws ended up being a difference. But if we'd won it wouldn't have been any benefit for us to lose the game. At least you're picking up 1 point as opposed to picking up no points. It's about who you have the draws, who you've drawn to. That's more important. Who you've drawn to. If it's the teams that you're trying to make either make separation from or make ground on, then the draws hurt. The draws definitely hurt, just almost as much as a loss would hurt. Okay, but like all the same, because then you're not really gaining anything. You're both, if anything, you're missing out on gaining any ground or gaining any separation. But when you have a loss, and I'm sure I'm going to get pushback. I'm sure I'm going to get people saying, because the draws always seem to end up biting us in the end. But we have 6 draws this year. We have 2 losses now. But I'm just trying to mention about the fact that I don't necessarily subscribe to the concept of the draws kill us. It's more so who we draw to. Context is more important to me, and that's the context that you have to keep in mind is who are we actually drawing to, and also who are we going to be having to deal with in hunting down or trying to separate ourselves from. So those are part of some points. I'm gonna bring Brian into the conversation too. Brian, how's it going, Brian?
Hey, how we doing? I hope everybody's well.
Yes, definitely. Good. Let me see. Let me just add this quick comment by Marion. I see. She says she's just praying that the result against Spurs doesn't come back to bite us on the backside. She hates VAR. Yes, definitely. I know that feeling expression. But what I was saying, and I'll ask for your opinion on it, because I know people very much so are all like have a certain depiction of what, like, how draws have ended up hurting us in the end, and just the same as losses obviously kill us, but draws hurt us in the end as well. And most people I've heard people say, oh, I'd rather have a draw than a loss, or a loss than a draw. Sometimes I've heard people say, which doesn't make any sense to me. But the way I'm pitching this is basically who we lose to and who we draw to are important, and I'd rather get a point than no points at all. I think people sometimes when they speak on, oh, they'd rather get a loss than a draw, they're saying to themselves, oh, I would have rather we gone for the win and possibly not gotten a draw, rather than settle for a draw, and I think that that's kind of getting mixed up in the connotation of what you're trying to get across. Do you understand what I'm saying, Brian?
Yeah. I think well, there's a few different ways. Like, obviously, like, it's a bit of a catchphrase, really, as well. It's just a thing that people will say, look, those draws are costing us. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not paying too much attention, you can kind of it was all those draws. But look, obviously, 1 point is better than 2. But every game, like, I'd look at every single game and it's like, okay, we drew that 2-2, or we drew that 0-0, or it just, what way did it work out? And again, a lot of it is, some people kind of, if you ask, it's an easy answer, but if you ask them what they mean, they probably mean, like you're saying, that they'd rather lose a game than sort of accept a draw after an hour. And that's,
Right.
look, that's fine if that's the way no, you're right. That's what they mean, really, is. But what I also think it is, usually in the most simplistic way, is we don't win a league, right? You don't win the league because you don't get as many points as someone else did, so you drop points. And the thing about us, because we very, very, very rarely actually lose a game, like, we haven't lost in the league at Anfield in 10 years, something stupid, like. It's so long, so we lose so few games that it's just, it's those draws. It was the drawn game, obviously. That's where you dropped all your points, kind of thing. Because if we lost 6 or 7 games, people they'd be saying, oh, it's all those games you lost. But I think it's like, oh, why did Liverpool lose the title? It's like, well, we can't say because they were terrible, because look, they only lost twice all season. So it's like, well, it's all the draws you got.
Right.
That's how I'd read it. You've got to. But I think it's just it's kind of a lazy answer to a question. That's all the draws. Each one you have to take them on their own. Like we're saying, you need to look at who like a 2-2 draw at City is a very, very different draw to draw 0-0 at home to Luton Town. You know, that's a very different
Right.
scenario.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
you know,
Yeah.
like one might be, and again, yeah. Hey, look, if in that scenario as well, you also take a point off or stop your rival. If you're playing an Arsenal or a City, I'd always take a draw away from home because that's fine. Really, it just means you're kind of both in the same position you were when you went into game, and they didn't get their home advantage.
Hmm.
You know, you'd always
Hmm.
so it is two very different types of draws. You know, and there's the draw where you go for it. You know, or there's the stupid one like Crystal Palace where we were 4-2 up or something, whatever it was. We couldn't just kind of slow it down, and we went and tried
Hmm.
to score too many goals, and we ended up drawing that game. Oh
Right.
yeah, there's
Right.
been some fairly unforgivable ones and some fairly you absolutely take that after 90 minutes. Like, yeah, happy to get a draw there. Well, I know what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
like you've got to take that point. Sometimes you just got to
Got
take that point.
it.
Look- And
Right.
look
I mean,
around
and
you. And
also
see
it depends on the.
who does all
I was just going to say real quick. It depends also, just like you said at the end, on the actual competition that we're drawing to. It makes a
that.
big difference. If it's Luton at home, or if it's like, I don't know, uh, Everton or I don't know, Forest at home or something like that, then that's a different
Yeah,
story. But if it ends up being, um, you know, uh, if it ends up being Villa, or ends up being City, or ends up being Arsenal at home, or even away, especially away, and I somewhat make a big difference. I mean, like, drawing at home is one thing, but drawing on the road, I think, is a somewhat bigger accomplishment, but definitely a bigger accomplishment,
to the top
considering,
eight. Yeah,
yeah.
to the top eight, to 8, 10. But like we speak so often now, there ain't no easy games in the Premier League. There ain't no
Oh,
easy
Nature
clubs
Boy
to
in the
go
house.
to.
Yeah. Say that again,
You
Brian.
know, you just always think, yeah, no, you know, like, because I was going to say, yeah, like a draw away at the kind of the bigger clubs, it's sort of like, yeah, worst case scenario. But even with some of these smaller clubs now, the clubs that they have so many quality players, like the Wolves and Bournemouth, you got to be on your mettle there. You can't just, oh, look, we'll go there and we'll beat these away, we'll beat them. All these players, all these clubs now, with all the money they have, they've all got 3 or 4 quality footballers. So it's getting harder now to go and, you know, win a sort of a 10 game block where you beat regularly the Luton, the Burnley, the Sheffield United. You could probably do that, but when you start coming up against Wolves and Bournemouth and Crystal Palace every second week, trying to play a club like that, you will slip up because they've got good players.
Right. Right. No, you're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right. Nature Boy gave us a simple answer. He said, simple answer, 12. Our fan base saying weird things to make them feel better makes no sense. I'd rather 3 million than one. I'd rather 3 million than one just saying. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. I would rather definitely have the win. Obviously that's like the ideal situation, but like sometimes you just can't. It's better to come out with some type of result from it than get 0 points. But I again, I get the fact of sometimes people don't necessarily, when they're saying, oh, I'd rather have a draw, or I'd rather have a loss than a draw, they're saying I'd rather have gone for the win and lose than have settled for the draw. And
Got to look at
that's
them all. Imagine, like, you're 3-0 up and you draw a game. That's a bad draw. You're 3-0 down and you draw a game. That's a good draw.
yeah, that too.
You know,
That too.
even
That's a good.
even within the game itself. Or even say we're talking about Luton, right? Luton at Liverpool.
Mhm.
Liverpool nil, Luton nil. That's really, really bad. Like, not
Mhm.
scoring at home. Liverpool 4, Luton 4. Wow, some kind of crazy game of the century just happened. You know, like they went to
Mhm.
Newcastle the other day
Mhm.
and they scored 4 goals, and that was a 4-4. You know, no one's looking at that going, oh, silly drop points for Newcastle. They're just like, that was one of the maddest games ever. That was crazy. That's just what happens sometimes in football. So you got to look at each
Yeah.
one on its merits and count them up at the end of the season. But I just think it comes down to the fact that we lose so few games that you just got to blame the draws.
Yeah, yeah. We're all looking for some. I think sometimes we all get into the habit of looking for some type of scapegoat, or looking for some type of something to blame. To kind of like ease the pain, and sometimes we end up, twisting and contorting, the facts just to like kind of make it feel easier
Yeah,
to
whatever helps you
succumb
sleep.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever helps you rest at night.
So yeah, exactly. So I put in this chart here, and I know this is the first time you're seeing the chart as well. Basically, in this chart, this is a breakdown of the statistics this year that we've had this year in the sense of the top five in their matches played, wins, obviously those easy things. The fact that we have 8 clean sheets this year in the Prem, which is probably surprising to some, considering that often the things that we talk about or at least we were talking about somewhat, were the fact of like we weren't able to get our defense is always suspect, and we're not going to leave. But considering we have 8 clean sheets, the only tied with Arsenal as being the top, that says something. I think, it also says something. The fact that, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, we've picked up. I think we if you look at the games, I reckon a lot of them have come. Because remember, like the start of the season, we were going 1-0 down in nearly every game.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's definitely, as kind of the season went on, we definitely tightened up at the back.
Yeah,
you can
I
see
think our defense
yeah.
has got improved. Yeah.
Joey Gomez, man, most of that is down to Joey Gomez coming in and playing like a rock.
Yeah, no, look. I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest. Joey Gomez has been stellar this year for us, considering a lot of people definitely had him out the door. Basically, I thought Matip was playing well this year, despite the fact that obviously got injured, which was unfortunate. But I thought he was having a very very unsung year. Once again for Matip. I thought that the emergence of Kwanzaa has helped us out immensely. Having the versatility to utilize Kwanzaa in a lot of different places on the pitch, whether it's in right center back, left center back, or even right back if necessary. And I think that a lot of the defense has been overlooked, considering if you look at the top 5 here, if you see them, we've conceded 22 goals. Once again, Arsenal is the only other team that's conceded the same, if not, in the sense of out of the top 5, we conceded the least amount of goals, and we've had the most clean sheets. That says something, And then we produce only the City. We're like the top. We're the second highest scoring team in the top 5. That says something too,
City aren't keeping clean sheets at all. City are really
really not. Surprising.
Like City are winning. Yeah, it was the same for the back end of last season. Again, I bring it back to fantasy football because a lot of people would have Ederson in their fantasy football team, and he was almost guaranteed a clean sheet, maybe 90% of the weeks. And then they just got into this habit of slipping one goal every single game, no matter who it was. They'd have 4-1s, 5-1s, 3-1s, 5-1, 3-1, and it was just one shot from the opposition or a mistake from Ederson, and they just lost that little whatever they had that just stopped them even conceding one chance in some games. And they've carried it all the way right into this season. They're conceding, like, they're not conceding goals, but they're not, like, they're winning games handy, but they just don't seem to be able to keep a clean sheet.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But
they keep
I
was gonna say real quick, it's like this past weekend, or this past week, I should say. They because it was what, yesterday? Or no, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, they had their game, right? And they went down 1-0 in the beginning of the game and then ended up winning 3-1.
Yeah.
So like
whatever it is, they added a £90 million Guardiola to that back line.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
Like, we were in big for him. I wanted him big. I thought there was a good chance of it. And I was like, okay, he goes to City. And he's kind of playing left back, centre back. World's most expensive defender.
That would have been nice. Yeah, that would have been nice. I know that they spent a nice little penny on him though. They definitely spent a nice little penny on. I'll tell you what they spent on him. They spent $90 million 90 million for him. 90 million euros, that is, for him. So that's definitely nothing. That's not cheap, to say the least. You know what I mean? To pay for,
No.
It's really not. That's about equal, I guess, maybe with like inflation or sports inflation, as they call it. It'd probably be equal, if not a little bit more than what we spent for this, for Virgil, in essence.
Virgil would probably
64.65 that we spent for him.
Yeah, Virgil would probably beat it with inflation, but it just on the price alone, he's the most expensive defender in history. And he just kind of
right. If Guardiola
plays in his non-play team, and nobody
Guardiola
really
goes to a
notices
level
him.
of reaching the best. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's just there's a delay again, so it's just a few seconds between me. No, I was just saying he's the kind of player like City spend £90 million, make the world's most expensive central defender, and people kind of half forget he's there. Like at any other football team, he's going to be he's going to be one of the main men. He's going to be probably, I don't know, captain or vice captain. But he just goes there, and he's just another cog in the wheel. Really, nobody really talks about how the world's most expensive defender isn't, a star man. Maybe, not that the centre back would be, but maybe a bit more prominent, a bit more, doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be on the pages every day. But yeah, they just Grealish, 100 million. We don't really need him that much. They just get these things, man. It annoys me. That's what annoys me about them.
Yeah, I think that like it's one of the reasons, one of the talking points I use when debating the Pep versus Klopp thing. But I mean, City it's incredible because City does have that kind of leeway to be able to have £100 million players, or 90 million euro players, or 80 million euro players in that ballpark, at least, that can just kind of go unnoticed, that can just develop on their own pace and fit in their own way, without all the incredible pressure that it takes. Because I don't think that Guardiola's had like a stellar season so far this year. He hasn't like been the most like dominant back in the league. However, he's a good player, and he was one of my top choices to bring to our club, considering he has love for Liverpool, or had love for Liverpool, I should say. And the fact that he just, as you just so stated, is able to, do the left back, do the left center back role if necessary. Obviously with the adaptations that go on in the City team, they're all different interpretations of how like he wants his center backs or his back line to play. But it's just the sheer fact that he's able to he's a 90 million euro player, and there's not nearly the amount of microscope on him as a la like a Darwin or something like that, or a la like some of the other players that ended up costing us a little bit more money than we normally spend.
Well, just look at Van Dijk. I mean, we made Van Dijk the world's most expensive defender, and people are still talking about that. They're still bringing it up. Like every time we mention this and that, it's like, oh well, you broke the world record for a defender. We're not crying poor mouth, but he's he's the perfect exemplar for it. Like the amount of media attention and hype and talk that was around Van Dijk. Nobody talks about this guy ever. Never bring him up. More power to him. He gets to live a quiet life, take home all his money.
Yeah, more power to him. Yeah, for sure. I was going to show you this too. There's a statement here by Red for Life. He says he's thinking Villa is going to drop points to Manor on the weekend after getting dumped out of the FA Cup yesterday by Chelsea, which was like, man, it definitely puts a question mark on what Villa is. Villa real? Like, is Villa going to be real this year, or are they just kind of pretenders that are going to like slowly but surely drop down to like try to hold on to the top four. He says Ten Hag might be pushing for fourth if their young boys can keep it up. How do you feel about that?
I did say kind of a while ago, not being, trying to be Nostradamus, but just kind of, well, look at what normally happens kind of thing. And they just have Watkins in terms of a goal threat. That's
Mm-hmm.
just that's their only striker. They have, like, the Abbey was chipping in at the start of the season. He's tailed off. Leon Bailey's come back in, start chipping in a bit, but they're just so totally reliant on Ollie Watkins, not just
Mm-hmm.
for him and the goals that he scores, but also kind of the base. I mean, the other day they scored 4. He's their main guy. He's their striker. He got 1 goal, but he got 3 assists. So you can see he's massively important to how they actually go about winning games. So one, not wishing anything, like hopefully he plays every game now in the end of the season. But if they were to just lose him, or he was to lose a little bit of form, that's where they then just kind of really potentially could drop away. But then you've also got the fact that you've got probably outside of the two boys, our two boys, City and Liverpool, you've got the most experienced, maybe probably most experienced manager in the league. Apart from
Mm-hmm.
in England, apart from like the top things, he's won a lot of stuff. He's won multiple European trophies. He's won league titles. I think he has. I might be wrong there, but he's done pretty well with PSG. And
Mm-hmm.
he's, he knows the game. He's managed a lot of massive clubs, so he might kind of balance that out a bit. And they bought in that young striker from Blackburn. So there's someone who I keep kind of saying, oh, they will drop away, but they
Mm-hmm.
haven't. I think they could land that fourth if they just keep doing what they're doing. They got some
Mm-hmm.
excellent defenders. Pau Torres and Alex Moreno is a brilliant attacking left back. He's 30 though. It's a shame, but and they've got a couple of really good other players. So if they keep their boys fit and getting knocked out of the cup, that's good for them. That's fine. I think they've got one eye now on Champions League, and I think they should try.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll make that their priority. And if they keep Watkins fit, they keep Emi Martinez in goal is massive for them. So I think if they keep him fit, nothing happens to
Mm-hmm.
him. They're in with a shout, man. They're absolutely in with a shout because they're as good as everybody else on their day in that category. That Villa, Spurs, Man United, Newcastle, in that little four there, they're as good as all of them on their day. So why
Mm-hmm.
not, man? Why not?
Yeah, why not? That's what Nature Boy says. This comment. He says Emery has the best record of any manager in terms of points since mid last season until now. They won 5-0 on the weekend. Their ambition for the league is a side quest. Top 4 in Conference League is their target. I assume he's trying to say. So,
oh yeah, they're not.
I mean,
not going for the league.
I can hear that.
Oh well. No.
I can hear that.
Yeah, I know, like what he's saying. They won. That's the thing. They have those goals in it, but it's just if I was a Villa fan, you'd be wrapping Ollie Watkins up in cotton wool. The old cliche. And just crossing the fingers, not to him.
You know what's funny too is that speaking of City and even Villa as well, there was something in discipline. There was an interesting statistic here that, like, I noticed as well. This year we've had 206 fouls called on us. That's more than any other team in the top 5. 206 fouls called on us. We've had the Spurs 173, 168 for Villa, 143 for Arsenal, 110. That's nearly half of the fouls, nearly half the fouls that have been called on us have been called on City this year. We've obviously gotten 5 red cards, which is pretty crazy. But we've gotten 5 red cards. City with 2, Arsenal with 2, Villa 1, and Spurs with 4. We've gotten 42 yellow cards, City 38, 37 for Arsenal, 63 for Villa, and 55 for Spurs. They get a lot of yellow cards called on them. But our offsides again is 54 offsides to 26. Offsides, that's not something I would like question. That's not, that's black or white. That's cut or draw. That's black or white is the best way to put it. It's like it's either A or B. But fouls. Is City a team that gets away with fouls, or do they just conduct themselves so well on the pitch? Like, what is the reason for the discrepancy in that number, do you think? Because that's a lot. That's nearly twice the number of fouls being called on us that are called on City. Do you think that I'm not trying to bring conspiracy into it. I'm not saying there's Anthony Taylor is this or something like that.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's the case, though?
Well, what I'll say is this is a really good one for anybody that wants to know how to use statistics, because the one thing you can do with statistics more than anything else is you can frame them. And what I mean by framing statistics, if you don't know, is you can just take random statistics and put them in a box and draw a frame around them and go, look at those 4 statistics. And I'll say, this is the point I want to prove, and therefore stats, and go, oh, bloody hell, yeah, look at those. But this is like, I know people that are licensed psychologists, licensed speech therapists. Two of my friends did that, and they had to do statistics in college because you use stats in those professions all the time. And they're just saying it's the most hideous subject in the world. It's one of the most difficult and complex subjects in the world. So the way these things are put up, this is a good one, because this is when you go, okay, that looks like a way bigger number. But then you can read, I'd say, so many different lines into that. Like play style would be one. The opposition would be another. This is like, for years, people wanted us to quit this thing where we were always top of the fair play league, where we're being too nice on the pitch. So you also would have an increase in and a change in the refereeing protocols. But I don't know. I can't explain that particular number. I can't say why do we have, like, definitely why, like City will have fewer because of their play style, because the opposition has
that's
basically you can't foul the opposition if they don't have the football. If you have the football for 70%, is that what he's saying? Oh, I don't.
He says he believes it's because they have more of the ball than all other teams. Pep's whole philosophy is possession based. So
exactly, if you play counter-attack football, if you play front foot football, if you have possession, if you don't play possession, you can take one of those statistics and frame it a particular way where it looks like a good thing or a bad thing. It's just you're getting deep into the weeds with them there. Like, so I can't say, oh, this is why in every game that, or they don't do it. But I just, most of the time, like if they don't have the ball, you can't foul them, or they can't be fouled. It's
right.
But we had the thing that came out today with the VAR saying we've had the most decisions go against us, so I can understand why there's Rodri 500 pounds. It's like but like I said, that 2 years ago people were complaining that we were always top of the fair play league and that was the only thing we ever won. So I'm not the red cards. We just need to tone it to maybe just tone down the spice a little bit. The red cards, I can't really. Is it a statistical anomaly? Is it up that much? What was it last year? What's the average?
You know what? I can find that out for you. I'll look into that after the show and find out a statistic for that, because I know that that won't be that difficult. I can just look at the previous years of what we had.
I'd say new players might be coming into it as well. New players not quite used to what you can get away with, what you can't get away with. Maybe younger players coming in that have a bit more experience. There's probably so many things that could feed into it.
Do you believe? Is there an element? So in the NBA, for instance, there's an element of like rookies basically don't get calls, for instance, but if you're a veteran, or especially if you're a superstar, you'll tend to get the the leniency or the preference in getting calls. Do you believe that exists in the Premier League too?
Well, I think that's just human nature, really, isn't it? If you're standing on the door of a nightclub and you see some superstar walking up, and you stand aside and let him in, and then you see some nobody coming up behind him, you're like, hang on, who are you? It's
right.
Superstars get treated differently, don't they?
Yeah.
If you come on, like, yeah, it is a bit yeah, on the football pitch, I think it's a little bit more egalitarian, and if you do something that's clearly wrong now, you're not going to get it. But I think maybe they get what they get away with a bit more would be the back chat
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff, getting in the ref's face a little bit. Maybe that, but
I think you're reading what Ref for Life says too. Like, for instance, like he's saying, Turo has been pretty intelligent / lucky with some of his tackles. I think he's been. I definitely think he's been. I think he brings a veteran understanding of the game, knowing what he can and can't get. I know he's going to some tackles saying to himself, "I'll just let the cards lie where they land," type situation. He's not going in to do malicious red card type tackle, but he doesn't shy away from a hard tackle, if necessary.
He made a few there earlier on where they were clearly trying really hard to impress type challenges, where it was like, no, I think we just need you to be a bit, don't worry, you're not going to lose your spot because you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And he was going into some, definitely lucky ones, because he was coming in from 3-4 yards away. He was going in slide tackles, So when he does it, that's his job. What is he now? 31 years old. He's been doing it at the top level now for a long time. He's no newbie. So I just think that the ones that look a bit rash, I would most likely put down with just trying too hard to impress, trying too hard to impact the game, or make that big important challenge. Whereas when you've been here 7, 8, 9 months, you'll be a little bit more calm. Not that he's not calm, but just playing his natural game would be the way to say it, as opposed to like trying too hard to impress rarely works out. Especially when you're doing it by trying to like go in on someone. You're going to get sent off in England for that. You'll get just straight red for something. So
yeah,
he had my.
I was just going to say, I'm interested to see about this, because I did see this news. I saw a lot of people making videos on this, and I saw a lot of people, even in the chat now, bringing up some of this as well. But this news right here is that, pull it up here, because Hi Lore is in the chat. Hi Lore usually has his finger on the pulse for all the news and updates and everything. He said that Gomez was not in training today. That's alarming. I think people have definitely seen and appreciated Gomez, but we have to be honest with ourselves. We have been really, really, pressing Gomez a lot, utilizing Gomez a lot, and possibly even too much without ample rotation. A lot of people have been like, put him in because of his performances. But we have to keep in mind the fact of Gomez doesn't have the greatest of availability records, and also he also is a player that you want to definitely monitor his time and his time on the pitch for us. But then there was also the comment up here, which is Dom wasn't in training either, which was expected. It's not as bad. Apparently, it's not as bad as previously reported, though, which is at least some, like, as in we could see him before that number of games, like the number of games put out there of how many games he would miss. But it could be seen that we get him back earlier than that. But the fact of and I know some people already had this as like, a foregone conclusion. They weren't exactly pressing or expecting to see Thiago this year. I think we've already a lot of people have already like somewhat been cultured to understand that it is what it is. Whatever you get out of Thiago in this run is what you get. But again, Thiago gone as well. He says, in fact, maybe forever in LC terms. I don't know if it's necessarily forever, but I mean, it is concerning to see him go out like that. What were you about to say?
Oh, yeah. Oh no, sorry. I was just agreeing. Yeah, it's a very good chance that we don't see him in shirt again, because it doesn't, like he's saying, it doesn't look good. And we were only talking about it there. The other, was it one or two players? Who was it? We were talking about Trent and someone else. Did we rush him back? Were we rushing him back?
Right.
We're talking a lot about medical department, all this stuff. And I mean, this is almost kind of like the comedy sketch version written by a Man United fan. Thiago out for 10 months, comes back, plays 5 minutes, gets injured again. It's kind of like, right, this is beyond silly now. So if he's not fit, if this has happened, then just look, let the lad do rehab for next whatever it is left.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I agree somewhat with this what Heiler has to say here. He says Thiago back and appears only 5 minutes before he's injured again, and that injury doesn't look good. That doesn't reflect very well in the LFC health department, who have to take a big dose of critique or criticism in this. And I can agree with that. I can agree with the health, the department, or the fitness department or the rehab department. I think all these things have to be looked at more so than not, because this isn't the only player that this has occurred to. Whether it was last year with Diaz getting injured, obviously coming back, and then re-injuring himself so quickly in training. Whether it's this year with Dom, finally coming back and not really necessarily looking up to the levels that we, or not necessarily up to levels, but excuse me, Dom coming back and getting an injury right after the first game back, and that's after having a game or two extra to get healthy, and then Trent not looking his optimal peak fitness self. You could just kind of see that he wasn't able to do some of the things that he normally has in his locker. So it is a question for a lot of, that is a pretty big question to ask of what exactly is going on with our health, with our our health team. Go ahead.
It doesn't. Like you said, it's like the Arsenal game. After the Arsenal game, I said, and what I was half joking, I said, even down to the tunes that they were listening to on the bus, we need to find out what happened, because they were zombies walking off that bus. Why weren't they right in the head? Why weren't they properly turned on for that game? Like, I mean, like, literally, was the bus driver playing, Hank Williams or something? Are they all on a downer? I don't know. Like, it's the same with this. This needs to be from not just what are the physios doing? It's like, right, what way are we running everything? Because these are assets, and you've got certain types of assets, but you've got some of them are more important than others. So if we have the same kind of people in charge of the whole lot, you know what I'm trying to get at? It's okay if they make the odd mistake, but if you can't have you can't have Ford mechanics working on Ferraris,
Yeah, no, I get it. I get you. And no, big up Revenite. Big up Revenite. I just saw Revenite in there. He says totally agree. He says he totally agrees with you, Brian. So big up Brian and 12th man. He says a lot of things need looking into, especially the medical department. I'm frustrated. I said it last year. That was one of my biggest frustrations was the medical department in the sense of, I understand that it's a matter of luck. It's a matter of how the patient that they're trying to treat and rehab back to health, how they respond and to the rehab, to the whatever procedures they're going through. and such, and the amount of time and effort and dedication they put towards rehabbing as an individual, it takes that too. But it's concerning. It's really concerning because like every team's going to get injuries, albeit, but the amount of injuries that we've sustained this year and the amount of on again, off again injuries that keep recurring with the same players is starting to become a concern as to, why can't we get this somewhat under control? That is certainly concerning, but it is what it is, I guess. I'm for myself, I'm looking at Thiago as being whatever we get out of Thiago is just, it's just extra, or it's just, it's sprinkles on the ice cream cone, basically.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's just extra. It is what it is.
Can I just say one?
Yeah.
With Thiago, like again, it's like the draws. It's all like one thing. Say that I would be looking at is just say right. So Bosley has a hamstring injury, right? And they say right, bring him back.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
we fixed his hamstring injury. We've rehabbed him. Green light from the medical department. You can now tell the manager that player is available for selection. He's fully fit. He's done. We fixed him. And then he plays and he aggravates that exact same injury. Yeah? That's like, no, lads, he fucked up. Someone fucked up there. Whereas Thiago, just to be, his injury, same thing, 100% fixed, 100% rehab. He is ready to go. And he goes out on the pitch and he just has a completely different new injury then after 5 minutes. That's different. But also you have to bear, also the thing as well is we haven't mentioned is, if you don't drink for like 3 months, right? And then you have a couple of glasses of your fine champagne there, yeah? You're going to get drunk a hell of a lot quicker than if you've been in Vegas for 2 weeks on the beer every night, building up your tolerances. I mean, when you've been sober for that long, you have a couple of drinks, you get drunk very, very quickly. It's the same with injuries. If you haven't played football for 10 months and then you come back, you're going to get all those little injuries so much faster. You go out in one game, you're instantly 10 times more likely to get another one, get hit. That's the problem. Yeah. And then you add into the factor of that is age. So that just increases with age. And then you also increase, just unfortunately, what I would describe as a lack of natural fitness. Not fitness as in being able to run around, but being able to stay on it. So you add those three things together for Thiago, and it's almost kind of, when you think about it that way, it was almost inevitable that he was going to pick up something. It was, because he got no smooth running games. He got straight into a Premier League game against Arsenal, and it just shows you now. I think he might be looking at himself going, that's it, that's not that's me finished or that's me done, but that's him done at the highest level. Like, and I mean,
this is what he can expect from his body. Is this right now?
Yeah, his body is going to keep letting you down. We've always got to accept that your body is going to keep letting you down. So if he gets a nice gig in Seattle, but no serious club is going to take him on now, because what's his CV? Injured last year.
Yeah, it's too much of a risk.
So such a shame for such a beautiful footballer.
I know. It's a shame because considering I sent out that clip. I sent it to you. I sent it to Ann Tarmizi. I sent it to Chris.
Sport is
an absolute incredible play. Like, as the amount of confidence, the amount of just pure ragu settings that he has when it comes to his skills is incredible. It's just a shame that he just can't stay fit.
No, and it's sport at the highest level is beyond cruel. It often takes. I mean, Ronaldo. I don't mean freaking Cristiano. I mean the real Ronaldo. I mean this guy, Van Basten. Some of the greatest players of all time had
Yeah.
large chunks of their career taken away just because their bodies just wouldn't gave
Just
out.
broke
In Van
down.
Basten's case, one injury or Ronaldo's kept breaking down. Latter stage Tiger Woods out for 12 months. Tiger Woods were my heroes. Like Tiger Woods out for 12 months, 14 months,
Yeah.
back on the tee. 3 holes later, he's holding his back again, and everybody knows. Everybody
Yeah.
knows he might get this. He might finish this round, and you're going to hear it tomorrow. He's out for another 3 months, 6 months. Needs more back surgery. You can
Red
just
for
see
Life
it in their
says,
face.
yeah, I see it in their faces. Yeah, you can see it in their faces. That they know it. They know the situation. They know that that they've been playing at such high levels their entire life, and then not being able to push the throttle to the floor and not get the same type of acceleration that they're used to, just again can be so frustrating. Red for Life here says Thiago, man, perhaps he's played his last minutes for the club. He says he will miss him, but it's also frustrating because we never got to use him consistently, which is the truth. We'll always have his daisy cutter against Porto. That was one of the most that shot was sick. The shot that just like seemed to like hover atop the blades of grass there.
Even
He's
Thiago
right
hasn't
about
done
that.
Even Thiago has only ever scored that a goal like that once.
Oh yeah, that kind of goal.
One of the
that
purest.
Sick. And he didn't score that many goals for us, but that was like one of the few that he did. And when he did, it was an incredible shot. High Lord kind of goes into some of the stuff I'm saying here. Let me get into some of his 2 comments, then we'll just jump back into it because I don't want to talk too much about the injuries and everything. But he says, what is worrying this season is the Big Six table, which shows how many points the 6 best teams have done when they have played each other. LFC is 4th in that table with only 1 win and 3 draws. He says Arsenal leading that table with 3 wins and 2 draws. Tottenham in 2nd. Aston Villa in 3rd. Things will surely change, but if you don't win the big matches, you can't expect to win the Prem. And I agree with that. On this chart here, and let me bring up this other one with just the color blocks here. So on this chart, I do have stats on the bottom here about what it looks like for what he's saying against the Big Six. It's not only just the Big Six. I believe it's about what we've done against the top 8 last year, which is something that I utilized. I utilized like statistics, like as in what is the top 8 was last year was City, Arsenal, United, Newcastle, us, Brighton, Villa, and Tottenham, and the Spurs. If you look at the top 8, the majority of the top 8 are, no surprise, let me just pull just a table here. Those people I just said are pretty much in the top, that top half of the table, albeit Newcastle has fallen. And when we consider top 6, the top 6 is Chelsea included, and Chelsea has just fallen off a cliff. So that top 6 stat can be somewhat skewed a little bit because of what's going on with them and such. Getting a little bit. I think the weather is really, really messing with my internet connection apparently, because it took away my thing. Let me took away my chart. I'm gonna wait till it reloads here. And like why I'm bringing that up, Ryan, and why I'm bringing up Hylor, and Hylor's point is a solid point, and it's something of what I was referencing, is because you take that list that he just said, and you can see this needs to be slightly picked up because there have been 1 or 2 games added to this number, because I made this one 2 games ago, not necessarily completely up to date. But it's still, the numbers are still relative in that you see what we're picking up against the top 6, against the top 8, how we're performing against those types of teams, because some of those top 8 teams are in that top 6. But I've made this colored block thing, and the greens are wins, yellows are draws, reds are losses, and I think you can really get a good idea of what we're looking at with our progress. And this is what I wanted to go through as well. Is let me pull up our schedule too. You look at our team. So, and I think you see the pointer. You can see the pointer. Cool. So on here, if you look at it, here's Liverpool. If you go across, this is our how we performed, wins or losses or draws against these top 5 teams, or the top 5 teams in the league. City, who's in second, Arsenal in third, Villa in fourth, Spurs in fifth. Okay, and if you look at it, we've had we've obviously against City, at City, we had a draw. We had a, I'll make sure. Oh, this is Arsenal's thing. Arsenal got a win against us here, and they got a draw against us away. Villa, we ended up Villa got a loss against us here at Anfield, and Tottenham obviously got a win against us at their home stadium. You look though at City. City has somewhat of a similar record as us against the top 6, especially because City has, again, that draw is obvious since we had a draw against them at home. At the Etihad, we have a draw against them away, obviously in this chart, but they have a loss against Arsenal away. They have Villa got a win against them at home. They ended up Tottenham got a loss or ended up losing against them. So why I have it set up that way is just to kind of give you a sense of how they performed against these teams in the top 5. And if anything, if you can go up, if you go vertical or vertical, you can even get a better sense of what it is. If you look here, let me see if I can. I think I can do this here. All right. So if you look here, this from Liverpool, here's City, Arsenal, Villa, and I guess we can continue to utilize Spurs. Spurs aren't necessarily really in the running for the title this year. I don't think they are. But if you look at it, the way I set this up was this right here, and again, I hope you can see my pointer. This right here is what we've done against the top 5. The draw, loss, win. We've only beaten Villa in the top 5, which is concerning, okay? But if you look at City again has a draw, loss, and a draw. They're one game behind so they haven't played the same number of games. We've played 1, 2, 3, 5 games against the top 5. They've only played 4. But City hasn't done really well against the top 5 either. If you look at it, they have the same amount of draws, same amount of losses, and that's the only thing I keep stressing is that's why that City game matters so much to us, that we have to pick up, that we have to make this block here a green block. We have to make that a green block. We have to win this game. And what I mean by half is because City is such a difficult opponent. If you look past it, and again, let me bring this down just a little bit here.
You beat
if
City.
you look past it, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you beat City, but we spoke the other night. We used to do this all the time. We would beat City, and then we'd lose to Fulham. We would beat Manchester United and Chelsea, and then we'd lose to Brentford, and then lose to Bournemouth. So, like I was speaking, that game, obviously, if they're 6 points ahead of us, but it was the other one that I was, the chart you had up before that showed that, if I just from memory, I think it showed that we have an average 2.6 points against the top 5. Man City have an average of 2 points. Man United have average of 2. Man City have an average of 2.1,
Yeah.
and Arsenal have 2.8.
Yeah.
So we're scoring 2.6 on average against the top.
Yes. So the left side, real quick.
That was So our average points against is 2.6. City's is 2.4. Arsenal is 2.3.
Mm-hmm.
It's Villa with 2.8. So the only team that performs better on average against the top 6 than us is Villa. So I don't see this narrative that we're not performing well against top 5, 6 sides because we're averaging more points
Right.
than Man City. Yeah,
You know what
correct?
makes a difference? Yes. So what makes a difference in this chart here? And again, I had to update it by one game, so I don't know how much that's going to skew those numbers. But to maybe go more so what Hylor is saying. But why I have these numbers up is because on the left side, that's home games. Right side is away. So that's our record. So average points at home are, and if we didn't have Anfield, we would be hurting. Right.
But we're better than everybody. They've 1.9.
Same thing. That's why Villa. Yeah, that's why Villa is 2.8 average points picked up. That's their home record is 2.8. But you can see the dramatic difference in away games. They only pick up 1.4 points on average. That's a major difference. And that's away and home and away. That's the two columns inside of those two of the individual team brackets. So that makes a big difference in what you're saying. You're right, completely right about that.
Yeah, and when you add them up, and we're better than everybody. I think we're 4.5, which is 2.6 plus 1.9 is 4.5.
Oh yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
horrible. Yeah, which is higher than every. Yeah, that's we get the most. So we've won the most points on average against the top 6.
Right.
So not to argue with Hylor, but it doesn't look like what's running him is the Big 6 table, which shows how many points 6 teams have done it when we played each other. They're saying we've 1 win and 3 draws, but it doesn't, the average, it doesn't bear that out that we're doing badly. I'm not saying that we're smashing these guys up, but when you take it to, I don't want to sort of overtake him, but he's talking about the Big 6 table, right? And if you want to
I'll
say,
have to take a look at that too. I think there is a Big 6 table.
Oh, there will, but the Big 8, you're talking about, that's nearly half the league. When you get to that point, that you're nearly our half the league, minus ourselves. So there's only, it's 8, and then there's only 11. You know what I mean? Or 19. So, or what am I talking about? 12 is 20. Yeah. So you take us out of it, you add in 8. That is pretty much half the league. So if you talk about needing to beat the bigger teams to win the league. This is going to sound kind of condescending. I don't mean to, but you kind of don't historically. Now, when I say that, I would mean, let's just say the top 3 was set in stone as City and Arsenal, right? And us. So I wouldn't spread it out any, but I mean your main rival. You can lose those games. You can draw 1, you can lose the others. But if you win all of the others, more often than not, if you get way better results in the other 18 games that you played against the other 18 sides that you played, 17 sides, if you get way better results than Arsenal and City do over the course of the season, you'll win the league. It's a 38 game. It's not a 3-game season. When you spread, it's who gets the most points. That's why all those points when you lose the league by a point. And someone go, oh, it was that Palace game that you lost in February or something. They'll just, if you don't pick up, like I said, if we don't beat now the Burnley, Brentford, and Forest, I think is before we play City. Those are the games that you have to win to put yourself in a position to be able to say, now if we beat City, we're 3 points ahead. But if you go, because that was Liverpool before Klopp came in, most Brendan Rodgers thing in the world to do. We go to Man City, beat them 4-1, and make the biggest statement you could ever, and then go and lose.
And then go lose.
3 days later.
Yeah, and then lose
3-0 at home to Bull.
Yeah.
Really dumbass shit like that, where you go from the highest to the high to the lowest. You just couldn't maintain it because it's like, okay, Right. Well, you did that. Now go, because it just showed that they could get themselves up for the big games, but they didn't have the stones to do it against the smaller teams. You just got to grind
Right.
those guys,
You
and
know
that'll
what's
be at the end of the year, 50, 60 of your points total is playing the Bournemouths and the Fulhams and the Palaces. It's
yes,
not by
yes,
playing
yes,
City.
yes, yes. That's
You
why
know,
if
but
you do look at
well,
these,
the
if you look at
mentality.
this, we'll say again, it's how we win. How we
Yeah,
say
you know, I get it. I get what you. It's the mentality of it that's worth
mentality.
6 extra points. It's when you will go toe to toe with City and it's this stage of the season and you beat them at home and we're a point ahead of them, say, and we beat them and now we're 4 ahead of. That's a bit. It's 3 points, but it's like it feels like 10 points. Like
Yeah.
that's like I'm fully on board with that. It feels like a big statement, whereas you're not going to get that feeling by grinding out the little guys every week. But that's where you
No,
that's
you're
where you
not.
butter your bread, you know. That's where you butter your bread, you know. It's those
Well,
wins every
yeah.
week.
That's why if you do look at this, and again, this is just if you look at this graph that I put up here, I try to make it as collective as possible. So this basically what it is the column going down is obviously Liverpool, City, Arsenal. Let me get my pointer on here. This is Liverpool here, going down, home and away. This is City going home and away, Arsenal going home and away. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? And the reason why I think that sometimes maybe, sometimes people are more adept to seeing things when there's colors involved and every such. If you look at this, it's these mid-table teams, because normally we have issues, or last year it was the lower end teams that ended up like biting us in the end, that hurt. Getting draws against your, those lower half teams, those low, even not bottom tier teams. That's what ended up killing us last year. But this year, if you look at it, and big up to the Wolves, actually. When I made this graph, the Wolves, despite the fact that they're like mid-table team, the Wolves have been a problem for those top 5 teams. They're a no joke team.
Yeah, the guy that got up front there, Matthias Cunha, Brazilian forward, scored a hat-trick against Manchester United.
Wow. Yeah.
I've had him in. Well, I sold him 2 weeks ago for had to bring Haaland back in, but I brought him into my fantasy football team for kind of a 2-week punt. Weeks and weeks and weeks ago, I was like, oh, this guy looks okay, and I'll bring him in for a couple of games, and then I'll do this. I couldn't sell the guy. Every week he was either getting a goal or an assist, or he was doing something. And then your man Hwang Yi-chan was scoring goals every week.
Yeah.
Got Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto was brilliant. Then he gets an injury. He's back now. They're no joke. They've got a really, really good front line, man. I really like watching them.
Yeah. And I mean, look, Newcastle is what it is. I know they're teetering on like whether they want to on this like having to sell players, figuring out what it is, the direction is with their club, the frustration of their fans wanting to, wanting to have the quote unquote richest team in the league actually spend some money when it's not as cut and dry as that concept is for a lot of them. And that's why they're probably frustrated. But if you look at the Liverpool column there, the majority of our games say again.
Oh, sorry, no, he was sorry. I was the Angel was saying it was hat-trick. He was hat-trick against Chelsea, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, not
against Chelsea. Yeah. I was just saying though, the majority of the games that we shouldn't have lost it. We shouldn't have drawn the Brighton game. That was, how you said being up 3-0 or being up 2-0 or something like that, and then ending up drawing. That was one of those Brighton was that type of game. We shouldn't have drawn against Brighton. The Newcastle game, we drew against them, right?
We beat
them home and away, didn't we?
Yeah. We Darwin when we got
4-2.
Sent off. Yeah. Darwin came on, scored 2 goals. His first appearance of the season.
No, and I'm talking about the second time. So let me make sure I'm going to do this real quick because we beat them 4-2 the second time. So that should be green. Sorry about that, people. Make sure my chart is right. Because, yeah, we did beat them twice. Beat them 4-2 and everything. What I was going to say is that the yellows here are last year was interesting because last year we did perform well against the top 6. That's different this year, obviously, with the losses to Spurs, the loss to Arsenal, the draw against Arsenal at home, the draw against City at away, and us only really getting a win against Villa, and if you want to, I guess, United now since they are in the top 6. But let me make sure too. Actually, this is a draw too. Let me make sure my chart is a little bit messed up here. Sorry about that, people. As they're speaking.
Don't draw attention to it.
Yeah, I know. No, draw attention to it. No, you know why? Because I had to put in new. I had to switch it up because I had to update it. But that's what it is. So that's correct. But all the same, that's correct. That's correct. It was flipped. It was just flipped because Villa moved up and Tottenham moved down. But all the same, like if you look at this chart, basically what I'm trying to get across is that the yellows are concerning, but the fact is that we're still alive in this title race simply because City does have that loss. They do have that loss against Chelsea. They do have that loss against Villa. They have the loss against Arsenal, all on the road. We have to have more of like a record similar to Villa's home record. We have to win all of our home games. If we win all of our home games, that makes a considerable difference on the year. And that means that, obviously we would only have to worry about like Luton and worry about Forest or Luton, or worry about United and stuff like that in going forward when we go to Old Trafford, or when we go to West Ham, or when we go to Fulham for a return fixture. That's big difference in this year, I think.
Well, at the moment, Villa have dropped 5 points at home, and we've dropped 4.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I know what you're saying when but the thing about Villa is, you look at the other side of it, they are notorious, especially with the bookies, for basically being home bankers and away wankers.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, just all day long back at home, don't touch them away from home. They were so, it was weird going, or like you can see the difference in their colors there. Like it's almost just a block of green. But then they've got like just green, red, yellow, red, red. It's they couldn't.
Yeah.
They can't perform away from home consistently or in any way at all. So you might like their home form, but wouldn't take their away form. I mean, everybody, like, it doesn't, like, when you look at that table, I can't see anybody where it's like, oh yeah, that's where they're clearly better than us. That's where they're definitely demonstrably outperforming us.
Yes, I agree completely.
Those two losses away, I would have probably taken them at the start of the season, looking at how Spurs were playing football and the players they'd bought. It's like, oh, look, a lot of teams are going to go there, and before they know it, they're going to have 3 put past them. Better teams than Tottenham will go there and lose. Like, they're just free. They're just going to score a lot of goals, a lot of basketball matches, basically. And the Arsenal one, yeah, okay, you lose weight to Arsenal, big deal. But you just keep that now to one more red. Just one more red in that column. And I think if the rest, just one more red, and over the rest of the season, the rest are just greens and yellows.
We can't lose. Very good. We have to go on like a 4, 5, 6. Obviously, I want to win the rest of the games, but we have to go on like a 5, 6. We have to, because you have to just think or realize the fact that that's what City does themselves. City's going
Yeah,
to go
ideally,
on
a
6,
proper
7, 8 game win streak, or something like
a,
that.
a juggernaut kind of job. 7 wins in a
Yeah.
row before you. Jesus Christ, 21. Like what? Like
Yeah.
this is. You
It's
see,
21.
I
Yeah.
take a lot of, pleasure in Arsenal fans, and their demise and whatever. But one of my best friends, from sort of later, like newer, kind of when you meet people later in your life, but they become better friends. So one of my kind of, not my
Mhm.
childhood best friends, but one
Mhm.
of my more recent best friends is an Arsenal fan, and we do talk a lot. We talk a lot about football because that's
Mhm.
just the way it is. And there was just this one point last season where it was coming, it was getting, it looked like it might be about to happen for them. He's very much keep his cards close to his chest kind of person. He's not there after 3 games going, ha ha ha, we're winning the league.
Mhm.
He's going to be saying, look, let's wait and see where we are in game week 35. Let's wait and see where we are with a few games left. That's very much what he is. But it was coming down the home straight, and they were looking good. And at one point, like maybe 7 or 8 games to go, I think they drew. And he sent me a text, and obviously City won. And he just sent me a text going, this is unbearable. This is ridiculous. Like you can't lose a game. You can't lose a game with these guys. He's just like, he remembers winning titles with Wenger where you could lose 5 or 6 games, whatever. He was just saying, I've never known. This is stupid. Like I remember, yeah, you're watching
Mhm.
Liverpool, but this is what it's like to actually be in a race with City every single week. If you draw, it's like, oh lads, league's gone. The league is gone. You've lost the title. So what? Because we drew. It's like, yeah. That's it. Now
He's
you're
gone.
gone.
That simple. Yeah.
He just couldn't get. He
Yeah.
was just like, this is insane. He's like, this is
Yeah.
absolutely insane. Every time you drop 1 point, or it even looks like
Mhm.
you're going to lose a point, it's like, because they're just winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. It's just, this is, I was like, welcome to a title race with Man City. I mean, we've done this 4 times, 5 times now. We we know what this is like to have the greatest season of your life
Mhm.
for some players and still end up on the final day of the season with nothing. That's what it's like. They are relentless, and they are going to do that. What you're talking, they
Mhm.
might even win 8 games.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've seen them get double digit in win streaks. That's what's really, really, really concerning, is that that City can go up against these teams and get results. That's one of the biggest concerns. And like I was looking at it as also the fact of, if you do look at, so let's see, I think Wolves are in 10th place, right? So let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they're in 10th place. So if you look at it with the bottom half of the table, we've had pretty much close to the same number of wins as City has, but we had 2 draws in that bottom 10 half. The difference is, and this is where the 2 points end up being from the difference, is that City have lost to Chelsea and have lost to Crystal Palace, or excuse me, have drawn to Crystal Palace. So in that bottom half, they have a loss as opposed to a draw in that bottom half. But you can see they rack up a lot of away victories. They've rocked a lot of away victories in that bottom half of the table. That Luton is an anomaly, hopefully, and not something that we do against Forest or Brentford, or Fulham or Bournemouth. We have to win. We have to win away at those games to even remotely keep pace. That's my point. And obviously, hold serve at home. We obviously have to do that as well. But we when we do, we don't have. Fortunately, I guess somewhat fortunately, we don't have Wolves until the end, to the last game of the season. So that boogeyman team for a lot of the other clubs, we don't have to necessarily face until the end of the season. We're already done with the Newcastle United games. I'm glad that we do have Brighton at home, as opposed to trying to go out and win at Brighton. For some reason, we just sometimes don't bring our A game when we visit the beaches of Brighton. And then we have rivalry game against Manchester United.
Well, if you look at
West Ham,
it, 12 months.
big game. Mhm.
Yeah, and if you, the way I'm looking at it is like I'm just looking at that list there now, and at home we have Man City. That's it. Spurs will beat at home. Away
Mhm.
we have Man United. That's it.
Yeah,
Those are the
yeah.
two. Like everyone else, we've played. This is the other thing taking it. We have played most of those big six games. You
Mhm.
know, City at home is really the only one that's left. You know, then you're looking at Brighton, Wolves, Palace, Luton, Everton, Burnley, and Sheffield United. And then away we have
Mhm.
Forest, Brentford, Palace, West Ham, and Man United. I mean, that's all mid-table, bottom table, apart from three games, and two of those are at home, and one of them, the away one, is against an awful Manchester United. This
Yeah,
is there's an awful lot of really, really winnable games
there are.
in
There
that.
certainly are. Yeah, there are. There are a lot of winnable games left on here that we should be able to get some type of run of consistency or run of wins, like you're saying. I'm putting in the games that are really the big games, like you just spoke on. Um, we have. I would definitely agree. Obviously, we win that City game at home. It's a big difference. All of a sudden, we just put 3 point separation in between us and City. Hopefully, back between us and City at that time, at least. I think that Villa game away is going to be very big too. To be honest with you,
Oh, I missed that. Sorry,
I
I
don't know.
missed that
I
one.
mean,
I didn't. I missed Villa. Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
think,
have them away. Right. Yeah,
yeah,
that's big. Sorry, I missed that one. Yeah, that could be
I
actually.
think that's going to be a big game because Villa doesn't lose at home too often at all. You know, and if we could get a win, I mean, obviously Villa's beaten City there, Villa's beaten Arsenal there. If we can go to Villa and actually get a win, that's a big pickup because you can start to relate them as like, okay, what did you do against the same competition? That's the reason for this graph. And like if we could pick up a win at Villa, that's huge. So City, Villa,
Yeah,
two big games, I think. um Look, Spurs is, I don't know, I know I heard your confidence with the Spurs match at home. I think Spurs are definitely going to go into that game with a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder, to somewhat try to set a message or at least prove a point. That game wasn't a fluke, that they ended up winning with the help of the PGMOL. But and especially now that Richarlison is on like a somewhat of a purple patch as well. Um, I don't know if it's and I don't know if it's going to be as easy of a walk.
it's not a
I'm
lot.
not saying a walkover, but I think that's definitely going to be a concern game.
No, it's not. It's not a lock for me. The Villa one, I think, other than the City one, I would place next highest in difficulty. That Villa away match, kind of, assuming everyone's fit and all the rest of it. But
Mhm.
Spurs, 100%. I think that would be one that, if you could get yourself a ticket for, that'd be a great game to go to. That's got 4-3 written all over it.
How about
That's
this? How
got
about this,
goals.
Brian? I'm sorry. I was going to say, Brian. Could you tell me? Let's say I'll give you 5 games. Okay, so in order, what are the most like crucial games? As in, like, what are the games that in difficulty and importance coming up in the chat? Please tell me your top 5 in order, please. Your top 5 games. So, for instance, you might say City number 1, obviously. Then you might say of our remaining games, the ones I'm putting these purple little blocks in are giving away my picks as to who's going to be in that number or who's going to be in that list. But like, you might have City, then you might have, I don't know, you might have United, since it's a rivalry game, being the second hardest. Um, um,
Yeah, I can
who
go. I
could you
will.
give me your top
Yeah,
5 games that we have remaining?
yeah, I would go definitely Man City as the most important game. The kind of assuming we're always kind of on similar enough points with them, I would then think that beating Villa away would be, and then yeah, I would have Spurs as the next most important game. Then sort of slash difficult. Yeah, I'm not going to do important. I won't do important because it could change. I'll just go with difficulty. Yeah, the City game will be the hardest one. The Villa game will be the next most difficult. The Spurs game will be the next most difficult. Then, just because it's away at United, that will have a bit of pressure on it, that one. And then I'm just trying to think of the people that we play away.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe West Ham then away in terms of difficulty, but the City and City, Spurs, and then Villa in terms of importance. Winning at home would be more important. So Villa away would be the second most difficult, but Spurs at home would be the second most important. Otherwise, they'd all stay the same. If that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because look at this or something. This is why I asked the question, because our chat is undefeated. So I mean, they've always got some great points and some great insights. And Ozan Kabak, yes, he plays center back, is saying his list are City at Anfield as being our toughest competition. Villa at Villa Park is our second toughest. Spurs at Anfield. Manchester United at Old Trafford. And then he has Everton at Goodison.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting, yeah. Yes, we have this one. Charts on.
Maybe for important.
And then Honesty has it. What's that?
Oh, sorry, no, I just meant that. Yeah, this bloody delay is a pain in the hole. It's maybe just in terms of if you're looking at it in terms of importance, like the most important game. And if you're just throwing one in at the end.
Importance, or you're looking at it from importance. Yeah. I mean, that game is never an easy game considering it's such a big rivalry game. So that's probably why he's putting it as his fifth choice. And that's very interesting.
You don't want to mess up.
Again, I mean, yeah, Fulham. We on that list. We got Brighton. We got Fulham. We still have Bournemouth. We have Brentford, Forest. So who was it that was just said? I think Stephen put it in this too, saying how traditionally we don't do well away at Forest, which is a consideration. Like Honesty has it as City, Villa, Spurs, Brentford, and then Brighton. Okay. Wow, okay. Interesting. And if you guys want to help me out to bring some little bit of context, for some of the ones that for Ozan's, pick for let's say Everton in that fifth spot, or Honesty's pick of Brentford and Brighton being the two of the toughest top five in this list. Tell me why you think that. I would like to know why. Actually, Angel has it as he has City home, United away being the second hardest game that we have left on our schedule, West Ham away being the third, Villa away at fourth, and then Tottenham or Spurs home as the fifth. That's interesting. And then Steven has it as West Ham, Everton as second. That's
no.
I mean, like, yeah. I don't know if they're second in that list, in my humble opinion, but I think that Everton could be in that list, maybe. West Ham, Everton, Villa, Manchester United, and then he has Forest being the top, the final, the five. Yeah, and I get that. I get it. No matter, he's like Realism Jared saying, doesn't matter how tough the fixtures are, we need 15 wins to win. Oh, okay, he's saying we need 15 wins to win the Premier League. He says he's 15 more wins at least to win the Premier League. And then Honesty and Ozan said he thinks it's because Everton always play us very tough, especially at home or at Goodison Park. And Honesty says Brentford and Brighton always give us problems. Brighton, for some reason, always give us a very difficult game. Same for Brentford. Yeah, a lot of these teams definitely do give us sometimes a little bit more, bring a little bit more bang for the buck than we were expecting from a team that might be, winning here or winning there or something like that. But Ozan said he'll take 15 1-0, bloody 1-0s. As long as we get the win, that's all that matters. But again, run through your list one more time again, Brian. What'd you have it as? You had City as 1, then what was it, 2nd? Because I want to compare it to theirs.
Most difficult would be
most difficult, yes. Most difficult.
City, Villa, Spurs. I'm not going to change. I said City, Villa, Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
Man United, yeah. I don't want that. Man United, and West Ham. But yeah, hang on, just let me see one thing.
Top 6.
Yeah, just let me see one. Just check one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brentford away might actually be a more difficult game than Man United, but I just think Man United will raise their game a lot more against us. They'll just make it hard for us. West Ham on their night, but yeah, no, I'll still go with those guys, just in terms of difficulty. Yeah, but if it was Brighton away, that'd be a different story.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been Brighton this year. If you look at them, they're very in and out. They're not the same Brighton as last year. They're not. Yeah, they're very unpredictable. They can be beat well. So I'm not as impressed with them this year as I was last year. They're really inconsistent. So,
what do you think about this too? This comment here. What do you think about this comment here?
Man United
about us agreeing to Luton only 3. Us having to postpone the Luton game only 3 days before Wembley, and having the game only 3 days before Wembley.
Yeah, and we have a game. We have a game on the 17th. Then we have a game on the 21st, which is that Luton game. So I think it's it's a 3-day gap, then a 4-day gap, and then a 3-day gap. So it's not just that. So it's 2 weeks. That's become a double game week, and that was only announced 2 weeks ago, right? So there's a Premier League rule which they have, which states that they will not announce a game fewer than 4 weeks in advance, or 3 weeks, to give fans, chance to make plans. So when it was getting into 2 weeks being left, everyone was saying, well, that can't go into that week because they won't announce it with only 2 weeks left, because that's just not what they do. They've said it themselves. They don't want to do that. And then they just, on the Saturday, they just announced it. So we're playing basically Luton and Brentford, I think it is, in the double game week. And they just, there's 2 weeks notice. And by the way, wedging it in between your league game and your cup final match. So you're expecting fans to pay for 3. You're expecting fans to pay about 3 games in a week, basically.
Basically, yeah. That is pretty sad. The fact of, I get it that we already have a tight schedule and it's difficult to make all the games work out the way that we want them to work out, but it is huge. It is definitely huge. It is definitely huge. I know.
Some of it is like
I'm getting an update on something. What's that?
Yeah, they're paying to go to a final in London. They've got a big expense that week, and you already have your league game. You're going to have to pay for the Burnley game and all your plans for that day. And then it's like, oh, and by the way, now you also have another Premier League match in between those things. So, I mean, I suppose you can either go or not go. It's up to you. As if you can happen to get another day off and you have another 80, 90 quid to go to the match that it's probably going to cost you just to go to a game, between travel and a bit of food to go. Even if you have your
Yeah, and then
season ticket.
we have Southampton 3 days after the final too. So I mean, it's like it gets to the point where like coming up, especially in March, but even in towards the end of February, but in March, we're gonna be playing games like basically 3 days of rest in between almost every game. So they're gonna be like every 3 days, especially for 4 competitions, every 3 days, we're gonna be seeing a match. And this, I mean, obviously not all Prem matches, but I mean, whether it's the Cup final, whether it's the FA Cup, whether it's obviously Europa that we're going to have returning here pretty soon. That's going to be a difficult stretch, and it's going to help if we can get these guys healthy.
And we don't even play in 26, so that's how crazy it's getting now. So like if you look at game week 25 for us now, we have officially game week 25 has 2 games for Liverpool in it.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the cup stuff, in game week 26, we don't play.
Mm-hmm.
So because we won't be, while there's a round of Premier League fixtures going on, we won't be playing, which means then in game week 28, I think it is, or 29, we have another double game.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the amount of competitions you're in. And so every time, so even though we have this crazy schedule, we're still missing out on Premier League games, which have to be rescheduled further down the line. So it's you're getting to like the fact that we're in this cup final means we have a blank game week in game week 26. So that game has to be replayed. And that's not even the double game week that we're playing in 25. It comes down the line in 28. And the more you go on in the cup final, in the FA Cup, means you end up with more blank weeks and more double game weeks, and games that should be 7 days apart are now 3-4 days apart. So we know this from nearly winning, the quad 2 years ago. When you go that deep in 4 competitions, it gets crazy. It gets really, really crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it does. It does. It really does. I mean, honestly, was just saying here that Trey Neone, Jaden Dance, and Louis Kumas were all involved in the first team training today. That shows you again. I mean, bringing in, it's almost like the youth academy players are just getting more and more call-ups, because of our injuries, obviously. But
Jaden Dans scored twice there against Arsenal. I think under 18s. If you look it up, one was kind of a half volley, but the other one was a free kick. Unbelievable! Like, apparently, this guy. I know that's just great to see, because I just saw this pop up on Planet Football earlier on, going something like Liverpool's latest wonder kid, yada yada. These things that always pop up, and they just showed this guy the 2 goals that he scored against Arsenal, and I was like, okay. And I genuinely, I had never heard of this kid, Jaden Dans. Apparently, his dad actually played for Liverpool for a short time when he was younger, but went on to never made it. Went on to play somewhere else. But the second one, the free kick that he scored, bloody hell! And now I see his name there. That the lads are saying he's in first team training today. That's absolutely brilliant. It looks like another one off the production line. And Trey Neone, I know we basically bought him from Leicester last year. Now, he's not. I'm not going to call him one for own. He's still very young, but he was kind of he was created at Leicester, and they were very, very angry that we got him. And I've heard nothing but good stuff about these guys.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see, because I was thinking Planet Footballer aren't great, and I said, oh, Liverpool's latest wonder kid, and I was expecting it to be Connor Bradley or so, someone that, well done, lads. But someone I'd actually never heard of, so that's great. Like, another one popping up.
Right. There's so many names that keep popping up on this list. I know we got into it a little bit last episode about who, if you would if offered 60 million or 40 million or anywhere in those those terms for some of these players, would you take it or not? Because we're certainly getting a nice little sample size of games for the promise that some of our youth players have, but certainly so. There's I'm just
And
looking
also,
at this. I don't know what the. I guess I know this guy Ivan Schwarzkopf. You've heard of him, Ivan Schwarzkopf?
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you do take what he's. How much credibility do you think he has? Is
Is
he?
it Ivan Frankov, the ITK transfer guy on Twitter? Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's a bit of a I thought he was a parody account. Not sure, but
He's got a blue check.
no, yeah, it's a bit funny. I never really knew. It's kind of like one of those. It's kind of like one of those Larry David bits or something. You're never quite sure whether to take it seriously or not, but you know it's probably a joke. I do. It's kind of. I never knew he was a real journalist. I don't do. Yeah. I try and stay away from. I got too deep into football Twitter for like 10 years, so now I just do personal Twitter, and it's a lot easier. But
You're
he's
right.
still around
I'm just
anyway.
wondering.
That's
Just wondering. Yeah, I mean, like, because apparently he's just retweeted as well, but put it out there that breaking news: Xabi Alonso will become the new manager of LFC, according to Ivan Schwarzkopf.
oh, okay. No, see Ozan. Do you see Ozan comment there? That guy's a meme, just like
Oh,
Indy
okay.
Kyla. That's the guy I was thinking of. Indy Kyla. Do you remember Indy Kyla? That's the
Yeah,
guy I was
yeah.
thinking of. Hard. Yeah, that guy is just Indy Kyla is just like, yeah, he would tweet all that kind of stuff like 20 times a day, like Ronaldo to Liverpool, and Benzema to Brighton, all this crazy stuff. And then like he'd get one thing right, he'd be like, "See, I told you," and he's still going like 10 years later or something like that.
10 years later, still going at it. Okay.
He's
Yeah,
still going at it. It's almost admirable. You know what I mean? It's fun, but
yeah,
I expect. Look, the clock is ticking on this.
yeah. It is.
So it's not
Yeah.
going to be. Hopefully, like I said, we're all kind of working on this assumption that we'll get the wheels in motion and it'll be a smooth handover. And on day one, we'll have a new manager. I'm
Hmm.
starting to worry that that might not be the case. That we might actually be there might be a 6 week there might be some time of uncertainty, because
Hmm.
what's Alonso going to do, finish up his last day at Leverkusen, and everyone knows he's already joined Liverpool, and if they're in the running for a league title, I think this might get a little
Hmm.
bit. And you know what our fan base is like when there's no news, they just fill in the vacuum for themselves.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's
yeah.
when things start to get out of hand. Like the phrase, I don't know if people don't take this the wrong way if anyone doesn't understand the language I'm using, but nature abhors a vacuum, which means that if
Yeah.
you leave any kind of empty, open space for long enough,
Uh-huh.
nature will fill it.
Uh-huh.
That's what sports news is like. If there's no news, that's not enough. This is not a world for no news. Okay, no news will make stuff up, and they just fill that vacuum and fill that void. And I reckon we might have a lot of that coming our way. We may
Hmm.
have a. I'm not looking forward to this. I'd love to hear an announcement tomorrow, but I don't expect Xavi Alonso to turn around to his Leverkusen squad and say, "Come on, lads, we're going for league here." Oh, but by the way, I'm going to Liverpool in a couple of weeks. But still, do what I
You
tell
can
you.
maybe look for it. You can maybe look for it as saying, "Look, if it's going to happen, it's got to happen now because I'm out the door at the end of the season. So let's make this
Maybe
work.
that's going to be your master of psychology. Yeah, let's get those. If he's
Yeah,
a master of psychology, that's what I said about Klopp. His man management, his skills will come to the fore after his announcement that he's leaving, because under a lesser man, your squad or your team or your momentum could crumble. Whereas it
yeah,
sounds very obvious. Let's say, let's harness this now and go and win it for the gaffer. If it was
yeah,
as easy as saying it, we'd all work for Liverpool and get paid 13 million a year. But Klopp has to
yeah.
actually make it happen. But this is the different. This is, oh, is he a good manager? Oh, he only won one European Cup. Blah blah blah. This is what will make Klopp different. This is what make him stand out. The best things is that motivation to just say, lads, forget about the fact that I'm leaving. Don't make it about just whatever he needs to say to get it done. I'd back him to be able to do that. But these are
Do you
testing
like this
times.
guy? Do you like this guy, by the way? He says this, according to Anfield Watch 4 hours ago, exclusive. Liverpool are interested in Real Sociedad midfield star Martin Zubamendi, who has a release clause of 60 million. I personally, obviously, you know my praise of Kubo, and the fact that he has a very similar release clause as well. I think it's like 65 million, I think, or 60 to 65 million euros is his release clause. Are you a fan of Zubamendi, and do you think there's a place for him in the team? Or
Well, you know that Zubamendi is the classic 2 + 2 equals Xavi Alonso. I mean, basically, you've got a guy who plays in the same position as Alonso, has been coached by Alonso, is part of Sociedad, and that's Alonso's team. That's Alonso's dad's team. So this is the easiest transfer link in the world to make. You know, if it was, I think it's absolute hogwash purely because of that. I think it's just, we can write a story around this because there's quotes about him talking about how he loved Alonso because Alonso told him different things, taught him different things. He managed him at that B level or whatever it was, but he was at Sociedad doing, coaching it. Zubimendi is there. It all adds up. You can get 500 words out of that one, as opposed to we're interested in some other guy who has no links to anybody. So maybe he does like. I'm sure he does. He's a massively highly rated player. I mean, it would all make sense. That's why I don't like these kind of stories because they sound too easy, but at the same time, could be 100% true. It could be 100%
I don't
true.
like these stories either. You're right. Go ahead.
No, they add up too easy, and like if I'm a journalist, I'm writing that because I can fill it out with quotes because it's Sociedad, it's Alonso, it's this, it's that. But I would love it if we were because apparently, it might be one of those total nonsense stories, but apparently the guy is top quality. You know.
Do you think that?
So why not?
Do you think that this statement here is because Steven says he personally thinks we should have brought a player in January. He thinks that we are short.
In what position? Tell us what position, Steven.
Yeah.
Tell us what position.
Yeah, Steven, tell us what positions. Tell us what positions you think we're short in, and what player and position that you would have like targeted to bring in to rectify. Excuse me. And then also he's saying, what was the other comment he said? He said the Anfield sector says new Bayern Leverkusen want to replace Xabi Alonso, who looks likely to leave at the end of the season with Julian Lopetegui. Lopetegui. Leverkusen are pushing for Lopetegui's
former Wolves manager.
Yeah. Mouth was a definite mouthful there. But yeah, would you say? I don't know if I necessarily say I wasn't expecting us to go in for anyone in January. Obviously, once the announcement went up, there was even less likelihood, in my opinion, that we would go for a player because what's the likelihood of you bringing in a player for a coach that is not going to be your coach next year? And considering we don't have a sporting director as well, like who's making those decisions then?
I think that's the most important thing that hasn't been resolved yet as well is that relationship between the sporting director and the manager has to work. You have to have a manager who wants to work like in a really, really kind of, let's say, basic way. Like you want a manager, or you have a manager, a particular type of manager who wants to go out there and will hand you. This will be a Mourinho thing. He'll walk in and he'll hand you. Again, I'm oversimplifying, so don't come out. Hand you a list of 6 players and say, "Go get me them players." Right? They could be one of them could be 30. The other could be 32, a few 26, 27, 28-year-olds. Look, I don't really look. You go out, you do the contracts. Those are the players I want.
Right.
I want you to go and get, and then I'll go and win the league. I'm telling you the tools I need, and I'm telling you, if you give me those tools, I will deliver the product. Whereas a Klopp or a other type of manager will come in and go, no, 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 I want to coach. I want to coach the team. I want to coach these. I want you to go away. I want you. I might tell you I need a left back. I might tell you I need a centre back. What I want you to do is I want you to go out and find me the best players. Bring me those. But don't ask me to pick them and choose them and do all this. And then say, Jurgen, we've got you the 2, 3 best players out there now. They're ready to go. Do you want them? Are you good with them? It's not that they're already in the building. You cool with these boys? Right. Klopp will tell you, he doesn't want to know. He doesn't care about that stuff. He wants to work basically for someone who he trusts to go out and buy the right things in the shop. Basically, like you're there in the club, man. You've got someone there with you and say, look, man, we need drinks. Go get drinks with it. You don't want to have. You want someone you can just tell them, go get drinks and stuff for the party. Not have to detail everything. Get 5 of this. You want someone who he's going to know what to buy. He's going to know what I want him to come back with. Yeah, you get me? That's what Klopp wants. Whereas Mourinho is going to hand you a list of exactly what he wants, and if you don't get him what he wants, he's going to kick up a big, massive fuss. Now, so that's what we've got a manager I think is going to be coming in going, you're going to be working with a team who, don't worry, trust us, we're going to find you the best players, and we're going to give them to you. You know, obviously there's input back and forth, but that guy who does all that isn't even at the club yet. That's really worrying to me.
Yeah.
You know, to not have a manager is one thing, to not have a sporting director is another, but to not have both when it's basically you're talking about the engine and the transmission here. They're 2 vital parts that need to be working together. It's not, we don't have a doctor yet, or we don't have, the two things that make the whole thing work together: sporting director, manager.
Yeah, those are
And
important. Those are important.
I just want to speak to Chris Angel, right? Because I knew someone was going to do this. I said at the very beginning of this, I said, I'm going to massively oversimplify this. Please don't come at me. And then I proceeded to massively oversimplify it to just say that you have 2 types of managers. Managers that want the players that they want personally and demand them. And yet he wasn't doing it at Roma because he was at the fucking arse end of his career. And then there's other types of managers that just want. As I said, I was going to massively oversimplify it for the ease of the demonstration. Far more to it in every individual case, but you've just got 2 different types of manager. And my point is that the manager that comes into Liverpool will more than likely have to be the kind of manager that's happy for a sporting director and to get them the best players. We're not going to bring in a manager who's going to say, oh, by the way, you can sell that Szoboszlai lad, you can sell that other lad, they're no good to me. I don't have no time for projects. Get me 4 or 5 proven players and I'll win the league. That's kind of what I was kind of leaning towards, is that hopefully the new manager that comes in, even if who's doing the hiring and the firing here? But I'm not comfortable with it. That's why I'm not comfortable with it.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I'm going to we have a special guest that wants to join us as well. Going to be on for just a little bit longer. Before we do, I'm going to get this guy in as well. And I agree, like, guys, and that's why I made the point about Jose and that, like, not having a sporting director and all that kind of deals. That's basically what he's trying to say in Roma.
Yeah, well, it was just that he wasn't able to do that at Roma again. But it was, I mean, that's just the type of manager. If you look at what he did at Inter, he went in and he bought veterans. He bought the players that he said, I'll be here for 2 seasons, and I'll win you 2 titles or what. And if you want me to do that, buy me players for the here and now, and here's my list of players. It's again, like I said, I was generalizing and simplifying it a little bit, but just in terms of how big it's, how important it's going to be for this. Like if we offered it to Edwards and he turned this down, that's even more.
That was a little concerning. That was a little concerning.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned about that. I mean, like, I didn't think that we don't go in for players, or especially backroom staff, that we don't have a real assurance that we're going to be bringing in.
Yeah.
And to have that go out into the universe was kind of depressing.
It looked a little bit desperate, didn't it? It looked a little bit desperate. It looked a little bit
desperate. Yeah,
we were scrabbling around and trying to get back with the X.
Yeah, big up Nilante. I'm bringing Nilante in for this. We're going to be landing the plane here pretty soon, but like before we do, some of the first class, participants, the business class riders on the plane wanted to get a shout out, and Nilante is definitely first class in my book. So therefore, Nilante, how are you doing today?
So big up for that little thing, Brian. Big up yourself as always, Brian. Great conversation. Yeah, I'm all right, man. Bit of a crappy day, but that's all right. But I like the business class accusation 12. I mean, the last time I was business class, I can't remember when, but yeah. Tell you, man, I think we all could all do a business class flight right now. I'll tell you that.
Hey,
I need one.
Nilante, you know 12 man only turns left. He only turns left on the phone. It's first class, and you know this guy only flies first class. You know that,
man. You know what, Brian? You put me in my place. I should have done so much better, but yeah. It's at first.
Yeah, he was trying to play it all humble by going business class. He's like, "Oh no, don't say first class. You've definitely flown first class plenty of times."
Sure.
Exactly. It's all business here. That's what the point is. It's all business.
Exactly. See, FSG don't even know what's hit them anyway.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So I know you wanted to kind of put your 2 cents in with the rest of us on what our season's looking like. Are you? Oh, real quick too. Can you give me your top 5 most difficult matches left on our schedule? Because I know that I see on here, who was saying it? I think it was Steven was saying how he's actually, I guess because of the Arsenal loss, he's actually really, really concerned about this Burnley game. And, despite the fact of being at Anfield, that being possibly in his list of top 5 games that are very difficult for us to get over, maybe because we're coming off a loss and because of the nature of the loss and who it was to. Maybe that could be a difference maker in this home matchup against Burnley. But who are your top 5 games left? And I have this, if you can see, I have the empty spots, or the white spots are the games we have left for Liverpool.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. 12, very, very good. I like that. Coming with some facts and figures.
Yeah, I was gonna say the purple ones are my selections of top 5. Those are my top 5 selections. Disregard them. You make any selections you want, but those are 5 I have being my selection. And Brian gave his as well already previously.
Okay, what was Brian? What was your selections?
The top 5 most difficult was Man City at home, followed by Villa away, followed by Spurs at home, followed by Man United at home, followed by West Ham away.
Fair enough. Okay. All right, and so 12, I can see your ones up there. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, mine's are City, probably in, I don't know, not necessarily in this order.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, because I probably would have United in 3rd, because since it's such a big rivalry game and it's so important for them, they'll play for a draw rather than play for a win. So that could result in us like slipping up on more points. but I had City, Villa, United, Spurs, and then Wolves. And I had Wolves simply because of all the Wolves. I think are a very overlooked team this year. I think Wolves are like just that. They're a wolf out there that is looking to bite you. So you gotta be careful of the Wolves, and especially since this title race could come down to the last game, to the last day, the last game for us. And if it does come down to something like that, you know, having a tough competitor like that in the Wolves isn't exactly ideal. So that's why I have this the fifth choice for me. But who are your top five?
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting sections. Well, I'm house free, so I won't be coming off anywhere. I'll be riding with you boys to the end of the stream. So yeah, which I need.
Okay.
I need a bit of peace and quiet. But anyway,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go past the greens. Obviously, as you both said, Man City, Man United game. Obviously, I'm gonna add Everton in the mix because Everton,
Okay.
the derby
You're
game
not
is the
alone.
derby game. Yep, it's always, you know, no matter what, it's always a struggle. And I think with the last Goodison two or three games at Goodison we've drawn, so we know that's going to be a difficult game, and you know they're fighting for every point. So, you know that Villa as well. I would say that'll be difficult from back to home, and then yeah, the West Ham game. So that'll be my five.
Everton. You're not the only person to pick Everton in that matchup there. You know,
No, someone else.
I know Everton would not like nothing more than to beat us. Obviously, Everton looks at beating us as if it's like they're, you know, as if it's a finals matchup, whichever game they either home or away. It's simply that's like their Super Bowl. But yeah, you're not the only person that's put Everton. I think two other people in the chat put Everton as in their list, which is very interesting.
No, 100%. The Goodison, we've drawn the last, I think, two away, and you know it's going to be the end of the season, and they're fighting for everything. I mean, unfortunately for them, they've been screwed over by the FA with the points deduction. So yeah, and then us at home, well, perfect opportunity to spoil our party once again. And so yeah, that's gonna be a tricky one near the end of the season.
So that's your third. That's third as well. That's third on right.
Yeah, I mean, no particular order for me. It's just the five that I just stand out for me anyway. And you know,
okay, yeah. If you can put them in order, I would like to know them in order. Like definitely, if you because that's
most difficult.
Ours were in order of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, I think like everyone, I'm sure both of you, City, obviously the home game, City. You know what I mean? United away because. Well, you know, again, United are, you know, rivals. Again, you know, as much as they've been pants, I mean, we drew with them. Unfortunately, we weren't at the races. And then Old Trafford again, you know, hit and miss.
Don't forget Villa away. Nilante, don't forget Villa away. Before you put United second, don't forget Villa away. That's a tough game, man.
That is, Brian, but I feel by that time, Villa will be running out a bit of steam, as I can see in the last couple of weeks. It'll still be tough, but I don't think it'll be as... Yeah, I don't think it'll be as tough as it should be. It'll still be a game, but I think we should be able to do the business against Villa.
I hope you're right.
I'm confident with it. Yeah. I'm confident with that. We'll get up. It's the Man United, so yeah.
That's very interesting to have United. Do you think are you saying that because you think United is going to play the same way they played against us last time? Because they're incorporating more youngsters into the fold here. I definitely don't think that they're going to have the same lineup. I mean, I would assume Bruno will probably be available and everything, so they'll probably play Bruno. But
oh yeah, that rat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
master splinter.
Yeah. But yeah, I think they'll maybe be. I don't think they'll be expensive. They'll just do what we're trying to do us with a little bit. They'll try and do the hit on the counter attack, you know, Rashford, etc., and that kind of business. The Holland, and you know, so I think you know Old Trafford. As much as I can't stand them punks, but it's always going to be a difficult game. And again, if we're near the top, you know, like a 1.2 point behind City, you know, they're going to want to spoil the pie. So it's only going to be a difficult game.
That's true. That is true. I forgot about that bit. That is 100% true. If they can, what Nilante was saying, I completely forgot about that. there's also the stopping us winning the league thing. Like that's a double like if again it's a double-edged sword for them because it's City, but they'd probably just about rather watch City win another league because they can blame it on financial shenanigans rather than watch us win a league. I know most Man United fans, I know the older generation, they don't care who it is. They don't want Liverpool to win the league. It's just basically anybody but us.
Yeah.
So, like we were talking a lot about our kids this year, but they've got Kobe Mino, who's taken over their midfield. He's about 12 years old. They've got Garnacho, who's scoring goals and getting assists almost every week on a weekly basis. And your man Hoyland has just woken up a little bit. So they're not as bad as they were, and they've got some really good young players that, especially Kobe Mino and Garnacho, that maybe some of our fans won't be too aware of. So they're not they've ditched some of these big time Charlies that are letting them down, and they've replaced them with young hungry players. Basically, is what I'm saying. So they won't be as bad as they have been. And something Alexander said there earlier on. Just his last comment. I'd be worried. What Nanate thinks about this, because we were talking about before you came on, Nanate, the way they've dropped the Luton game in between the Burnley game and the cup final.
Yeah,
and I was saying that's but on how well Luton have been doing recently, and Alex was saying I'm worried about the Luton game. The players could be distracted by the cup final, and I think that might actually be that far from the truth, because like I said, look what they did at Newcastle. They went to St James's Park and scored 4 goals.
Yeah,
these guys.
Yeah, no one was expecting that either. That was a really big wow moment for me.
Yeah, I think if they would have been a walkover. Everyone's seen it coming up and going down with lowest points. If we take our eye off the ball against them, they've got their eye on staying up now.
Yeah,
they could be Alfie Doughty. They've got a fullback, Alfie Doughty, who after around 8 to 10 games of the season had created almost 20 chances in the Premier League. He created more chances from fullback than Kieran Trippier than any other fullback in the league, and it was only all it was going to take was for one of their strikers to maybe start, tapping a few of those chances in. This guy is a chance creation machine. And then all of a sudden, what happens? Ross Barkley remembers he's a footballer. They start scoring a few goals, and the system that they have works. Alex has a really, really strong point there. If we take our eye off the ball in that Luton game, we could end up in seriously embarrassed. Because they've got something to play for now. They really have something to play for. It could
impact us in the final too, by the way. Yeah. Losing that game could actually, not only devastate, or not only losing, but possibly even drawing, if not losing that game, could impact us mentally for not only the league, but it could also deal with a heavy blow against our chances in that final as well. So we'll be going with a lot of uncertainty into that final, which would be that would be a major concern.
Yeah, and to me, you have to win that game. So you put out a team to win that Luton game, and then you deal with the final afterwards.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, Bournemouth, Fulham, Crystal Palace, Brentford, Forest, Luton, Everton, Burnley, Sheffield, all have to be W's, plain and simple. Can't have any draws in there. You just can't do that. The simple fact of the matter is you've got to, considering that City have Chelsea at home, but they have Bournemouth. I think Chelsea at home. I think City will beat Chelsea at home. But then they have Bournemouth away, they have Fulham away, they have Crystal Palace away, they have Brentford away, then they have Forest at home, Luton at home, and Everton at home. Everton's obviously their next upcoming game. Out of those games, you got to consider that they're probably favorites in all those games to get a W, get some type of result in all those games. We have to do the same. We simply have to do the same. We cannot allow for ourselves to kind of like waver when it comes to the bottom of the table and allow for that Luton game was we have to make it an anomaly the same way, and that's more so than Crystal Palace getting a draw at City, even though City does play City or Crystal Palace does play City pretty decently when it comes to their matchups. I just see it as if that's their one blemish that they're going to have in that bottom half of the table, Luton has to be our only one blemish in the bottom half of the table. We have to get W's all those games.
And to what Chris is saying there is what I would, when we were doing it all the time, like most difficult and most important. I said
Right.
I won't. I'll ignore most important because the most important game is the next one. The next most is the one after that.
Right.
100%.
Yeah.
What Chris is saying there is most important games are the next 5. It's the most difficult 5 is what I said. I'll rank on what I mostly think that the 5 hardest games will be. But of course, that's why we were talking about earlier on. If we don't beat Burnley and Brentford, then if nightmare scenario, you lose to Burnley and Brentford and Luton, you get a draw, then it doesn't matter if you beat City or not because you'll have messed it up. So, but it just in terms of the difficulty, it was City first, then. But importance is always going to be.
I get that. Is that you're basically saying we're doing the same the PR statement that almost every Jordan Henderson used to make it a lot last year, but is one or the year before that, especially one of those like we're only concentrating on our next opponent. We're not looking too far into the future. That kind of like statement, as we're basically saying.
Yeah, it's a motivation. It's like, lad, what's the most important game? Well, that wouldn't. But no. The most important game is the next.
Right. That's why I try to term it as not important. Every game is important. That's why I was trying to term it as to make it a little bit easier to kind of get an answer from everyone, which is what do you see as being the most difficult game for us? That's what I was trying to get across, is that the most difficult game for us. And I mean, obviously Villa because their home record, City because it's City, United because it's a rivalry. Even when people talk about Everton because it's a derby, or who are some of the other ones that you guys said that I was even Luton, considering they got a draw against us, and now it's like where it's placed in our match layout. I can understand Luton even being a difficult game for us, but I don't know if it necessarily cracks the top 5 for me still. And I get that, I've obviously put a team in there that, the season could be already done and dusted, or it could be, over one way or another, in Wolves being in my list. But I'm just saying, what is the most difficult games on our remaining fixtures? That was my biggest question.
And Nilante, can I ask Nilante a question? What do you think about them dropping that Luton game in there at basically at 2 weeks' notice, dropping them in between the league game and the cup match?
Well, to be honest, Brian, I mean, it's a bit cheeky, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit cheeky. Very is pro-food, but it's another just obstacle for us to overcome. But look, I know some are worried about the Luton game, as you said, but I'm not worried about it. And why I say that is because the away game, that was a stinker. That was a complete stinker from us, and I doubt we were not going to do that again. And yes, it'd be before the cup final, but there'd be players playing for places and be hungry, and God willing, we're still near the top at Anfield, and we're not gonna have a stinker like that again. And we're not gonna defend as bad as Newcastle did as well. So we'll beat Luton.
But 2 weeks notice for the fans who already have to pay for the Burnley game beforehand that they know about, and then they know they're having to pay for a cup final, and then at 2 weeks notice you get told, oh, and by the way, yeah, you better put a day aside and pay for you're going to the match money for Luton as well in between a Premier League and a cup final space a week at 2 weeks notice.
Oh,
we don't care about fans. They don't give a
No,
damn
Well,
about
yeah.
fans, do they?
no. It's as you know, Bri. It's always tough. Since the Premier League started in '92, it's just become more business orientated. So it's whatever the money does. If they need to do it, if they change you, if you've got to play 6 games in 6 days, they'll do it. They don't care because unfortunately, there'll always be people out there that will spend the hard-earned money to go because of the love of the club. And this is it. It's a no-win situation. This is it. All we can do, the fans as a club, is just kind of subsidize some of these fans on certain instances in terms of ticket revenue, in terms of games, and win the trophies. That's it, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is what Chris is
yeah.
saying. Chris is
Fans
saying,
won't
and I will
complain.
say early. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just going to say, like, if you chop Anfield at 60k and that's it.
Mhm.
If 60k don't turn up, there's another 300k out there waiting to take those tickets. They know. Yeah, they can piss off all the old timey fans they want. They could sell those seats 5 times over. So that's just where they are. That's the nature of the beast when you're as big as Liverpool. Like I said it before, you could reschedule a match between us and say it's going to be on the moon, and fans would be looking for tickets. Fans would be looking for how do you get to the moon. They'd go. It's because they know that the unconditional love that fans have. If they have the money, they'll just go. I know it's a rip off. I know it's a joke, but I want to see the match. And they know they can milk that. They know how much they can milk it, and they just keep milking it.
Yeah. Chris is saying here, and he says, and he will still say Burnley is difficult, difficult because where it'll tell where the player's mindset is, I'm paraphrasing, where are their physical levels? Can the players bounce back from Arsenal, basically? So he's saying this as this is that rebound game, like as in like, I think that like we're fortunate that it is Burnley. I think that Burnley isn't a team, considering that when we played Burnley, I wasn't necessarily like at any point scared to say that Burnley was going to get a result against us. A sheer fact that this is the final. This is the I shouldn't say final. This is the game where the stands will completely be open, so you will have the 61,000 fans there. Obviously some for Burnley, but you have 61,000 fans there that for the most part are rooting on our Reds. I think that'll make a big difference. I think that the sheer fact that there are a lot of players out there that know that game was a bad game for them, but this game is even more so a chance for them to make a statement and say, hey, what? It's beyond us. It's past us. We're looking forward. Players have bad games. For me, it's about, again, fall down 7 times, get back, stand up 8. It's about the fact of, you can have a bad game, but what's the next progress? What's your next step after that? You know what I mean? What is the next? What is your response to adversity? What is your response to failure? If you follow up with another failure, that's concerning. But if you follow it up with a really brilliant performance or some type of a performance that shows that you can shake it off and just keep moving, that's the biggest thing for me. There was a question in here that was really, really good question too. Let's see if I can find it real quick for you guys because hopefully I didn't lose it already. The Luton, seriously, this one right here. I found it. This question right here. What's your take on what Klopp is going to do? What's your solution? If you were trying to give Klopp a solution for the Robbo and quote unquote Trent situation, okay, since that's what we're calling it nowadays, I guess. Moving forward, what do you do about this lineup? As in for Robbo and Trent, let's just hypothetically say Robbo is fully healthy, Trent is fully healthy. Let's say Gomez is fully healthy, and let's say that obviously Connor has had enough time to kind of to kind of get his footing and get his mindset and focused on football once again. Obviously from the horrible actions that happened, or the horrible set of circumstances that happened to his family and notably his father. His father's passing. What do you think of as being the solution? And I'll ask Nolante first, and then I'll ask for your comment, Brian, after Nolante. What do you think is the solution? Do you tell him, sit Robbo, sit Trent, sit Robbo only, or sit, what is your solution?
Well, the Trent Robbo conundrum. It's interesting. I think it's similar to we spoke to the other day about talking about the Arsenal game, and I think I mentioned Trent, and then Brian made a great point. He's a problem and he's a solution, and that's the thing with Trent. Now it's kind of difficult because I've said it. I've been very open about Trent. He's a quality footballer. He's a baller. Let's get it right. As a football player, world class, but he's been playing this role as a right back since 2017. Excuse me, and I'm sorry. And yeah, there's going to be one opinions, but he still can't, at his age, as the vice captain of the club, he still can't do the basics, defending. So, and now we're in a conundrum that we've got Bradley, who's, obviously he's come out, he's played not just one, not just two, but 6-7 solid games in a row. And he's proven himself in the defensive aspects. And the vice captain, well, you know what? I remember one time, I'm just going to go back. This is, I think, in the national tournament, it was Euro 2024, and I think it was England against Portugal, and Big Philip Luis Scolari, he took off Figo and he took off Rui Costa. I think it's somewhere midway in the half, and they were one of Portugal's main players, and we still managed to win the penalties. Now, as good as Trent is, and as good as Robbo, you have to be, as a club, if you don't let players rest on the laurels, then they get lazy. So if Bradley and Gomez are doing what they're doing, they just got to wait their turn and sit down. That's just my opinion. Form players, this is the thing. And sometimes Klopp, it's been one of his biggest things about not doing it. And I'll give you another example, both of you. I remember the 2022, the Champions League final, which I thought that we were going to win this. The squad was I think it's one of the best squads. It was the best squad we had. That 21-22 season. We're in prime position to win it. And then instead of Klopp picking the form players, he picks the players that the usual suspects, and even Fabinho was half fit. Thiago wasn't fit, and there was Naby, Joey, and there's other things, and we lost that game. Even Joey Gomez was in form, and we just picked the reliable players. So this is Klopp's chance to say, you know what? As good as you are, Trent, as good as you are, Robbo, fully fit, if Bradley and Gomez are doing their thing, you just gotta wait your turn. I'm sorry, that's it.
Okay, so then Brian, do you agree with? Are you on the same page with Nolante, or do you have a different solution or interpretation of what Klopp should do, or what is it that if you were able to be able to, like, put a message, or like put a message or suggestion in Klopp's ear or Klopp's head, like what is it that you see as the solution? What do you think he should do with the Trent and Robbo situation?
Yeah, the question is sort of, what before moving forward, what is he going to do? I mean, I'm sorry to have to remind everybody, but the Klopp, Trent, Robbo solution, what I'm going to do, that's pretty much already in his rearview mirror. I don't want to say this and being party pooper stuff, but he has no need to change anything. He has no intention of changing anything. He's been teaching these guys what to do from minute one. They're where they are now. The guys come. He's not going to turn around and say, you know what, I need to change my formation to make this and this and this happen. Because number one, it's worked for him pretty well so far. As no matter what we as fans might think, he's probably really happy with this strength in midfield the way it's going. And if it was even if he was going to be here for another 2 years, I would have been said, look, the middle of a title race is not the time to expect the manager to fundamentally rip up what he's been doing, what they spent, because they don't teach during the season. They teach in pre-season. The season is only to just keep you fit, keep you going between games. All of the work, all the hard work. I mean, just go. Like, if you don't believe me, Google the words "all the hard work is done in pre-season" and see how many quotes from managers come up. See how many managers come up with tell you that all the work is done in pre-season. Google it. You'll get hundreds of quotes from Premier League managers saying that's when we can teach them, because as soon as the season starts, it's non-stop. They game after game after game. They're not just going to go to Melwood or Kirby tomorrow and go, you know what, lads, I've decided we're going to change the tactics to get Trent into midfield, and here we go now. We're changing everything. We're going to learn a completely new formation. Everybody has different roles. Come on, seriously. We've just spoken about it. We play Burnley, then we play Luton, then we play Chelsea in a week. This stuff takes thousands and thousands of repetitions on the pitch.
Right.
You don't realize how much this stuff is all drilled into them. Most of these guys don't step 5 feet away from where they're supposed to be on a pitch. It's not like it used to be. It's also heavily drilled into it. Like, every situation. We were talking about Martin Zubamendi earlier on. We were talking about the guy literally earlier on. And Xabi Alonso, and he tells a story about how when he was at Real Sociedad B, Xabi Alonso taught him how to stop playing his natural game that he was just playing, which is basically saying he was playing on God-given talent alone, right? Alonso told him and taught him how to anticipate and beat different types of presses in the midfield. You're a midfielder, and the different types of presses you're going to have to deal with and how to get out with. How did he do that? He said, we literally went out onto the training pitch with training dummies, stood in individual, and we walked around the pitch doing it. Just walked around the pitch going, this is what you do when you stand here.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, you think you're going to do that in the middle of a season?
Right.
That's the level of coaching goes into this stuff. Brendan Rodgers described winning a title as like building an airplane while it's already in the sky. Once it takes off, you know what I mean? You're still trying to fix stuff, but it's flying because you're in the league. You're in. Right. So new tactics, new changes, all of that stuff, massive fundamental changes will not happen at this time of the season. This is why I don't want to be saying like the party pooper thing. This is all questions for the new manager. Klopp can now rest easy at night, knowing I don't have to figure out what to do with Trent. I don't have to figure out with what to do with Robbo and Gomez. I just hope that all these guys are fit and we play what we know what we need to do. Yeah, look, of course, things change, little things, but no, fundamental change won't happen. This is for the new manager. You know, this is going to be maybe even a bigger conversation unless the new manager comes in and it's immediately obvious what he's going to do. But he also now has this one.
He also
Trent, man. Yeah, no, it's just everybody. They're going to go. Every manager in the world is going to go, I would love to work with Trent Alexander-Arnold. I would love to work with this kid. But now you're going to have to. Now you're going to have to fit him into your 11. So what would you do with him? Like, this is why I say these things are exciting. These things excite me. What are we going to look like in 9 months? Who are we going to have playing for us? What formation are we going to play? We're not going to get a Klopp clone to come in and just keeps doing what we're doing. So Robbo might not even be at the club because, you know, a couple of players might come and go, but this will be the new manager's job now, or his new ideas. The new guy could see him as a number 10 and everybody might get their wish. And the new manager come in, first game of the season, there's Trent starting in midfield and Conor Bradley at right back.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say too is that someone might push back and say, well, we did change up by bringing Trent into the inverted role mid-season and everything else. But by that point, we almost had to. It was almost like I wouldn't call this as like a Hail Mary, but it was almost like a Hail Mary style, adaptation to the lineup, because we were teetering out of like somewhat of whether we were going to actually make the top 5, or if not even have a remote chance of making top 4.
Do you know what
the league was way gone and way surpassed of us ever surmounting the league. But
do you know what that was? They did a high level version of starting preseason early. They were going to change that formation eventually, and they said, "Look, the league's done. Let's just start doing it now." Basically,
this is start doing it now, right?
Let's just start doing it now, and it worked.
We had such dynamic players that they were able to really grasp and take on like the tasks that they had to take on with the new roles that they had to find themselves in.
There's one. So I'll let Neil Ante. I'm sure Neil Ante has plenty to say on this, but there's one thing I will say. It's a Klopp quote that I always remember. It's about 3 or 4 years ago, and he was talking about the preseason, the training camp, and how they used to be way longer. Basically, now they shrunk. They've eaten into them, and now they're only maybe a couple of weeks. And he was saying to a journalist, he was getting praise from a journalist, and he was saying, "Do you think that the football me and Pep Guardiola turn out is good? You think that's really good football?" Yeah, of course, he said. And Klopp was kind of setting up. He said, "Well, you should see what we would turn. You should see the kind of football we would be able to produce, and the kind of teams we'd be able to put out there on the pitch, and the kind of football we would be able to play every week if we got 6 to 8 weeks in the summer." He said, "You wouldn't believe."
No, it's the reason. It's the reason why. I was gonna say it's the reason why I say the comment about Klopp when he originally came and took over the club. He took it over in October, of 2015, and we ended up getting to a Europa final. I think we went to Europa final. I think we got to the League Cup that year too, right?
Yeah. Or League Cup as well.
Yeah. So we ended up getting to 2 finals, and yet that was from a coach taking a team that had no preseason of like being, incorporated into his system, a team that didn't have players that he might have, moved in or moved out of the lineup or moved out of the club, period, but we saw what he could do with just that team and getting us at least in those finals. We didn't win those finals, but all the same, at least we got to those levels to reach it, have a chance at winning 2 finals, two different silverware for ourselves. But that preseason makes a huge difference. Huge difference. It's how you get. It's how you can. It gives you the space and time to make the mistakes and everything else that you can make, because making those mistakes, as Brian eloquently put, with the airplane analogy, you really can't make a mistake like that when you're flying an airplane and it's like, the right engine's out right now. That's not a good thing to do. Like I gotta fix this wing or something like that. It's not an ideal time to have to go and make those adjustments. Go ahead, Nolante. You want to say something?
No, I was just saying about the airplane. I'm just saying, you talk about airplanes like that, 12 man. I was going to hop into your airplane, but I might have to take a back seat now, yeah?
Yeah. Oh man, it can be sometimes a bumpy ride. I get that. I understand. When it comes to the Reds and their and what they sometimes put us through. No season's ever easy. City flying with the 757, their G5.
They're talking about maybe 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. It's like you're going into you're going into a year-long thing and you've got basically the shortest amount of time possible to teach them incredibly technical and intricate things. I'm amazed that they learn as much as they do. You know what I mean? That especially when it's the high level stuff like Guardiola and like players like Jack Grealish will tell you, like they're basically handed movie scripts before games in terms of where they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to do. amount of technical information they're expected to take on board, and then let alone what they're doing on the pitch. And then that was the point Klopp was trying to make, was like, if we had 6 weeks every summer apart from international tournaments with these guys, we would be the teams we would put out would be even better than the teams we're putting out now. We'd be playing better football because we'd be much more in tune, and they'd be fitter. But we'll never get to see that now because they're only just adding more and more things. But again, look, these are kind of first world problems for people like us. I mean, ask a Rochdale fan how they're feeling today. It's we've got good things. We shouldn't forget how lucky we are to be in a position where we're actually talking about, well, what if we win all these things? The level, like I'd be interested. I don't know. Someone asked the City fan this the other day. There was a City fan. I asked him. I think the level might drop when Klopp and Pep leave, because I think
100%.
Yeah, they've driven each other to things that aren't really sustainable. And I think as soon as Klopp goes, I don't know what you guys think, because I asked this the other night. I don't know if either of you are on the show, but I was saying, I think if Klopp had left before, Pep may not still be here. But I think the fact that Klopp is leaving now, it's kind of like the Mo Salah thing. I think it makes it a lot more realistic that Pep is gone. Maybe within 2 years, there might be one of these. I think Pep might be coming out with his own Klopp type announcement. Especially again, if they did the double treble, as it were, like if they win the treble this year, I mean, why would you not walk away on that? I can see Pep just going, do you know what?
I'm done.
No one's ever doing that again. So, and they could do a treble and a double this year, even if they just do the double and they do the treble. I mean, and Klopp's going, is he going to look around and go, yeah, I've schooled this place enough. I've nothing left to prove, kind of thing. My Ivan Drago has left the building, as it were. Does he want to fight the stiffs? Does he want to fight the stiffs? And yeah, I don't know what you guys do. You think, like, how long will it? I think it might be a while before we see the likes of these 95, 97 points. But this level of points, just 97 points to win a league. This, I think we might be going back down to 80.
Or like last year, which was what, 89 points?
Just normal stuff. Just normal stuff where you don't have to win every fucking game or else you're done.
Right.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, one, let me say, Zaburi's comment is spot on. He said he said he worked with an airplane mechanic today. He literally told him about no test drives with airplanes. Crazy coincidence. Like, as in, Big up Quasi Bowl TV. Big up Quasi.
Big up Quasi. Yes, big up Quasi. Needs to get it on his channel, man.
Oh, for sure. What those comments really emphasize with me is that, like, you're right. Like, preseason is important. I think people sometimes overlook the importance of preseasons, because preseason is that time when you can have the mistakes, you can make the adjustments, you can make the little tweaks and tweaks to the system to make it all really work. If not major tweaks, you can just completely, you can, in a preseason match or a preseason run up, you can say, okay, I'm gonna completely change the midfield. I'm gonna completely change the front line for this game. Where I'm just gonna allow for the youth players to play to see what they're on. So like, preseason definitely makes a difference. Certainly makes a difference. You know what? This is a question this is a question I had since you're just brought up the whole thing about Pep leaving, Pep G leaving at least. I have a question about Pep L. Hypothetically, if we don't end up getting Xavi Alonso, because there's no what Xabi Alonso is showing right now certainly is in the benefit of showing that he's a certain candidate, a contending candidate for the role of next Liverpool coach.
Chris Angel is waiting for you to finish your question.
I know. He knows. The question is, sometimes, like, sometimes in like in relationships, for instance, you might have a relationship with someone, and then you kind of have that they call it that rebound relationship. The kind of relationship sort of similar to like the placeholder style.
Well, we know what a rebound is. Yeah, we know what a rebound is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, do you think that
we're men of the world? We're men of the world.
That rebound relationship for us, in that he's someone that obviously knows the system, someone that whatever we get out of him would it be a positive or a plus? It wouldn't be that much of a change. It wouldn't be that drastic of a change. It could actually prepare us for getting a coach that we that Galactico style coach that we possibly would like to see take over for this club, or do you just think that Xavi's that guy, or De Zerbi, or whoever you have as being the next coach? Do you think of it as being, no, let's not go with the rebound, let's not have the rebound relationship here with Pep, let's just move on and just see where it goes?
Neil,
Brian, you want to answer that one, or Luante? Just either one that could hop in on that one.
Mr. Angel, yeah. I mean, we need to talk about his favorite player, Luis Diaz, but we move, Chris, we move.
Yeah, right.
In terms of Pep Linders, I mean, there's not really much to say on there. I mean, I definitely get your point, 12, but he's made this decision. He's moving on. And obviously we saw, I don't know if you both saw his interview on LFC TV. He said he came in this with Klopp, so he's leaving with Klopp, so he's going to make his own mark in the world. So, and fair play to him, I mean, obviously last season, a lot of fans will criticize him with the book and certain things and influences and, back and forth. And this season, it's like, he's leaving as well. So it's just funny how things just change within the space of a month or another season, isn't it? The fickle world of football, as all of us both know. So in regards to managers, with Xavi, I hear that, but I just feel that maybe it's a year too soon for Xabi Alonso. I mean, if he comes, I'll be happy. Don't get me wrong, but I would, Chris, Senor. Yeah. But anyway,
not only know. That was just make sure you understand.
Sorry, man. We'll beat the Diaz drum for Chris anyway. Don't worry, all three of us. But something I just think, again, if he were to be the manager, I'd be more than happy. I just think it's a year too soon for him. I just think he needs more learning at Leverkusen or whatever. Just be a little bit more seasoned before he takes the job, because the job is not a joke. I mean, someone again, his name is. Are you
getting like the Gerrard vibes with with the way that he handled Rangers, and then won the league, and then ended up like going on to Villa and not doing nearly as well as he had before? Is that what you're kind of seeing, or possibility of seeing? That's just one of your concerns, I should say.
No, I think, as I think he's clearly seen as a better coach than Gerrard. Obviously, he's more tactical away on certain things, and he plays a little bit more outlandish football. He's got a style, he's got a presence. But I just think it's just a little bit too early for him. I just think it just needs to be seasoned more. When you put that season on the chicken, you need that chicken to be, nicely done. As a man that loves my chicken, you know what I mean, 12, right? There you go, innit? Got a bit of some fries with that,
Yeah.
But hey, come on, man! Just give me some Kool-Aid and I'm good, But I just think it's just a little bit too early. He just needs to be seasoned a bit more, and then, if this was his second season, a year later, I'll say get him aboard. But again, If we do, I'm not surprised. But one person that's been in my mind, I've been searching because it's kind of hard, really. I mean, if you go off the Klopp, I mean, obviously, apart from Pep, who's never going to join us, of course, it's very hard. Ancelotti, great, he's coming to the end of his time. It's very hard to think of coaches to take. Zidane, yeah, but he's not going to come either. I mean, he don't like England for whatever reason, you know. He likes the little Spanish weather with the suntan on his bald head, you know, which is fair enough. Okay, Caesar, you stay over there in Spain, you know. One guy that's just been constantly watching his matches actually with his club and international is Flick, Hans Flick. And it's just coincident he's German, you know, coincidentally, and his play is similar to Klopp. Now, I'm not saying he's a Klopp reborn, but Hans Flick, no, man, he plays football. I saw the Bayern team before, you know, when he won the treble, and before that, he was making, you know, the team was slick. And he had a similar style to Klopp, but he had a few tweaks on it. And obviously, Germany, he tried to play the same, but international is different from club. And, you know, fortunately for him, it didn't work out. And he's someone that could give the team which is built now, a certain presence. He can give me certain similar characteristics and put his own stamp in it. And I think something the players would be able to adapt easy. So, yeah, Hans Flick would be the one for me.
Okay. There's a lot. It's funny because there's a lot of statements. So Quasi Bold has said that he is interested in seeing Zidane in that role. Again, I like Zidane he's a good, you know, obviously he has such pull and weight. I don't know. I mean, we don't have a team like a Real Madrid though. We don't have a team of like, you know, that like, of just superstars, and I mean superstar egos. We have superstars on our team, certainly, but we don't have the same stratosphere of like egotistic superstars that Real Madrid has on their team. Because I mean, we're just moving off of that Robbo and Trent thing. That's not even a conversation, you know. You know, if Zidane was here, that's not even a conversation as to who's starting. You know, it's an obvious no-brainer when it comes to that. There was Alexander is somewhat under the presence of saying, he says, Pep Linders has done the developing of players right now. He needs to get the manager part as well. That's what he's saying, Alexander. And then Honest is saying, why so many managers always need experience? Because Klopp didn't have any experience. The same for Pep, just taking over at Barca at Steve Bruce for experience, and he is a manager.
Well, no. I mean, so many things here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's trigger Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Brian's just gonna come.
Well, Klopp had no experience. I don't know. Can you put that? Why so many always experience? Klopp didn't have any experience. When didn't he have experience? Because if you mean before he came to Liverpool, you might want to look at what he'd won before he came to Liverpool and how many Champions League finals he'd been in before he came to Liverpool. If you're saying he didn't have any experience before he took over Dortmund, well, he did. He had experience at Mainz, and he did brilliantly at Mainz. And Dortmund wasn't a super club. It wasn't, you know, they took a chance on a young up and coming manager. He had no he had no experience at Mainz because Mainz was a Bundesliga 2 club that he was a player at, and he retired at. So he went straight from playing. So I don't know where he was supposed to get that experience. With regards to Pep Guardiola, Mainz was in Bundesliga 2, and they offered him the job as player manager, and guess what? He turned out to be brilliant at it, because sometimes that's honestly, I don't know really where to go with that. But Pep Guardiola being appointed as manager of Barcelona is basically what Barcelona do. They appoint Cruyff school managers brought up through the system to take over the team, which is exactly what they do at Ajax, which is an ideal situation. If Pep Guardiola hadn't been really elite and excellent, he wouldn't have lasted 6 months there.
Facts.
They promote. That's what Barcelona do. So again, yeah, this is like so individualistic that I don't want to like say that what you're saying is wrong, but it's like, you know, it is wrong. You know, it's just those aren't things that stack up against that. Like we can hire somebody. Look, Nilante is right. And this is what I was saying. Everything Nilante has said is what I was saying before Klopp made the announcement. But how many times have I been on here, and I don't like repeating myself, but it's a short statement, so I'll repeat it. Life is all about timing, and we need a manager now. It's definitely a year or two soon for Alonso. It's definitely a year or two soon for us. But we need a manager now. If we could wait, we would. If we could wait, I'm not hitting back at you, Neil. It's just that I would love us to wait 2 years and Leverkusen win another league title and Alonso comes as the total finished product. But we need a manager now. So I think we might have to go a year early. Yeah, we spoke about that earlier on, but we can't hang around
as well.
Yeah, so if it's a year, it might be a year too early, but if he's available now and he wants to come now, as I said before, I think of all the people that comes, he gets the softest landing in terms of he'll get more time, more goodwill, and more buy-in from the fans, and that might make up for that 1 year. But this is a lot of this is none of this is ideal. None of this is perfect. None of this is how we would smooth transition into any of this. Klopp came in and dropped a fucking hand grenade in the middle of our season here. Let's not get it wrong. So now everything that was supposed to be 18 months away is now 4 months away. We can't get around that. So, and like you said, we don't have a sporting director. So the guy that would be making, 90% of these decisions isn't even in the building. This is what worries me. This is really what worries me. You know, I trust these owners because they brought out the goods before in terms of hiring people. But this is going to have to be one of their biggest. You know, I said Klopp is going to have to do one of his biggest man management jobs in getting this squad over the line in terms of a let's win everything for the manager and I kind of thing. But the owners also have, and Billy Hogan and whoever's running the club, their in tray, let's just say, it's pretty full right now, and it's not inconsequential stuff. It's big stuff. So I'm not saying I'm worried, but I am a little bit concerned.
There's a couple comments here backing up what you have to say. To be honest with you, he says basically, honestly, he says because he wants Alonso or Flick, but what if Flick comes and his style of play doesn't fit? And look at Pot, Chelsea, good manager, but his philosophy doesn't fit at Chelsea. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. But that's all hypothetical. We can say that about any manager that comes into the club. You know, honestly. So, yeah, I mean, again, it's hypothetical. We only can see the proof in the next year or so. That's it.
Yeah.
And again, just to reiterate Brian's thing, which is spot on again, you know, bro, everything echoing what I'm saying. We're at the point where the club is built and we can't go back. And again, we have to be, when the manager comes in, we have to give him the year transition. I get that. I understand that perfectly. But on year 2, it's all systems go. Again, we are Liverpool FC Football Club. We can't hang it back. We need to put a stamp because I want to see before my lifetime we should be getting past Man United's so-called record. You know what I mean? And we should have had it by now. But it is what it is.
Quasi says this too. This is a good shout. You know, the manager for Ginori, the Spanish side.
Mikel, Girona, they're doing very well.
He's having a great year, showing he's a manager that's somewhat come from somewhat nowhere to be able to do that well in a league like La Liga. Makes a big difference. Huge difference.
But can I just add to this the idea that the lack of experience, because the same people we've spoken this about 3 or 4 times now. there was a time, and it wasn't that long ago, when there was a group of managers on the market that I would call old school classic overcoat managers, but they were good managers. Mourinho, Ancelotti, Gus Hiddink, these type of just big, solid, reliable managers with 20 or 30 years in the game, stuff to back it up. We've entered into a period now where that's kind of disappeared. Ancelotti's a bit of a dying breed.
Yeah, there are no elite managers. It's like Alexander. There really aren't that. There aren't that. Even the elite managers that still remain, they're elite, but they're elite on their past CV. Yeah. They're not really like elite because they're really putting out incredible performance. You know, like your Mourinho, obviously.
Yeah.
They're the old guard, yeah. This is what almost every manager. If you can, like, honesty has basically. I want to know who honesty thinks. I don't want a fussed answer. I don't want a fudged answer. I mean, I'd like to know who you think will be the best candidate to be Liverpool manager, and also basically 90% of people that you pick out, I reckon, would qualify 100% as a gamble, because most of the people out there now are not proven at Real Madrid. They are not proven at people like that, at clubs like that. Those managers aren't out there to have 3 or 4 league titles and this and that. Amorim, he's a total gamble. Eero, he's a complete gamble. Alonso, he's a gamble. De Zerbi's a gamble. It's pick your poison.
Even the sporting manager, Ruben, he's a gamble too. I get that he's doing well in the Portuguese league. I get that his system is really connecting, is really making a real difference. But it's a matter of, and this is why I keep saying I posed that question on the sporting director versus what's more important for you to get in the door first, the sporting director or the coach. Obviously, ideally, we'd want both of them to arrive together. But if you had to pick out a priority to like figure out which one is the most important, which is the sporting director or a coach, you know, it's about like I'm more so on the lines of thinking about the sporting director. For me, I happen to think that it's more important to see who we get in as a sporting director than it is for a coach, because I think like you can get these types of results from new managers. Obviously, the names that we just said, you know, whether it's the Spanish league coach or the obviously Alonso in the Bundesliga or Ruben in the Portuguese league. These are all coaches, obviously had some type of history before them, but everyone would consider them as the new guard, I guess, or the new names. Even your De Zerbi's, coaches like that. It's more so about like, okay, the sporting director is going to have to be that guy that gets him the pieces that he needs to get over the line and get the direction going in that new coach's vision and direction. The sporting director is going to have to be the new guy that makes sure that we keep and hold on to the pieces that are important, that might not want to be here or might want to be here, or you know, or uncomfortable about their contract situation, whatever the case. It's a sporting director. Like Klopp's not signing contracts. Klopp's not like, you know, going out there and necessarily getting these players. So that's at least my.
This is what we said earlier on about the guy. Klopp's not going out there negotiating with agents trying to pick players. And like I said earlier on, it's like the engine and the transmission. You know, one without you know, you can have one, but you can have a great sporting director. You've no manager. You know, manager, great manager, no sporting director. This is the thing. This is kind of it's almost a little bit unprecedented. It's definitely unprecedented in our recent history. Is like, this is basically walking into a hotel kitchen and 80% of the staff are leaving on Monday. I mean, this is all levels. This is all aspects. This is from head chef down to, you know, the pot wash. They're all going. They're all leaving. So you need a guy to pick you a new head chef. Well, that's an important job. Who's going to pick that? I've never known this kind of level of. We've lost managers. We've lost. It used to be back in the day. You never would have known who a sporting director was. You never would have known who. But now they're more famous. So, but for so many of these people all to be going at the same time, we've got so many decisions to make and to get them all right. Which is why I think Alonso is the best, because he will get the most time. He will get the most sort of, oh, it's not his fault kind of time. But yeah, I really don't see where this is going, because I don't see any proper names in the door for a lot of this stuff. And this is
exactly
this is kind of
every last one of them is going to be it. Every last one of them is
But
going
you
to
know,
be every last one you put on that list has a, despite them doing well in whatever league they're doing it in, you know, there's a question mark that's always going to be like, are we going to, is it going to be a match? You know, is it going to be a match?
12 man. Do you know what this to me is like? It's like the swan analogy. It's like we're trying to look all calm, floating along on the top of the water, but underneath the water we're flapping like crazy. That's what I like. We're trying to be like, oh, it's all serene. We'll do this. We'll do that. But it's like every day. It's like there's desks being emptied. There's people leaving.
Chaos. I mean, there's chaos. The chaos that we're not seeing.
It's all good. It's all good. And so, who's going to sign our new players that we need? Who's going to sell our players that we need?
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, great. You know, we want to get these. You know, we want to do this, we want to do that. But what are the players? What are these players that we're going to get involved? Like, as in, for instance, I know when Xavi came to Leverkusen, he brought in 5 players and let go of 5 players. Obviously, you know, like, you know, maybe he has something of like if he's going to get he's obviously going to get a preseason because the coach will be gone by then, you know, or whatever coach comes in is going to have a preseason. They're going to say, oh well, you know, we have the stance to be able to make some of these moves. But there's a question here, guys. This is a question from M. Tarmizi. I have some context for it as well. He asked, do you think Germany's national team is a poison chalice like Chelsea? In that, and he asked, what do you think? And the context for that is this. He says, the higher-ups on the board control the absolute power regardless who the manager is for Germany, just like Chelsea. He says, just from his perspective, it's just my angle from an outside perspective. He thinks Flick is a top manager regardless of who's in control of the levers. So do you think it's so again, he's basically saying what we did see with, and it's a really good question too, because, you know, you could even say to the extent of, you know, there was the question of, did Edwards leave because Klopp was trying to have too much power and say over the players that were being brought in? You know, who's going to be really the who's going to be, you know, the one that wears the pants in that relationship is basically, I take it somewhat what you're hearing from this, and even more so, even with Chelsea, it's like, you know, the owners. It seems like the ownership is making a lot of decisions as opposed to the actual people that they have in control of those decisions. But for us, you know, do you think it's a poison chalice? Are we possibly? He says, do you guys think that the Germany national team is a poison chalice like Chelsea? Do you think that we are dangerously close to possibly having that be a reality for ourselves? It's a context. It's a really deep question.
Yeah, Brian, you go first for this.
Thank you. Right. So is the Germany job poison chalice, just like the Chelsea job?
Mm-hmm.
And the second part of that question was about how Hansi Flick is a better manager than we think he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Germany job, Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it is. The Germany team has been in decline for a long time now,
Yeah.
and that is to do a lot with
Feels a lot to do with
without
Pep. It has a lot to do with Pep.
yeah, without getting into the bones of it. It's a lot to do with modern football and the changes at youth football, where you had my birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday for yesterday, Chris Angel. And happy birthday.
Oh,
It's
Yes.
happy belated birthday, Mr. Angel.
yeah, you can kind of tie it in a lot with the death of the modern striker. You can do a lot. The German national team has become focused on what some other national teams have become focused on, which happened in Iceland. It happened in the Faroe Islands, and it happened in a lot of the newer European countries that were taken on board into UEFA. You weren't expecting this answer, were you? That was basically where over there was an over reliance on the acceleration of technical excellence, and how everybody had to have UEFA high quality coaching, and basically what you had a lot of was everybody being turned into technical midfielders, and all around type players. And what was happening was the larger build, the the Haaland being a freak example of this, the Peter Crouches, these kind of players that weren't technically as good as the smaller kids around them, were being discarded at earlier ages due to the kind of the increased focus on technical ability in countries like Germany and Scandinavian countries, which led to the death of the striker, the modern number 9, and a surfeit and too many attacking midfielders, which has led to a kind of a lack of an identity in the German team, which has bled into what he's talking about, a lot of political infighting and things like that, and a
Right.
revision in
Right.
some countries now where they've actually scrapped some of these UEFA protocols, where they've realised the mistakes that they made, that they were basically throwing away kids at the age of 12 or 13. They could have been the next Peter Crouch, the next Benzema, but they were too big and gangly, these type of players. Now, again, before anybody in the chat comes at me, this is being massively oversimplified for the sake of being able to say it, the sake of 30 seconds. But that's what's happened to too many countries now, where they've lost their footballing identity. They've lost what made them good, and they've all tried to become the same. Always basically, so you can your coaches all comply to what you're supposed to do. And the German national team is the kind of job that a guy like Nagelsmann takes, or someone like that takes, in a really weird situation. It's like yeah, it's completely different to Chelsea, where you have a lot of ex-players in charge of Germany. Whereas Chelsea, I don't really get the comparison. Chelsea is the ultimate poison chalice, but Germany is another team that you can expect to see a long time before they do anything at the national game, because they have uh, they have a home tournament now coming up that they don't have any games for, and yeah, they're a good case study in what's happened to football. Is the German team, because they were beating Brazil 7-2 at home not that long ago in
Mhm.
Belo Horizonte in the Brazilian
Yeah,
World
yeah,
Cup.
the World Cup. Yeah, oh Lord, that
Yeah,
Brazil team. Ugh.
yeah, and they've just completely dropped off ever since. A massive powerhouse. That's just my thing on Germany. I don't really know if that answers the question. It it doesn't really prove Hansi Flick. I don't know. I really don't know. This guy's a product of the German system. Um, could he come to England to do something? He might be, but see, this is the point I wanted to make earlier on, and someone said this earlier on, is that Alonso could be the new Pep, and we were talking about all these guys as gamblers, and this is the whole point. Yes, these guys that I was talking about aren't out there, right? But much like the next whatever player you want to talk about is out there, the next Pep is out there, the
Mhm.
next Klopp is out there, the next. It's just that they're all really young now, and most of them don't have the experience. Someone's going to pick the right one. Like like the Zerbi could be the next Pep. Alonso could be the next Ancelotti.
Yeah.
It's just
But
Amarim could be
you
the
gotta be
next Mourinho.
willing.
Got to be
I was gonna
brave.
say real quick.
Yep.
just interject real quick. But you got to be prepared to have. Yeah, you got to be prepared. If you say, like, for instance, De Zerbi, you got to be prepared if you're going to if you're going to say, okay, De Zerbi's my guy, or this manager is going to be my guy. You have to be prepared for the the shortcomings or the pitfalls that that we. Hey, Brighton hasn't really been flying in on all cylinders this year. There's been games where have been real head scratchers as to, like, what's going on at Brighton type games. But that's what happens when you have a new manager that's learning how to get through these adversities, knowing how to get through these tough periods, knowing how to motivate the camp, to get to be up for big games, so and so. It's not as easy. It's not all cut and dry as a lot of people would like to hope that it is.
No, I'll use a music analogy if you let me just one more minute.
Yeah,
basically,
sure,
what you're doing at the moment is there's no more Beatles, there's no more Rolling Stones, there's no more Beach Boys, there's no more The Who. There's no more big bands guaranteed to sell you 20 million albums that we can sign to a record deal tomorrow. So basically, what we're doing is we're signing bands on demos. Because all out there is bands with demos. And one of them's going to be next Nirvana, one is going to be next Led Zeppelin. But there's no one out there now that can hand you, we sold 50 million albums last year. Off our first debut, we're the next Guns N' Roses. Do you want to sign us up? No. So everyone out there, it's all demos. And someone has the next Arctic Monkeys demo in there. It's just who gets it, who picks the right one. And it's kind of exciting, but it's also a little bit worrying. There isn't that stone cold, we can bring this guy in and we're going to sell 20 million albums and it won't cost. It's like, we can bring this guy in, they might be the next freaking Nirvana, who knows, but it's a gamble. But that's all there is out there is demos. There's really, even if Alonso was to win the Bundesliga this season and they're currently unbeaten, and he took over Leverkusen when they were, I think, 18th in the Bundesliga in October, like Klopp did at Liverpool. He took over Leverkusen in October. They were 18th, having finished around 8th the previous season, which meant they were already in European competition. He got them to a European final that season, much like Gerrard did with Rangers, and he got them up to around 6th, I think, from 18th, got them a European final. And now this season, he has them unbeaten, top of the Bundesliga. It's like, you can't ignore that.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's a hell of a demo. It's basically what I'm saying is this is the best demo.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I
can hear some hit singles.
You're saying basically the same way that, like, the same way Wu-Tang was found out, was found. It was like one of those, demo tapes that someone happened to be going through the lot of tapes, and he happened to see a Wu-Tang demo tape, and he said, "Let me give Wu-Tang. Let me give this a try."
You know what I mean? There's a hidden gem out there, and it's just waiting for someone to find who it is. It's exciting. Yeah. I don't know I think it's kind of it.
I'm hoping that our fan base can be. You're right about the soft landing. I can agree with that. Like, as in, I hope our fan base can be open-minded enough to give him some space to kind of learn and grow into the position even more so. It's going to be a learning experience for us all, whether it's players, fans, how he deals with, like, being a former legend. You know what, too, real quick, and this is a real quick question. It's a little slightly off topic, but it's just something that I heard that on another channel, and it was mentioned, and I kind of scratched my head to say, is that true or not? Do you think Xabi Alonso is a Liverpool legend? Considering he was only here for, I think he was here for 4 years, right? Would you have in your mind, is Xabi Alonso a Liverpool legend? Brian, you can answer first. I see you're interested in it.
I'll let Nilante go. Let Nilante go.
Okay, Nilante, yes. And chat, please answer this question in your own honesty, in your own honest words or own honest opinion. Is Xabi Alonso a Liverpool legend, considering how long he was with the team and how many other teams he's been with?
Okay, but let me throw it back to you, 12. This is a question.
Oh,
What
no, all right,
context?
okay. He's a legend.
Oh.
So I'll give you my answer.
Okay. I was going to just say, what context are we classifying the word legend?
I got you. I mean, okay, so, all right, how about this? Legend, I mean, obviously Gerrard is a legend, right? But
Yeah.
I would put someone like a Divock or Divock Origi as being an icon, someone that had iconic moments, but isn't necessarily a legend. You know what I mean? I know we throw around world class, legend. I know a lot of people throw that word around so willy nilly, as you guys say over in the UK, I think, right?
Well, yeah, it's not a maths question, so it depends on what you think legend is. But if we go with a generic legend term, we have a lot of legends. So Neil Ante, I wouldn't.
For certain.
Let's give him a loose version of
a loose interpretation of the word legend.
Yeah,
is what he qualifies for. You're saying? Okay.
Okay.
Dustin said yes. Antoine said Antone, excuse me. Ant said Xabi Alonso is a legend. Alexander said if Origi is, then yes, I'm not saying Origi's a legend. I said he's iconic. He's an iconic character. He's iconic.
He wanted to say legend, I could tell.
You're right. Zabiri says legend is a stretch. He holds no significant record.
Man, like Zabiri. Out amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Zabiri is never going to hold anything back. He's going to give you.
Oh yeah, I know Zabiri's work anyway. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Honesty says he is a LFC great, not a legend. Okay, that's an interesting way to put it. Because he says he's a great / legend because his prime, sadly enough, was at Real Madrid and he won a treble, if I'm not mistaken, at Bayern.
No, he wasn't.
Humble opinion, Origi is a legend. Okay, Dustin, I got you. And then Marion, of course, Marion gotta give one of our Reds queens her take. She says yes, she loved him and was upset when he left.
I'm sure she did. Marion, keep yourself out there.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, like I'm not going to say who said it. I'm not going to say who said it and where I heard it. But when I heard it, it piqued my ears because I've always thought Xabi Alonso was a legend for us. But but the guy that was saying it said he's not. So,
well, for me, I'd have very, very strong feelings on whether or not he's a legend because, as this all comes down to like wording and all of that kind of stuff as well. But
yeah, I know because he won a Champions League and an FA Cup. People remember that too. He did win a Champions League and an FA Cup.
Yeah, we have. Again, it's like don't mess up favorite, don't mess up best, don't mess up, most important or whatever. But like Xabi Alonso is my favorite Liverpool player of all time.
Right.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, bro.
Oh, he is. No, he's my number. No, Xabi Alonso is my number one.
I'm laughing at Superior.
No, I just mean like for me, that guy is. Yeah, he's my favorite Liverpool player. I mean, if I could be a player, I'd be Xabi Alonso.
Yeah.
It's just the pure class of the guy, and the way he showed up, and the way he walked into the team, so young, 22, and we've been so poor for a long time before that. We've been lacking real real class, real quality class, and this guy showed up and was just like, holy hell, like, what? This. This is a different level of footballer. And we didn't even see, like people saying we didn't see the best of him. Why do you think he played for Real Madrid? Why do you think he played for Real Madrid? This guy
Clear
probably
quality,
would.
yeah, world class, World Cup,
Yeah,
European Championship with Spain, yeah. Oh, come on, yeah,
World Cup,
100%,
everything, absolutely everything,
everything,
and he won.
yeah.
I think to be part of that, just to be part of that squad that won the Champions League and to be one of the goal scorers in it. If
Mhm.
I get that he doesn't, and again, this is a Liverpool problem because the legends at Liverpool are many and they're storied and they are dripping with medals. So that's the problem. Like at any other club, he probably would be bona fide straight into the Hall of Fame legend status. But we just happen to have a wall of fucking legends. You know, we've got
Yeah.
with three European Cups, 8 league titles, 4 FA Cups, the whole lot.
Mhm.
But to me, he was the one that just brought back a new kind of a kind of just pride in the club where no, we've got good players. Like I know we have no, we've got class now. We've got some real class here. You know, and
Mhm.
it kind of gave me a bit of pride back into we'd had some really janky players in the middle. And he
Mhm.
was just someone like if we'd had 2 or 3 more years out of him, maybe something special. But
Oh yeah.
I just to
So
me,
he's not.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
I kind of
So
call
wait,
him
he's
a
not. So
legend
then,
because I know
am I saying? I'm about to say, are you now saying that Sabi? You know, I'm not trying to. You know, I'm not trying to.
Tom's not
I'm
happy
not
with
trying to
this.
set you
Go
up.
on, Tom.
I'm not trying to set you up
Tom's not
or
happy
anything
with
like
this. He's
that.
like, how are you trying to say, Brian? Get to the core.
he's a legend in my house. He's a
Yeah, that's fair
legend in
enough.
my house. He's a legend in my house, but I don't. I can see why people would say he is, but I would then say you're wrong
You can see why they
because
say he's not.
yeah, because it's just who we've had. But
I mean, he plays. He
really,
does play in.
honestly,
Couldn't you just say? Couldn't you say the easy answer is he? I mean, it is just a very easy answer. I know I'm definitely taking it for guys for a little bit of a laugh, but he does play in the Legends game for us. You know, he has played in the
Oh yeah.
Legends game. So
Oh yeah. Days of the Great, but so
yeah.
was Bjorn Torn, Kwame, and
I've been,
Fan Dan Hegem. You
I
know
know
all
not
these.
every
Yeah,
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 12
everyone that
months.
plays in the Legend games is necessarily a
I've
legend.
been
You know.
to a Legends game.
yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
to a Legends game. I've been to a Legends game in Dublin at Lansdowne Road,
Uh-huh.
and
Mhm.
it was Liverpool Legends, right? And I'm going to tell you how bad this experience was.
Oh,
That
oh no.
I've given myself about 10 seconds now to kind of fill in time,
Mhm.
and I was hoping I would remember, but I still cannot
Mhm.
remember who the opposition were. It was Liverpool Legends versus somebody, and I still no, it hasn't come to. I'm not even pretending. I can't remember who it was. It was it was possibly one of the worst experiences of my life. It was like I don't really like kind of watching shit football, and it was unbelievably cold, and Alonso wasn't playing, and it was like watching. It's like when you're at 5-a-side and you can't play for some or whatever, and you just turn around and on the other pitch there's an 11-a-side going on between a load of 45 and 50-year-old blokes. It was just
Mhm.
like that. It looked like that with the occasional kind of half decent touch or something. It was one of the worst experiences ever. It was like watching a load of people who can't play football anymore trying to play football. Like Jan Molby was playing. He must be about 60.
Oh God, yeah. Jeez, I
I
mean,
mean,
Moby back in the day. Yeah, the
Patrick
timber for
Berger.
you.
Patrick Berger was playing. He can't run anymore. Smeacher was playing. Fowler was playing.
Oh
Jason
yeah,
McAteer was playing. Like
was
they could run 4 yards, 5 yards, and then they were done. It's those things are awful. And it was like
Brian was
February in Dublin. I wanted to go home.
oh, I don't blame you, Brian. Brian was Phil Bad playing.
I
He
mean,
may well have
you
been one. You know
know
what I mean?
what's funny?
I still can't remember
Yeah.
who we were. Oh, hang on. I remember. No, we were playing Ireland. Yes, we were
Oh,
playing
it's coming
Ireland.
back 12.
It
Oh,
was an Ireland 11. So what
oh,
happened was Robbie Keane played Ronnie Whelan. Now, Ronnie Whelan is about 62,
yeah,
63.
about that, yeah.
Jason McAteer played. And what they did was The Irish Liverpool players swapped at half time and played for
Yeah,
Ireland.
one.
Some of them. At this point, Robbie Keane had only just retired from playing from LA Galaxy, so he was still fit, and he looked like a 14-year-old playing with his dad's mate. It was honestly like go to the pub and meet them afterwards, or do the hospitality thing or something. But Jesus, man, watching the games. Like these boys can't run, like they can't. Like Ronnie Whelan was just straight up fat. Like it's like on a massive big pitch. Put him on an 7-a-side pitch or something, maybe 5-a-side. But no, definitely just go and do the hospital. That'd be brilliant. Meet and get your autographs and stuff.
Of course.
That'd be great. But the matches themselves, oh Jesus, man. No, and they were like 35 quid a ticket. This kind of shit. Now we got in free on these kind of janky media passes. We didn't pay for it. But people were paying like 35 quid to go and see it. Like, jeez.
I do have a question for Philip, because I know I just put it in the chat to try to get a question, because I want to bring up some of these comments from the chat, because this has definitely struck a nerve with some people. And I just put a question, and Philip, hopefully you see that question or see the response or the question I gave to him as well. But yeah, Zabiri says Minamino had more impact than Xavi.
Oh wow, Subi's really upset.
Zabiri does not.
Wow, Subi's really putting a knife in. Sub, you be learning. See, that's why you're hanging around with Grizz too much, yeah. You and Grizz, you're upset the apple cart.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, you need to check what's in that cigar, Zubi. Yeah, I think one of your friends has been playing with your cigars, Zubi. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Chris is with him. He says this is why we get along. He says my samurai taki. I guess that Chris agrees. I guess.
It's still disrespected Diaz.
Would you say? Say it again.
I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware of Zubi's skills, but there's about 5,000 kilometers between us, so I'm prepared to say that's a load of shite. But I'm looking outside my window now, just in case. I'll be checking under the car tomorrow. Yeah.
Come outside.
Okay.
Philip, this is why I put the question in there for him, and I'm going to get to everyone else's comments too. Philip said, not a legend for him. He says, not a legend for us. He wasn't at the club long enough, but he was a great for us. I noticed a lot of people are utilizing that word great now instead of legend as well. And the reason why I brought up Philip's question was I asked him, is it time served at a club and or the contributions and accomplishments met that determine legend status? So if you were just here for, for like
that's my point.
Run where we get a treble, or we run where we get or we win a Champions League, in the time spent space you're here, does that count more to your legend status than, let's say, you were here for 7 years, or the majority of your career was here at Liverpool, and now you're and in that 7-8 year span, you had one Champions League, or you have one FA Cup or something like that. Does that dictate what you look at as being legendary status? How about for you guys? Are you guys because his answer was, he says it's time served. He says it's time served and what accomplishments earned as a part of the team for him.
Okay, Philip has got very sensible. He's got very logical points. I think he kind of echoes a bit what I said. Time served, the accomplishments, you as a player, what you achieved in the team, that all comes to buy. But in terms of Alonso, I think I'll sum it up. Yeah, he's a great player, and if he would have stayed, he would have been a legend, but not quite yet. But the legend status, probably if he stayed another, I'll say 2 years, he would have been a legend for me, and he would have been that. But he's a great player. He is a great. I mean, no one can. No, all of us can agree with that. So
I like how people are changed. Like a lot of people are transitioning to that. He's a great, not a legend. I got you. Okay.
Well, I can go with it. I can think. Basically, I'll do the word thing, right? And I can understand that people are trying to find a
Because
different way to
Ance's
say
comment
that.
makes sense too. Incorporate
Yeah.
Ance's comment too into your own as well, if you can.
Sorry, let him correct that. There's not many players that leave LFC and still do great things. He was seamless in every other team. Legend in my eyes all day. Okay,
As a
right.
player, yes. We know that.
Legendary footballer, absolutely, right.
Yes,
So
of course.
what people are maybe kind of going with great is because they don't want to call him a legend because of the things that I've said before with the other guys, because that means you're putting him up there with that guy, because legend is basically your top tier. There's nothing past legend, right? Like when you play video games, the top tier guns are legendary weapons, right? So there's nothing that's the top tier. So they don't want to put him up there, but they're acknowledging what he did. And what I would say to that is the way that I would put it, even though to me, the man is a god. The man is basically everything that's brilliant about football. Everything is classy about football. But that's just purely my taste. Some people like tea, some people like coffee, right? So
Yeah,
when you
exactly.
talk about the legends, I think when you talk about legends, yes, I would say the difference between a great and a legend is a player that was there for a long time. Yes, that's what I would say. It's longevity, like achievements makes you great, and then achievements plus longevity makes you a legend. So one or two titles is a great, and then titles over a long period of time, that would make you a legend. So that's how I would go along with it. I would back it that way. But the only reason he isn't a legend is because of the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm reading these comments. Some of these comments are harsh. Like, or not harsh, but like the way they're putting it. Like he doesn't. I mean, I don't even know if they think of him as a great, because they're saying this was about
that last one. Sorry, Alexander. Alexander is, if Alonso is a great, Adrian is great by helping the Prem, winning season and winning Super Cup. Lol. That's the worst comment I've ever heard on you.
Yeah. I wouldn't put him as a great. I would put him again. That's that. Again, when I say icon or iconic status, icon to me means like you had like a shining moment that brought brilliance to our club. You know, brought some type of like accreditation to our club. You know, you had like a great goal. You had an iconic moment. You know, that's those are the kind of players I would put in icon. Is as like Divock has had multiple iconic moments for us. Am I going to say he's a Liverpool legend? No, I'm not going to go that far. But I mean, the only reason I'm responding the way I am, Brian, is because of this. Like Chris's comment to Zubiri was, he says Lovren's goal against Dortmund tops anything Alonso has done for us. Plus, what Lovren won us. And I'm just like,
listen, I can see in the chat Marianne's getting upset and asking him. Marianne's getting proper upset. Okay, let me ask the chat this. Yeah. Marianne, calm down. Marianne, calm down. Look, everyone has their opinions, yeah? If you think he's a legend, that's fine. Ain't no one's disrespecting him, you know?
No, I know. I'm not trying to start fights. I'm just saying that.
No. I'm just trying to tell Marianne to calm down because she's just scared a bit irate. It's just opinions. It's not personal. Everyone rates Sabi, you know? And whether there's scouts are born here or wherever in the country, it doesn't matter. Marianne, you need to just stop being upset, just chill and just take it easy.
Yeah.
And Marianne.
That was his first penalty. That was his first penalty.
No, Marianne, I literally said Xabi Alonso is my favorite player of all time. I don't know what higher praise I can give to that.
Exactly. Well, let me ask the chat this, because since this Alonso thing is setting off the chat, let me ask the chat this. I mean, you two can answer that. And again, I'm going to be real. I'm going to rip off the Band-Aid. Luis Suarez, as a human being, he's a scumbag, but as a player, he was world class. Is he a legend?
No. Luis Suarez will never be a legend. No, he will never be a legend.
Same. He will
be. Yeah, I mean, that's a that's what we need to talk about. Luis Suarez kind of moment.
Mm.
You know, that's like best. What if you're talking about just being good at football, right? Without want to sound like if you're just talking about being good at football, there's not many better than Luis Suarez that have ever played for Liverpool. Like literally, just technically, ability wise. I mean, this name me a better, just technically better footballer. Forget trophies,
Incredible
mindset.
player. Incredible player. Yeah, on the pitch,
So
incredible. Yeah.
You're talking about legend. You're talking about all that. You're talking about. I mean, the guy was a problem. The guy was a loose cannon. He was a problem.
Yeah.
We didn't win anything with him. But my God, that season, peak Suarez. The guy broke. He broke. He got 32 goals. Right. I think he got 32 goals in a season.
Yeah.
And he was banned. He was banned for the first 6 games.
6, 7,
6
yeah.
games.
No
And
penalties.
he's just got 32 again, and no penalty.
Yeah.
That's not human.
So is he a legend then? Is Suarez a legend?
No, he can't be a legend. No, he's one of the greatest footballers, right, to ever play for him. But never won anything. Never. Always kind of half wanted to fuck off somewhere else. You're talking about the legends. This is what I'm saying. The legends should be the guys that were there, and you know the names. The names. When we talk about legends, we know there's a legends lounge at Liverpool. You know, we all know who we're talking about, and then the guys below that are the ones we can all argue about whether world class, be yada yada yada. Who's your, like to me, I've never seen it. Like Suarez is better than Torres, but I've never seen a more pure, in his flow, unstoppable striker than Luis Suarez or than Fernando Torres. Jesus Christ, But Suarez could do absolutely everything Torres could do. We had all these players that you can just you can put them all up against one another. But look at this. Buvac is more than a legend for us now. See, he's just no. This is just silly stuff now. This is just like he's an educated. Chris Angel is an educated man, and he's acting like a 12-year-old now, just trying to get lols from people. I mean, I think this is it's unedified.
I already put that Chris and Isabel are trying to poke the bear a little bit with their comments. But what I will ask this is this, then, if anything, because I personally do think Xabi Alonso is a legend in my mind. I do think he's a legend, considering that, like, I'm very similar with what Ant has to say, in that he's a legendary football player, because he's going on to be great. Even after he left, he was a great player before he came to Liverpool. He's obviously become a great player even after he's gone on with his career. But I also think of him as a legend because a lot of people do recognize him and acknowledge his time with Liverpool. He was a part of that Champions League.
Anyone that's in that game, man. Anyone that was in that Champions League final, you're already on the bus almost. You're on that bus. He scored a goal in it. He's got the credentials. He's 100% got the credentials. But like I said, it's like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, but before it got shit. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, you've got, like, you're good, but are you this good? And that's, like I say, with the Liverpool Legends thing, it's like, we can be harsh. It's not like, you know what I'm saying. I'll let you on, but you know what I'm saying.
So then Brian and Nalante and the chat, please. If I think he's a legend, you might not think he's a legend. Let's move somewhat past that, because this is just perked another question. Then, can you name 3 in the Premier League era? Not talking about all time, but I'm talking about in the Premier League era. Can you name the 3 better midfielders, than Xavi that have played for Liverpool? Can you name 3 better midfielders in our history, during the Prem history? Not talking about the entire history of Liverpool. I'm just talking about in the Prem.
Quick question. Mm-hmm. better than Javi,
Yep.
but they can only be holding or central. You can't say like attacking midfield. So if you're talking about Xabi Alonso, he was an out and out quarterback DM. So if you're talking about better you have to be talking purely about defensive midfielders than him.
Okay.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
wanted to go. So you want to expand that to be top 3 LFC DMs in Premier history.
I'm just saying, like, if someone like, has there been a better midfielder than Xabi Alonso? You could say, oh well, Gerrard was better, but I would say no, but no, Alonso's a DM, you know. Or you could say, who's a really good midfielder now? You know,
I'm sorry,
he's not
Zaviri is definitely trying to poke the bear. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, man, those.
This is his answer. Let me see if I can get it up.
I see it out there. Junior, but do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to compare him, because almost I would say in the role he played, as a quarterback, defensive midfielder, in the Premier League era, no, we haven't had a better player. Absolutely not. We have nothing like the level of Xabi Alonso. In the history of the club, it would be again. It would be a slightly newer role, but if you would be talking about the top, I wouldn't. If you're going to say, I would get specific on this because people are getting specific as hell in the chat. So screw you. I'd say defensive midfielders only defensive midfielders. So quarterback. So forget anybody that's attacking. Take them out of the equation. So Barnes doesn't count. Gerrard doesn't count.
Okay, so we're focusing on the Pacific area.
It would be Souness and Molby in my lifetime. And I said it before, I don't like to talk about players that I've never watched playing football because I'm just talking out my hole and I'm going what other people say. I barely watched Souness play, but I've seen enough of him and I've read enough for people to know that he was the real deal. So I would say only Alonso, maybe Souness, and someone like Molby as defensive midfielders, quarterback type players that have been anywhere near. Like Alonso is probably, apart from Souness, like Alonso is the only player I've ever seen who can play two through balls in the same pass. And what I mean by a through ball is is a pass that beats two players and then lands at the feet of another player. Alonso can play a pass between 4 footballers from 60 yards away from its intended target, along the ground, and it land where it's supposed to be. Very few footballers are capable of that kind of technique at Liverpool Football Club that I've ever seen. So for me, I've never seen a better footballer, technician, footballing brain in that deep line midfield role than ever for us. I've never seen one play. I've seen bits of Souness, I've seen bits of Moby, but no, for me, he's the best we've ever had in that role, bar none. And I mean that. And I know my football, as people say. I don't really know that much. I read it, but I mean, I kind of know what I'm talking about. And for me, I think he's the best we've ever had in terms of that quarterback role, that DM role. Name me a better player. Name me a better one.
That's what I'm asking. That's what it's like.
Easy.
Look,
easy.
Like, yeah, it's a real struggle to figure out who would be a better player in that role, or especially in that role.
Oh, that's easy.
But I mean,
that's easy.
If you were,
let's tell me, baby. Let's go. Solve it up to me.
It's easy. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you the one he's 10 times better than Alonso.
I like Ant's list here. Xabi Alonso, John Barnes are probably it's a really good shout.
Not in the Premier League, not for me. John Barnes in the Premier League, no. He's past his prime. Prime John Barnes was a beast. Not in the Premier. Yeah, he's past. He was good, but he was just past his prime.
I know he ended up in that role, but he started out as left winger.
Yeah. So Brian said we just focus on the DM, the actual DMs in the Prem.
Yeah.
You said it was easy, so let's go. Solve it up to me. No, Nilante has a name ready to go. He's ready to start.
Yeah, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready to get it out.
Mascherano could be a shout. Stephen I think he misspelled his name, but yeah. That could be a shout. I saw Fabinho being possibly in that list. That could be a shout. I mean, like considering he was regarded as one of the greatest or one of the world-class talent in the DM role. He wasn't really a quarterback, as you're saying Xabi Alonso was. But I mean, it's one of those things. It's for me. If there was other than obviously Gerrard, there's no other player that in the midfield. If I was doing a draft, let's say, and we were picking midfielders, regardless of where you're going to try to play them and figuring out where they're going to play, yada yada. That's one thing. But if you're just on talent alone, I would say that Gerrard and then Xabi Alonso is a very close second on that list for me as being a midfield. It's being someone in the midfield that I would look to say, okay, that would be my second pick. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm still waiting on Yolante's name. I'm waiting.
Oh, no, Brian, I'll go one for you. Salif Diao.
Yeah.
Pulling your leg, Brian. Oh, God. No. So, but all seriousness.
No, what a summer that was. What a summer that was.
Flipping heck, mate. That was Houllier. Oh, my God. Honestly.
Some of these players are like what Nolante said to the chat. Some of these players are like Nolante said. They played in the Prem technically, but a lot of them were coming towards the end of their career, as opposed to Xavi, who played in the Prem but had a lot more to offer once he left the Prem. So
yeah. Just for the chat, we're just focusing, as Brian said, we're just focusing on the DMs. So not the central midfielders, the DMs, as Brian said. Yeah. So the DMs we've had in our Premier League history.
I mean, where do you get like Barnes when he dropped in? I mean, yeah. Look, if Thiago had come to Liverpool at prime Thiago at 23 and done 8 years, then I think he might be the only one that we would have been looking at going, oh yeah, he was as good as Alonso.
Yeah, he was quality.
We didn't get that Thiago. If we gotten Bayern Munich Thiago or late stage Barcelona Thiago. We haven't replaced, as far as I'm concerned, we've never replaced Xavi Alonso.
No.
We never have. Just what would he be today? He might not exist, but that Rodri, that is just like that guy. I mean, if you don't know how good he was, just YouTube Xavi Alonso. It'll mainly be like long range goals and stuff, but it didn't tell you. Just when we had him and Mascherano in midfield with that Benitez season, we were almost unbeatable. And a lot of people forget about 12-man. You remember Momo Sissoko. He was a fantastic defensive midfielder. He was like an N'Golo Kante back in the day. Would run all day, cover tons of ground. Oh yeah, he was brilliant. But we just had Mascherano, who was basically at that basically what people call now the destroyer role, but he was far more than that. But he was the best in the world at being that destroyer. And then sitting beside him, we had Xavi Alonso, basically the Tom Brady, that Mahomes, name your quarterback. That's the Dan Marino sitting there beside him. Mascherano win the ball, give it to Alonso, and you had Gerrard and Torres ahead of him making runs. The only problem was in that team, the left wing was always Albert Riera or some other guy. We were always short of left winger. But that midfield was so perfect. Gerrard, Alonso, Mascherano. That's one of the best, most perfectly balanced Liverpool midfields. If anyone in the chat has a shout for a better midfield three at Liverpool, Alonso, Gerrard, Mascherano. What a midfield three.
You can't that could be one of the greatest composition of midfielders that we've ever seen in the Prem. In the Premier history.
And the most annoying thing with those three, we didn't even win the trophy. That's the part of it. With that, the three of them is mad.
Do you remember Benitez? Gerrard was hard to play. It was like Trent these days.
Gerrard on the right hand side. Right wing.
Yeah, Jared wanted to be a midfielder. Jared was like, "No, I'm a midfielder. Put me in midfield. Make me the man." And Benitez was like, "No, you're too wild a spirit. You're too you want to do everything. You want to be everywhere. I need control." Yeah, and it's like that's brilliant what you do. And he said, "Stevie, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have Alonso and Gerrard in the middle, or Alonso and Mascherano, and I'm just going to push you up basically at number 10 or off the right behind frickin' Fernando Torres, for God's sake." And Gerrard didn't want to do it. And what happens? Gerrard scored, I think, 23 goals, the most goals he's ever scored. Rafa Benitez was a defensive coach, apparently. He unlocked Gerrard. He basically said to Gerrard, go do whatever you want to do. You have no defensive responsibility. Go up there, go on the right. And then we had Alonso and Mascherano, and then Fernando Torres at his best playing off.
At his best, that helped a lot.
That combination, oh my god, devastating! I remember the goal against Newcastle. I think they just played 1-2s, and I think Torres slipped the defender and put it in. I think it was a 3-0 win in that 08-09 season. Honestly, they were devastating together.
Oh, Gerrard playing blind pass. He said it himself. He said, "Me and Torres." He said that was it. That was it. Like didn't even look. Never needed to look. Just instant first time balls. Fernando will be there. That was just so perfect.
We'll have to do an episode on who's a legend, who's an icon, and who's an icon, who's a great, and who's a legend. We have to do that because, like, you just mentioned. Sure, I mean, he's one of my favorite players, but El Nino is.
Oh, you don't even talk.
El Nino doesn't necessarily. Yeah, it's a shame because El Nino doesn't necessarily correlate to being a great in some people's minds, considering the way that he's moving.
Torres in that Liverpool, that 08-09 jersey, Fernando Torres in that 08-09 jersey is one of the most beautiful Liverpool. That's with the collar. It's so nice, and him in that is just so perfect. We can definitely do a tier list from.
Let's do a tier list. Yeah.
While Chris was asking earlier on, he was saying which is bigger, icon or legend or whatever. So we can forget all that, right? So we can basically say, right, for tonight's list, legend is top tier. I think we use video game. So legendary weapons are always the top tier weapons. So legend is top. Then icon, then great, or whatever you want to do, and then we can tier them. So there's no arguing about which is, what is a legend bigger than an icon? In tonight's list, legend is top, and icon is bottom if you want.
Yeah, I would have put icon as being like, I would have put great, considering a lot of people were utilizing great as like saying he wasn't a legend, but he was a great player for us.
Icon. And then know what icon is? Icon is flashy cult hero. Like Origi is an icon.
Cult hero.
Cult hero. To me, he's not an icon. Origi is just a guy who happened to be here at some of the moments that this enormous club happens to have had along its way. To me, Origi is almost the kind of a Forrest Gump of football. He just happened to be there at some of the bigger moments and contributed. He's never someone that, to me, I can put in a icon or a legend or thing. It's just like he's a cult hero, maybe at best. I mean, but yeah, you can do, and then I suppose you can pick from whatever players you want. But that would be a good list. Would be like. Then
I want to do that. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna put like, I'm gonna come up with probably like, we'll do it like we'll do like what 20 players, something like that. I'll pick out 20 players and ask
basically only play. If you're gonna do it for Liverpool, you're gonna have to be absolutely brutal in terms of what the entrance fee is, and if you're gonna do legends, icons, the entrance fee would have to be at least a European Cup medal, I would suggest, because nobody that's going
to eliminate a lot of people, but yeah,
but it's going to also leave you a huge number of people as well, because if you're talking
we'll say a league title or a
it's only going to give you one from the modern era. but then you're only going to have one. You know, we only have one league title in the modern era. So
yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I
yeah.
know, I get that. I get that. Yeah.
oh, yeah, a lot of these
And I
players
mean, but
are
it was
going
like
to
only a
be
year later. That way, some of the people that are, you know, that were part of the league title but weren't part of the Champions League can be in the conversation. That's what I
But
was going to say.
all the good ones won the Champions League as well. I reckon all the good players that won the league for us also won the Champions League. There wouldn't be many players that won a league title for Liverpool in the modern era under Klopp that didn't win that Champions League title that you'd be like, oh, they have to be a legend. That'd be interesting, actually. I don't think there's that many difference between. No icon above legend. Yeah, okay. Marianne is very.
I know. I was
very
just making sure that Marion understands. We're not trying to take
You
away
can
from
tier
that
the
at
list.
all.
We can tier the list. Like I say, it's just how do we? It's like, what's
Yeah.
your version of BCD? Yeah, and if it, what's your version
Wow.
of fail this that like. But
Oh, nice.
yeah,
That is cool.
Nice.
Pick up, man.
That's a
Pick up,
great
man.
day.
Thank you
I'm
for
sorry.
sharing that. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
big up.
that day we beat
But
Man United, my son was born.
Blessings right there. What a day that was.
yeah, that is a blessings of a day.
I've been talking to Antoine twice now on Rod's channel.
Mhm.
He's that's on same. Sorry, just wanted to check there. Yeah,
He's a
Antoine.
good lad.
Yeah.
Definitely. Really good lad.
Yeah, no, I've been talking to him twice. He's really good, and I didn't know that, man. That's really good. But no,
Yeah.
you're really sound lad, and hopefully you can hook up a 12 man and come on some, like, because you got some really good opinions,
Yeah.
and you're funny. He's a funny guy. You're actually a funny guy. So.
Yeah. He's already apologized for his Gomez takes, so he's more than welcome to join the panel. No, I'm just joking. This is only joking with you. Chris Angel says icons get built, statues, legends are placed on pictures. There is a question from Honesty that this is the last question I'm gonna bring up, and then I'm gonna have to land this plane. Let me bring up his question. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I hit the button too many times there. This is his question. He says, questions. Let's say you have a choice between these three legendary midfield trios. If they were still in their prime, so obviously in their prime. So it would be Alonso, Nesta, Xavi, Lampard, Gerrard, Scholes, or Pirlo. Gattuso.
Alonso, Iniesta, Xavi.
Okay. How about you, Brian?
So one of them is hidden behind the comments there. So it's Pirlo, Kaká, Gattuso, right? That's Kaká, yeah.
Yeah, the AC Milan Kaká.
Holy, Alonso, Iniesta, Xavi. Yeah, the Lampard, Gerrard, Scholes thing. No, that's not. I'm not picking that. Actually, you have to. Yeah, look, I'm going to be. Everyone's going to go with the Spanish one there.
It was.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, I want to be contrarian and go with the AC Milan one, but that's not even. See, honesty is being kind of funny here because we've got that's an actual AC Milan midfield. Then we've got a non-existent England midfield, and then we got a
Spanish midfield. So,
yeah, I was expecting when I heard the question, I was expecting three legendary Liverpool, but out of them three, yeah, I'd have to go with the. Fuck it, no, I'll go with Pirlo and Pirlo and Kaká. That was some midfield.
I know, man. I know. That's exactly where I was leaning. No.
Yeah, that's ridiculous midfield.
That is a ridiculous. Yeah.
No, they were good. Yeah.
There's I'll show you the answers for everyone in the chat, or at least the people that are answering the chat. Dustin has Iniesta being his choice. Ant says Alonso, Nesta, and Xavi. They dominated everything. Dustin also added that he says, I'll make a 3 from all the names. Oh, he's saying a 3 from all of them.
From the names.
Yeah, from the names, from all the names. He would have put Gerrard, Alonso, and Nesta. He says, Ani says, we were spoiled with legendary midfielders. We didn't know what we had until we lost them. And then finally, Philip says, Alonso, Nesta, Xavi. Okay, so a lot of Alonso. You know what's funny, and then why I wanted to include that question is because what's really interesting about that is that a lot of people picked Alonso, the Alonso trio, as being the best or the choice of the choice that they would make would be the Iniesta, Alonso, Iniesta, and Xavi. And I mean, considering that we're moving on from the question of is Alonso a legend? It's interesting that some people aren't considering him to be a legend, yet we're considering him to be, if possible, we would pick him. A lot of people would pick him as like a part of a best trio.
Well, I think Dustin has kind of nailed that one there, actually, by the way, is that in the 3, without wanting to be, because again, he's my guy, as the kids would say. I think people are picking that 3 because you're getting Iniesta and Xavi. Also, it's like they're picking the 3. And to be honest, again, I don't want to have a go at honesty either, but it was actually always Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta. Alonso kind of, he never actually broke. That's how good. that's how ridiculously, stupidly good. Like Alonso didn't even get into like some of those squads. Something. I mean, he wasn't like he couldn't break into like he was not guaranteed to play in that Spanish midfield. He did in the Euro, but he was always basically second choice to Busquets because they played the Barcelona midfield 3. They played the Barcelona football. They played Iniesta, Busquets, and Xavi, and then they had the likes. It was like you had the likes of Alonso sitting on the bench, and you had other teams just looking at that Spanish bench going, they've got 3 of the best midfielders because they had 2 or 3 other guys as well. But because they had that Barcelona 3, they just couldn't get on the pitch. So that's why I would think in that 3, that like actually Pirlo got a lot more time and won a lot more titles. And he, like in any other team, Alonso is probably first name on the team sheet. But he couldn't go to Barcelona because he couldn't, and then even when he went to Real Madrid, he still wasn't getting definitely. He was in every Spanish squad, but it was just like we're sitting there as Liverpool players going, this one of the best footballers that's ever played for our club, and he cannot get in that Spanish team. That's how good that Spanish midfield was.
No, you're right.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. That Spanish team from around 08 when they won the World Cup and they won the Euros, when Barcelona took Man United to school in the European Cup final, that era of Spanish football, Barcelona, the tiki taka when it was at its peak, some of the best, probably one of the best national sides you've ever seen, probably the best, like that Messi, Busquets, Iniesta, Xavi Barcelona team, probably that won't ever be beaten. Maybe it would be difficult to beat that, like just pure general, like everywhere, all over the pitch. Dani Alves, a right back, absolutely insane, and Alonso just sort of a second choice sitting there on the bench, just madness, absolute madness. But that just happens. Like sometimes you get those waves of players that come along.
And he's saying he knows it wasn't Nesta, Xavi, and Busquets, but same for AC Milan. It was Pirlo, Seedorf, and Gattuso. but he had to pick 3 of each,
Wow.
so that's why he picked 3 that he did.
Yeah,
I
like
appreciate
that.
You know what's kind of interesting is that almost even when people started saying, oh, well, we're going to pick, even if they start picking individuals from those groups to make a, all time out of all those 3, Alonso was still in that list, in a lot of people's list. That's how great Alonso was. It's just,
can I ask a quick side question?
Maybe that's why he's a legend for me. I want to consider him being a legend for us, despite him not having the long history.
Can I ask a quick side question? Yeah. And just I know you're pushed for time, but
no
for
worries.
people in chat,
I'm gonna end this in 10 minutes. So you got it.
So yeah, just like does nationality matter when it comes to legends? When it comes to legends now, when I say does nationality matter, what I'd say is, and I'd want you to examine your own thought process on this quickly for a second. Would you place a Scouse player higher up the list quicker than you would a foreign player? Like, does a player that's English and Scouse, are they more in your head prone to be a legend than a foreign player would be? Like, is Trent is kind of already a legend for some people, I would say, because he's won everything in the game and he has more medals than God, so.
Okay, Brian, you're back.
It comes into that. Do you think that that actually just being from Liverpool gives you a head start in legendary status, or are we judging this purely just on what they've done and how long they've done it for?
I was quick to answer. I'd love for Nilante to answer too, but I'll say my quick and short answer to that was, the reason why I was quick to answer was because I think that people do not recognize biases, but they do. We've heard it before. Like there's some players out there that are really, really talented players, and if they had maybe a Brazilian last name, people would rate them higher than they do sometimes some of their own English players. Like I know I hear that quite a bit. Like as in,
yeah. Like if John Smith was called Jose Jesus Enrique, he'd be the same player. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. If you like, I mean, as a fan, if you're linked with, John Smith from Blackburn. But it's like, oh, what's he? Oh, he's a left winger. It's like, oh no, we're linked with Jose Jesus Ronaldo from Vasco. Oh, he sounds fancy.
Or maybe
he sounds interesting.
Even better. You just have a name. You have a first name on the back of your kit. Is your first name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely.
That makes a difference in your interpretation of where, just it's maybe subliminal, maybe it's subconscious or whatever, your subconscious working with you. But I think sometimes when we do get into some of these debates, I think some people rate players higher because of their nationality. And and it's like, it's maybe something they might not want to do, or maybe they're not intending on doing it. But I that's just sometimes what I've seen people do. Like, for instance, I'm not saying that Americans have any great players that need to be mentioned in the likes of like a Pirlo or something like that. But so often people will not even really relatively rate players from America simply because they're American, or it's like this similar to there's some great Mexican players, but because they play in this region of the world, or are honed from this region of the world, they're not given the same equal footing or equal evaluation as others are. If I were to say, a Dutch player, or I were to say a Brazilian player or a German player, especially when it comes to Brazil and Argentina, when those kinds of players, like your Maradonas and stuff like that, people that are recognized by you just saying one name, that tends to be you're more prevalent to think of them as a great player. in my personal opinion.
Big up,
at least that's what.
big up, Rasta Crab. Big up, Rasta Crab.
Rasta Crab, big up,
Well,
big up.
yeah, but yeah, I suppose
Crab
if I can ask it a slightly different way, then basically in terms of in terms of how fans rate our players, if they're scouts and if they're local, do they already start off on the second floor, as it were, as opposed to the other people who start off on the first floor, or as we would call it in Europe, and properly the ground floor? Do you know what I'm saying? Do they kind of, Trent just kind of gets extra legend points almost purely from being from Liverpool? Like a guy from London, when he signed Declan Rice, kind of people like him and all that. But they kind of never really get over the fact he was from London, as it were. Whereas Trent, he's Scouse, instant legend. Do you think that comes into it?
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, people are going to have definitely their personal preferences being from
local lads. We all love it. Local lads done good. But we don't hide it. We say it ourselves every week. We love when a local comes through.
No, you're right about that. I can't contest. I mean, I can't contest that at all. Considering, like, just there's certain players out there though that for me just they do well, but because their name because they have a certain name, they get more love and praise, and especially if they are from the region you call your own, you're obviously going to big them up a little bit more as well, just on the terms of that being, your brethren. But I mean, like, why I was saying is because I think for instance, Jared Bowen is having a great year. I think he's a really, really talented player. He's someone I think that could start in almost every club in the Prem. I think he could start, but there's really not the same fanfare for a Bowen. Like Bowen's not necessarily going to command the same transfer fee as an Anthony, for instance. Anthony has
spot on.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, guys, and it's just not the same. And yet, like, Bowen, I think, is a much better right wing, a much better, much better player technically than Anthony. But like, because Anthony's Brazilian, because he shows the flair, and because he has, all the things that are I don't want to say palatable, but are like a very that are kind to the eye, marketable. In a sense.
Marketable. He's marketable. Yeah, he's like you said. He's got like one name. He's got like obviously like his real name. He probably has about 16 names in it, but you can Anthony or Alex or Oscar. It's and he costs 90 million quid, and he does flicks and tricks. Right. Yeah, it's more marketable than Jared Bowen or even Anthony Gordon, who Newcastle paid 45 million. Newcastle paid the same 50 million for Ashley Barnes. Ashley Barnes, Anthony Gordon are probably just as effective. Anthony Gordon is definitely way more effective in the Premier League this season than Anthony. Jared Bowen, way more effective than Anthony. And if Ashley Barnes had been fit, probably almost like Gordon's got loads of goals and assists for Newcastle. Bowen loads of goals for West Ham. But yeah, like you say, big name. He's a Brazilian. He's a flair player, winger. 90 million quid. Manchester United. Yeah, we've seen it happen before. Like if they put him on the market tomorrow, they might get half what they paid for him. Whereas if West Ham were to put Bowen on the market, or any of the other teams were to put any of the other English players that we've talked about on the market, yeah, Anthony Gordon is a clown and he's the diver. But look at his output in the Premier League compared to. Oh, he said Anthony, yeah, but Gordon as well. Look at their output. All these teams would make money, Bowen would cost more to buy than West Ham paid for him. Anthony Gordon would cost more to buy than Newcastle paid for him. Man United would be lucky to get half what they paid for Anthony back. Look, it's Jared Bowen should be, if Jared Bowen was Boninho, it's, you look at their numbers and their output in the Premier League, but that's just
Is that what you think,
happens
Nalante,
sometimes.
too? Do you think the same, real quick? Because we're gonna land the plane. I only said 10 more minutes, so I appreciate everyone rocking with us for as long as you did, by the way. But Nalante, go ahead. You wanted to put a stamp on this?
Yeah, I mean, not much to say really. Just echoing what both you and Brian said. I mean, yeah, again, the fancy South American name or European special name gets obviously more attention, more praise, more O's, shall we say, on the check than the typical Jared Bowen. New Jared Bowen, I do rate highly. I think he's very underrated, Jared Bowen. I wouldn't mind him as an addition in our squad, but yeah, that's about it, really. To be fair.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have that. We're gonna have that tier session, Nalante, and I hope that you're available and able to be with us, Brian. I'm assuming, I'm hoping that Brian will be the same as well, since he kind of suggested utilizing the tier ranking system to do it. But we're definitely going to have
a good way to end the whole. Like a decent way to end. It was an interesting debate that was sprawling out into unknowables, as in terms of, well, what's a legend, what thing. So what do you? Yeah. So what me? I'm calling him icon. You're calling him a legend. But to me, icon means more than It's well, okay. Well, let's just give everyone a chance to go. Well, that's the top level. Call it what you want to call it, right? Legend, sandwich,
I'll come up
whatever you want to call it.
I'll come up with this.
Yeah. So whatever people. But I mean, the people in the chat, the arguments seem to be more about which is higher, legend, icon, great. So forget all that. We're just calling it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So is he a 1 or is he a 5?
Right.
Yeah, but you can choose if 1 means legend to you, if 1 means icon, whatever.
Cool.
Is he a 1 or is he a 5? And then we can get everyone in chat. Go, okay, right. We're picking our, that's my whatever. I'm picking him as a 1 top level. So you can forget arguing about what a legend is or an icon is or a great is. We'll just put all the names into the boxes below, and then you can sort them that way. Because
we can, and
it's
we
obvious.
Let the bodies lay,
but it's
bodies
lay
where they land, or whatever it's called. Yeah.
It's obvious from tonight. Like, I would have thought I saw some replies from people that I was like, oh, okay. They're not as kind of, set in stone as you think they are. I'd be like, oh, well, this is this and this. Some people are thinking, no, I'd have this guy way ahead. It's like, okay, so everybody has much different opinions when you ask them to actually put them out on paper. When you think, we all agree on players, but when you actually say, well, no, list them, place them. People actually have very different opinions when you drill down into it.
When you actually ask them to drill down for oil, like as in, that's a different story, certainly. Well, I'm excited to have that episode. I'm also excited to announce that we are going to be doing the Anfield Cup. We're going to pick the date. I'm going to make sure I'm going to consult with the participants in the Anfield Cup, but we're going to pick out a day for the Anfield Cup coming up pretty soon too. It was targeted loosely for Friday, but I think we might do this tier thing, because I think that tier thing is actually really, really exciting to engage in. But Nalante, I wanted to let you say any parting words before we land this plane here to the mighty Red Army out there. And
no, just big up Brian and big up yourself as always, man. Always had good conversation, regardless. Big up the chat. Big up the troublemakers, Subi and Chris Angel. Just to reiterate, just Chris's thing. I saw his message saying, anyone that doesn't hoof the ball other than Hendo is a legend in his eyes. So, Chris, I'm going to ask you again the $1 million question. Is your compadre, Senor Mr. Luis Diaz, a legend in your eyes then? I rest my case.
Wow. You don't want to go there because I don't think you want to open up that can of worms because Colombia and he said hell no. Okay. Yeah, Colombia era of legends has definitely been has had a little bit of a lull as of late.
Rasta ain't holding quick.
There's a couple of legends, people that I consider legends as Colombian players have gone on and not necessarily done the levels like your Falcos and stuff like that. Like they haven't necessarily done what your Jaime's, like they haven't necessarily gone on and done the levels that they showed in, let's say, for international play for themselves and such. But from I also am from an era where I loved one of my favorite players of all time is Valderrama. So like as in
oh yeah, what a player.
Like it's one of those things. There is a certain that era when they had the Scorpion as their goalkeeper, and that era is like night and day from what Colombia has had since. But Colombia has a definitely long history. It's a well noted history.
Yeah, 12 man. There, you just brought up the perfect example when we were talking about like titles there earlier on. And we're differentiating this stuff. Carlos Valderrama is the perfect example of an iconic player. That's the definition of an iconic player. He's the kind of player, he doesn't have like, all the titles and all that, but it's kind of the kind of player when you say his name, you can instantly imagine him and you think of a certain period of time. He's a fantastic definition of what's an iconic player. Carlos Valderrama. Like, just you can picture him immediately. The hair, Colombian football at that time, fantastic.
Right.
That was brilliant. That's a really great shout for an icon. Like, what's the difference between an icon and a legend? Maradona, a legend of football. Valderrama, that's a proper fucking icon. So that's that's a great shout. That really is. And Higuita, the Colombian goalkeeper, that's a fantastic time. I love that's a brilliant time.
He's iconic. He's an iconic player as well. Yeah.
Oh man, sure. You don't that stuff just doesn't happen. That was a time when
the era was an incredible era for them.
Yeah, it was being globalized. Football was being globalized, and it was all on football. It was all on TV, and players. But you still had that kind of. It wasn't as sterilized as it is now. It isn't as sanitized as it is now. You still had those proper characters back then. Valderrama. I mean, wow. Like seriously, wow. Like, him and Rigobert song, two of the greatest haircuts in football history. So that's here. That's what people. If we're looking at that, that's what I would say. If you want to talk about an icon, think of those kind of players. Those guys who, they just give you the feels, Just give you the feels. Oh, he never won anything. I don't care.
Katy Perry level. Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Katy Perry and the feels. That's a song that she does with Pharrell.
Are you going to do? Sorry, I know you're ready, but you mentioned this earlier. Are you going to the Super Bowl? You said you're going to Vegas. Are you going to the game?
I am going to the Super Bowl. Yes, I'm not necessarily going to the game. I'm not going to the game. I'm not rolling in dough like that to go to the game. But I just recently. I wasn't planning on it, but I was planning on being here for the Super Bowl. But I got a couple of my friends from LA are going to Vegas, and the connects or the setup that they have for us is going to be pretty cool. So like because like Travis Scott and like there's a whole bunch of really decent talent that's going to be there, obviously because it's the Super Bowl, but there's going to be a bunch of talent there, and I don't have anything better to do on Sunday other than watch my my Reds will be done by then. My Reds will be done by Saturday. You know, the game will be over. So Sunday is open up to American football. So yeah, the invite was out there. So I said I looked in. It's not that it's not that difficult of it's only like an hour flight.
Well, you were if you were in Phoenix, right? Phoenix to Las Vegas,
yeah,
you could drive. Right?
It's like one of those. It's the same thing from here to LA. It's the same thing. It's like it's almost like they don't even really hand out drinks or anything like that on those kind of flights, because by the time you reach the cruising height, you're already in the descent to like land. Basically, that's how like quick the flight is. So yeah.
But that's the kind of thing. Like you got to be like, I'm sure like Vegas is insane. Obviously, the Super Bowl is insane. Obviously,
yeah.
So the Super Bowl in Vegas, even if
the
you
Super
don't
Bowl in Vegas is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm going. That's the thing. If you could, you may as well just drive around, like Hunter S. Thompson type vibes here.
Yeah,
you don't even need to go there. Just go and watch the absolute madness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a team. I don't have a team that I'm like rooting for. So it's not big. My team's already out of it. So like,
Tay, your team Tay.
No, okay. Right, I got you now. It took me a second. I'm like, Tate, I got you. Yeah.
Well,
maybe. No. Hey, maybe I'll be lucky. And Tate, I don't even know if Tate's going to be there, but maybe I'll be lucky.
Apparently, she's going to be there and then go down and make a speech at halftime, telling everyone not to vote for Donald Trump. If you believe the rumor.
Oh, wow, let's not make this political.
I know. No, she's the Kansas. It's Kansas. She's with the Kansas quarterback, right?
Kansas City. Yeah, she's with the Kansas City team, and Kansas City will be facing off against San Francisco. It's a very historic matchup because Kansas City and San Francisco both have a legendary history when it comes to Super Bowls, especially in even going against each other per se for Super Bowls. This is a long ago era when they were doing it. But yeah, there's a lot of history behind it. I will admit that it would have been for me. It would have been a more interesting Super Bowl if it was Baltimore versus Detroit. But all the same, I know that there are those people out there that are happy to see Tay-Tay's bow make it to the Super Bowl. So this should be a fun time.
Is his name Bo or something? His name is Bo or something. They're all called Bo.
Yeah, in one way or another.
Bo Rogers, something like that. Yeah. So it's the 49ers were big when I got into American football, but like when I was 11, like everyone did. My nephew is actually a wide receiver for Ireland, if you believe that's a thing. That's actually a thing. He plays NFL. He plays American football for the Irish team.
Did the Irish team have a World Football League team? Did they have a World Football?
Yeah, we don't he has to play club football. It's about 60 miles from where we live. There's only a couple of teams. It's like really tiny.
I meant like there used to be a World Football League. I'm not sure if it's even around anymore or not, but there used to be a World Football League with like Rotterdam and Berlin had a team.
Ireland have always tried. Ireland have always tried to get into American football. There are teams. Most of them are university stuff, but we live in Waterford. The closest team to him is down in Wexford, which is like about an hour's drive away. There's only a couple of things, but it's what he's into. He wants to play American football, but only for Ireland. He's gotten trials for Ireland. He got into the Ireland team, but it's obviously it won't lead to an NFL career. It's Ireland, like, but it is
No,
still
you
a
never
thing.
know. You never know, because
Yeah.
I mean, more
No,
so
but
than not, there's a lot more players. There's a lot more players in American football that are being looked at because they have. There's a couple of players that play rugby, and they're playing American football.
Yeah, it's. I saw a video earlier on. I showed it to him, or he sent me a video. It was from 1990, and it was the West Point were playing someone, and basically it was the first ever American college football game that was held in Europe, and it was held in Dublin.
Oh wow, that's
It
cool.
it was in 1990. So the first ever American college football game ever to be held in Europe was held in Dublin, and that was around 35 years ago. So there's always been a scene here for it. Like people in Ireland that love American football, they love it. Like they really love it. It's really big here, but it's niche. But we have teams here. Yeah, it's crazy. It's great. There are American football teams here. But they only have like 2 other teams to play, so they're constantly just playing each other. It's kind of it's that way. But it's fun. It's good. It's good.
It's not for everyone. It's not for. I mean, American football isn't for everyone. I get that. Rugby isn't for everyone.
I love
rugby. I like rugby, but I mean, rugby isn't for everyone. American football is not for everyone. Basketball is not for everyone. I get that. We're here to talk. We're here to talk football, aka soccer, for some parts of the world. But yeah.
Well, for me, just quickly, I will just one thing I will say is that visually, American football is the most exhilarating sport in the world. If you know what I mean.
Can't say yeah.
It's just like the amount, just the way it looks, the jerseys, the helmets, all that stuff. Just from a visual perspective, it's one of the most actual as a game. If you're to break it down, very stop start, it's very slow enough. But actually, I think in America, you realize that, and you basically turn something that's basically a really, really slow game of rugby into one of the most visually spectacular sports out there. It's intoxicating to watch visually, I find.
I love I have a love for American football, despite the fact that it's not my favorite sport. It's but it is certainly one of the top sports that I follow in general.
It's amazing the job they do to be able to make people stay engaged with it for that long. Because they did that interview when they're watching it today. They're saying they complain about rugby. The guys in the Irish, they say rugby stops a lot, and they'd never seen an American football game before. But this thing stops every 15 seconds. It's like but the fact that you can actually do that, but just purely from a visual standpoint, the excitement that it creates, it's genius basically, because nothing happens for a really long time. And then something happens for about 25 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. You could have a big pass or a big run, and all of a sudden,
And then the entire team changes itself. Whereas basketball, I imagine basketball is probably your favorite sport, maybe because it's the fastest high. If I was American, probably because it's high scoring and fast. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably more exciting.
I tell you the truth, I like hockey, to be honest with you. I like hockey a lot, but
hockey guy?
I like hockey because I used to play hockey. I played a lot of sports when I was younger. When I was younger, I played a lot of sports. I played ice hockey, I played rugby, I played volleyball, I played, obviously basketball, obviously football / soccer. So I even played, American football. So
12 months. Unless you have to go, can we touch on this quickly? The blue cards.
Okay.
Do you think about the blue cards? Can we touch on that quickly? Does anybody? What do you think it is?
I saw that in the chat. Delante, you want to? You know what we're talking about? Blue cards.
I'll leave it for you guys to mention to the chat anyway. The good old blue card.
What is? Go ahead. You want to touch on it, Brian? Then.
It came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere tonight, and I don't want to speak on it too much because I don't know if it's coming into the Premier League, but they announced it tonight that they're going to start it. Again, I don't want to say what they're doing it in because they're definitely not going to put it straight into the Premier League. Whether they're going to start, but it's like what Marion is. It's like it's a sin bin.
Yes. Yeah.
It's
Rugby league.
yeah, it's 10 minutes off the pitch apparently. Now, I've only seen this come up now where it's like, I don't understand where if you get a yellow card, can you get a blue card? Are these replacing yellow cards? You know, are they? It's like if you get a yellow card and then you do something else, and they're like, right, I don't want to give you a second yellow, but I'll give you a blue. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it's replacing.
Way too much.
Like, so,
yeah.
If you get a yellow card for something, and then you do something else, if that's not a yellow card, if it's a blue card, it's not a yellow card.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it just sounds like something they can just mess up. But the idea is that basically it's a sin bin. Like you're going to have to go and sit on the bench for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand how it. Like I understand the idea of a sin bin, right? But I don't understand how it would work if you already have, say, a yellow card. Or does it only work if you haven't been yellow carded already? Like this is just another one of these things that referees, you can just see them making a total balls of this because 10 minutes is a long time in a game of football. And if you get it with less than 10 minutes left, I don't get how it works at all. I'm sure it'll be explained, but like what's the difference between a yellow and a blue card? And can you get a blue card if you're already on a yellow card? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm wondering. If you're already on a yellow and you do something that means you should be sent to the bench for 10 minutes, then that's definitely a yellow card.
Mm-hmm.
So it all seems kind of messy there, but it's a sin bin thing. Can you? I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Is it? What is it that where do you go? What do you do and where do you go if you are in a sin bin per se? I don't. There's it's a weird. I don't know about. I think that's really weird. I don't agree with like. I mean, I don't agree with it. It's
not very football. Like, what's wrong with yellow and red cards? That system worked fine. I think the yellow and red card system, everything is not perfect, but
no.
Was anybody asking for this? Where was?
I don't see. I know. Was there some outrage? What game? What action? What historical action happened where someone was like, you know what we need to fix this problem? A blue card. What happened? What game was it, or what set of circumstances went around, or was it like one of those things? Because I just put into the chat about the blue card would be the first new card for referees to issue since 1970, when both the yellow card and red card were introduced. So it's been 1970s when the red card and the yellow card were introduced into football. So that's 54 years now. Like, what has happened that made them say, you know what's the answer to our problems? You know what'll make this that much better? A sin bin.
Yeah, it doesn't.
A penalty box. A penalty box, in essence. A sin bin, penalty box, which is what they call it in hockey. I get
it. It's in other sports. Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. It exists in other sports.
Right.
And this has been a thing for years that football needs to learn this from rugby. Football needs to learn this from cricket. Football needs to take that from rugby. And it's always from a condescending point of view. It's always from rugby fans that watch rugby every week. and then they watch a football match once, or cricket fans, and they watch some football, and they go, "Oh, I watched this thing at the football there at the weekend. It was an awful. It was terrible. It was awful." They need to learn rules from rugby. They need to do what cricket does. They need to do what rugby does, without realizing that it's a completely different sport. It has a
Mhm.
completely different flow to it. It's like, they don't do it like they do in cricket. It's like cricket is a bat and ball sport. Football is it. This goes back to, does this need to explain? Like, he invented this shit. Like, he invented football. He invented cricket,
Mhm.
and you
Mhm.
need to now all of a sudden know that, explain to you why there's a difference between them. Yeah, guess
Mhm.
what? Rules that work in rugby work really well in rugby because they were
For the
designed
simple fact that's rugby,
for rugby.
not
Yeah,
right.
they weren't written in stone. They weren't written on a stone tablet and then handed to somebody and go, "This is how you play rugby." They invented the
Mhm.
sport and they adjusted the rules to fit the sport. It was, oh, you should do that, and you should do that in football, and then that would work. No, football, you need to govern the sport the way it is. Sitting a player on a bench for 10 minutes on a blue card in football is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just fucking ridiculous. It's not
Hmm.
football. We don't need it. You're on a yellow card. If you do something else wrong in a minute, you're going to get sent off. That works. Why are we changing it to, I don't know what? What is this? What's this? So you get to play with, like, why are we trying to change the sport?
I don't
Like,
understand.
people.
I don't even know why. I would ask, why is it? Why is it? Why is it even blue? I don't even know why. I mean, why shouldn't the card possibly be like orange? I guess, right? Why is it
Yeah,
blue? Like, if it's not a
we've all
yellow, if it's not a red, shouldn't it be something in between, which is orange?
exactly. They're fucking with us because that's what we've been saying for years. That's that's the classic thing when someone goes, when people couldn't agree on a challenge. Oh well, look, it wasn't a red. It's, oh, you're saying it wasn't. You saying that one a yellow card? That was, it's okay. Yeah, it was. Oh, okay, it was an orange. If there was an orange card, that would be an orange. It was worse than a yellow, but it wasn't a red. Yeah. So now they try and get, and then they make it blue. Like, everyone's always called it orange if they have to call it something. No. Yeah, I don't get, man. Who asked for this? Who was it that said no? You know what this needs. This smells of Arsene Wenger. Arsene Wenger,
Arsene Wenger,
um,
yeah, it probably was
coming up
Arsene
with
Wenger, to be
random
honest.
new rules for no throw-ins. Throw-ins should be taken with the foot. That sounds like an idea. Let's try that. No, no, that's not getting past Arsene. Well, I've got 25,000 other ideas. One of them is blue cards.
Mhm.
Yeah, like, does, okay, right. Let's do a straw poll now, right? Let's just do a straw poll. There's probably a few people here, enough to make it relevant. Put a one in the chat, right? If you want blue card.
I already know where this is going to go. We're not going to see many ones. I'm
If
certain
you
of that.
think blue cards is a good idea, put a one in the chat. And I'll ask you two boys. Do you think these things are a good idea?
No, I mean that's a hard pass for me.
Yeah. Nilante, did you want blue cards?
Oh no, man, it's a load of rubbish, man. It's just again money orientated. It's the FA trying to flex the muscles, or UEFA just trying to make things even more difficult and silly as it's supposed to be. It's just stupid, really. And again, it's the higher ups trying to be smart. They're trying to put 1 + 1 together and they come up with three. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? That's all it is.
Okay, right. Second follow-up question. All right. Put a one in the chat if the first time you heard about blue cards was when it was announced that they were going to be trialed. because it's literally the first time I've heard of it. Like, it's what? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's not like 6 months ago I saw a story where, oh, they might be coming up with these blue card things, and then 3 months later it's like, oh, they might be trialing them in a while. It's like, no, I just saw a story today that apparently these things called blue cards exist now, and they're going to be bringing them in and bringing them in.
Mhm.
So it just, not only did nobody want them, it completely came out of nowhere. So whose idea was this?
You know what? So
Where was the
I'll put.
consultation?
I think it's like I put in a bunch of stuff that I just saw on here. Apparently, this is the reasons. One of the reasons why, or example is there that they used. It said one example given during the meeting, during the press conference or the meeting was Italy's defender Chiellini's shirt pull on England's Saka in the final on the Euro 2020 final, which only resulted in a yellow card. They were saying that he should have been a yellow card wasn't harsh enough. It wasn't harsh enough.
God.
So that's why. So maybe it wasn't Wenger. Maybe it was someone from the English side of that was really just annoyed the fact that that only resulted in a yellow and not something harsher or not something more definitive of a penalty or something, I guess.
This is micromanagement, isn't it?
I'll read what they say. It says, as reported by Telegraph Sport, IFAB also approved a global trial of another rugby union rule that would see only team captains allowed to speak to the match referee about a decision. The trials have been fast-tracked amid dire warnings from IFAB's leaders about player behavior, of which they said, this might be the cancer that kills football. IFAB's annual business meeting decided that sin bins were key to clamping down on this, as well as on any foul that prevented a promising attack, but did not meet the threshold for a red card. That was the description that they used.
Wow.
So
wow. Yeah, there's a lot in that. The main one is what all football fans, they should talk to football fans about this. They shouldn't be scaremongering people about cancers that will kill football, because unfortunately for these dickheads that want to sell you their product or want to encourage you to agree with their worldview or encourage you in whatever it is they want you to think, the cancer that killed football arrived a long time ago, and that's gone. These guys that want to save the integrity and all that, these guys are just charlatans, right? They're complete charlatans. They don't really care about you need to do this and this will make football better. That's just nonsense.
That's a strong shout by Marion. Marion might be onto something. She says that's ridiculous. It's probably that Howard Webb again, allegedly. It could be.
Yeah,
could be. Him throwing a little extra insight into it. I understand where you're going with it. I understand where you're going with it. I don't know if I don't understand why we keep finding these. Sometimes I think you can do too much to a game and not make it look.
Yeah.
Including, for a long time you couldn't dunk a ball, for instance, in the NBA, or that was a rule that got changed when they recognized that the slam dunk was an important rule, important little adept to the game. Or like even the 3-point line. There was no 3-point line early stages of basketball, but then they saw another league utilizing a 3-point line, and they're like, okay, let's bring that to the NBA. The rest is history. When it comes to football, look, football is so basic when it comes to how easy it is to interpret the game. I am in that camp where I'm saying that I get that there would be a whole lot more handball calls, for instance, if it was the interpretation of what I would see as being the handball. But now that handballs are, broken down to how you see if it was intentional, all these different little rules and everything else, that get thrown into it and make you like have to be like someone that reads someone's mind. I don't want to get to there. I just say, hey, if it hits the person's hand, it's a handball. That's simple. If you move it across from your arm, it's a handball. That could be a simple way of gauging it. But
Well, Swetman, you played football, right? You played football, right? You played it, like you've actually played it. And it doesn't matter whether it's in America, Canada, Mexico, Ireland, wherever it is. If you ever played any kind of organized version of the sport, which is basically anything that basically says you have to be there at a certain time. And if you're not there, you're not. So anything but above that. You only have to play that a certain amount of times to know, really, without needing 1,000 replays, without needing anything, basically, what a handball is and what handball is. We all play football, even when you're not, Nilante, even when you're out on the street with your mates, right? When you're 9.
Yeah.
And someone handles the ball on purpose and someone handles the ball by accident, we know the difference. Even as children, right?
Yeah.
Like you're going to go in on the go, like you're out on the street with your mates, right? And you're playing, and you kick the ball, like bounces, hits your mate on the hand. You know that's an accident, right? Or you make a little move and you're about to do something. Your mate sticks his hand out. You know he did it on purpose. We all know that. It doesn't need to be that much more complicated than that. And this is what I think you should go back, because I don't want the referees are human. You watch a thing that we all lose our mind about. You watch the replay back, and not one of our players is appealing. You know the difference. You know it. It's not always going to be right. It's not going to be wrong. But look, man, just go back to the stage where we just agreed that referees are human. Referees aren't professional athletes at the level these guys are. Yet they're expected to run around on a pitch, keep up with them, watch absolutely every single thing they do, not fall for any of their little sneaky tricks, and any of the optical illusions that can happen on the pitch when balls win. Literally, have you ever played football? Literally, all these cunts that are out there, sitting on their keyboards, complaining about refereeing conspiracies, go out and stand in the middle of a 5-a-side game and get every call right in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. Let alone 90 minutes. Let alone 90 with some of the sneakiest little bastards, Bruno Guimaraes and fucking Bruno Fernandes, little kicks and all that.
Doing your little tricks.
Have you got 360 vision? Are you perfect? Do you never get anything wrong? Oh, well, apply here for a job as a Premier League referee. Seriously, all these guys that are out there complaining non-stop about refs, they wouldn't even pass the fitness test to be a referee. Forget about knowing all of them. Like, literally, try and run up and down a football pitch with Premier League footballers for 90 minutes. I'm sorry. You're going to hospital. You are going to hospital. The average man on the street that says, I could ref better than that. No, you couldn't. Because you literally would not pass.
You would not be in position. Yeah, you wouldn't be in the right position.
You wouldn't have the BMI. You wouldn't have the BMI, man. They'd put an Apple Watch on you and they'd go unfit to be a referee. Sorry, and they say, Fappa. No, look at these guys. They're getting he's a sneaky little bit. Oh, but you blame the referee for not seeing it from 40 yards away. Come on, man.
No, you're right. No,
like my dad was a referee. That's why I get annoyed about these people. My dad was a referee, and he did it for free. My dad was a referee, and he did at a really low level in Ireland, and he did it for free. And guess what? All those games were sanctioned games. The points actually mattered. They were proper league games, even though they were right down at the kids' level. they were actually league games, right? That those kids were playing every week. If nobody turned up to referee, those games just get cancelled and they don't happen. So people like my dad gave up their free time to just go and referee these games. Not trained, anything like that, just so the kids could have a proper league, so they don't waste their week and they don't ruin their season. Like, this is the dedication. This is the grassroots dedication that we're talking about. And these referees, yeah, look, we know them, but I'm sorry, like, but if you're out there tapping on your fucking keyboard, you don't realize what
it takes, the level.
base of this sport. Yeah, these are the people at grassroots that make these leagues happen.
No, it's the same thing though. It's the same thing as when I hear people say, "Oh, I could have," like when you hear some, you might see like Darwin hit the woodwork and someone be like, "Oh, I could have put that shot in," and everything else. I'm like, yeah, okay,
yeah,
like,
you're not even.
You're probably still at midfield when you're supposed to be in that position. With
no, man, you're in the pub with your mates talking shite.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
not even in. Yeah. If like literally, my dad getting up at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning for no money, just so a league can happen. And there's 50, 60 people like my dad, and the reason those leagues can continue, so then players
because of the sacrifice that people like your dad have made for sure.
The pyramid, and there's a million of them in England as well, refereeing matches and getting. When my dad did it, it was fine. You read like now about referees going to kids' games in England, getting verbally like they're talking like it's a nightmare. It's one of the worst jobs on the planet. It's like worse than a parking ward. Being attacked by fans, being attacked by parents, being screamed at by parents, and they wonder why there's no. Oh, why aren't all these good referees? This is a horrible job, and you wouldn't do it for free. These guys have to do it for free for 20 years, and then they eventually get professional. But that's what English football doesn't realize it's doing. It's killing its influx of quality referees because they're being driven away from the sport at such a low level because of the toxicity of the behavior.
Toxicity is crazy. Yeah, it is.
People don't want to acknowledge that and go, why are there no good referees? You do it, bitch. See how long you last. I'll give you 5 minutes. I will. I'll give you 5 minutes.
NFG for Brian. No F's given for Brian for sure on that statement. But
I just can't take bullshit from people from referees, man. I cannot take.
No, I get it. I get it.
No, I understand where they come from, but people who've literally never done it and have no idea how difficult it is. It's literally it's like going to one of your mates.
No, I get it, Brian. Totally get it. You know why I can say? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say, I get it because you know what? I remember when I was younger, and because my brother played football too, or soccer at a very high level, played for a team that was played on a traveling team that was one of the best in the state. And but yet, for some of the games that you participate, there'll be a referee, but there's not necessarily linesmen that that run. Normally they ask someone in the crowd to be the linesman for the games that they can trust and understand, and I will openly admit that I've done that role. I've been a linesman before for like one of my brother's games, and it was I remember the ball was in my view it was out. Okay, as in a ball has to be completely over the line for it to be out. Okay, I saw space. People in the audience in the crowd did not see space, and it so happened that it was in the favor of, I think it was in the favor of my brother's team, but that might have even made it even more important. But the amount of anger and amount of people that really were on top of me as soon as I put up the flag to say it was out, and Oh my goodness, it got ugly. It does not matter what level it is. It gets ugly, and it can get ugly real quick. It can be it's harsh. Sometimes the amount of attention that is on you as a referee. And again, I was just playing as a voluntary linesman at that moment. And the fact that I still remember that actual individual play and the pushback that I got from the crowd made me say, I never want to be a referee in my life. I never. That was one of the few only opportunities he saw me holding the linesman flag for my brother's games when I was there.
Yeah, so you'll see what it's like now, right? Imagine doing that in front of 50,000 people, and then Gary Neville telling you're an idiot.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy.
Yeah, look, it ain't. And before a long time, these guys they have other jobs. Most of them, even up until recently, they would have other jobs. One of the guys seemed like a total idiot. I can't remember. He's back in the 90s. He's retired a while, but everyone hated him because he was a Manchester referee. Oh God, Nilante, you'll remember his name. But he's actually famous because he's one of the best record vinyl shops in Manchester. He's a vinyl dealer. That's what his main job is, dealing vinyl records. Like, the guy's got seriously good taste in music. All like proper 90s bands and all that, and he has one of the best record shops in Manchester. But he was a Premier League referee. But his love was music. Like, I hated him as a referee, but then I saw an interview with him, and he talked about what he did for a day job and the music he liked and the bands he was into. I was like, I want to meet this guy.
Huh.
You know, but he's a completely different life. But then he's like, yeah, I get.
No, good. Finish your thought.
No, I was just saying, yeah. And then he goes, like, oh yeah, but also I go out and I referee Premier League matches and get called an asshole every week. You know, but he's like, yeah, my thing is music. You know, it's just like, yeah, these guys back in the day, even when you were a Premier League, you'd make decent money, but they still had to have actual, day jobs.
You had to have side jobs. Yeah,
proper normal family lives and stuff. So again, I'm not here standing up for reps, but
I was going to ask real quick though, and again, we're landing this. We're already on the tarmac here, but I was going to say real quick, what's happened to some of the female referees that we had in the league? I haven't really seen a lot of female referees that much anymore. It's unfortunate. I thought they were doing a good job, to be honest with you, especially that one particular female referee that does the female linesman, actually. You know what I'm talking about?
Sean Massey.
Yeah, that's the controversy. Yeah, that's the one that with this guy Andy Gray and Richard Keys.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It hasn't taken off. Oh, that's years ago. That's
So basically, talking, I think that's in 2010, 11. It was basically one of our games. I think we beat Wolves 3-0 away. That's when we had Raul Meireles. I think that was when Kenny Dalglish just taken over as caretaker, and he said some on air, some disparaging comments, which I think Sky took it as potentially sexist comments. So. And about herself doing her job as a Lions. I think it was I forgot if she's referee or lineswoman at the day, and they got sacked for it. It was all over the papers. It was all over because they were like at the time they were the top pretenders of Sky in terms of Sky Sports football over in the UK. But now they're on one of the the Arabian I think Al Jazeera, one of those channels. They do Premier League shows.
They're on beIN Sports.
Yeah, I say beIN Sports. Yeah.
Keys and Gray.
Keys and Gray. Yeah.
Yeah, they. She was a lineswoman, and they got overheard on the mic. On hot mic, that they were saying a few things, and they were kind of old fashioned in the way that they'd be talking, and. I think they basically said something about her in a sexual way, as in, that kind of got picked up, and then there was a few other things that were said, and it all came together, and in terms of female refs, there's never been one yet in the Premier League.
Yeah, I would say I don't think there's been a referee. There's been linesmen, but not a referee. I was wondering.
Yeah,
It was just something like as we're talking about linesmen.
Yeah, no, she's done a couple of games. There's been a lot. Basically, it sounds stupid, which is why I'm kind of wondering with this blue card thing is protocols get introduced at levels, and what they'll do at a level in certain, so they'll try something at the fourth tier, or the second tier. The very, very rarely will they say, we're going to try something new, and we're going to do it for the first time in the Premier League. Do you know what I'm saying? They say, oh, we're going to try this new thing, but the first time we're going to do will be in League One, and then we'll do it in the Championship. You know, and then if it works, we'll do it in the Premier. But they very rarely they go straight to, oh, we're going to do this thing now, and the first time we're going to do it is in Liverpool versus Man United in the Premier League. They tend to bring these things in a little bit more slowly, and the way they've been doing it with the female refs and very successfully seems to be in international football and a lot of the stuff that we won't watch, like, you know, international wide cup competition, you know, stuff that we don't even know about, really.
No doubt. Yeah.
Asian cups and all that stuff, and different continental competitions and stuff like that. But it doesn't look like there's anybody. Not yet. No, I haven't seen anything where it's like, oh, you know, it's only a matter of time before such and such takes the first Premier League game as a female referee. That doesn't seem to have arrived yet. But Sean Massey, it seems to have gotten to the point where it's like, oh yeah, we can have female assistant refs, and we can have this and that. But in terms of an actual Premier League game being taken over by, I think in the Qatar World Cup was the first one with a female ref. So it's kind of been introduced slightly, but I don't see it happening for a while, because this is the problem as well, is it's not about being awarded. It's just you have to be qualified to do it. This is one thing I've always tried to be so hard. It sounds like I'm being centrist or whatever, but it's like I tried just to try and keep myself sane in my own head. Is that the best person for a job is the best person for a job. Black, white, Chinese, female, trans. We can get into all the shite after that, but can we just please give the job to the best person? And then if there's an argument to be had afterwards, then we can talk about it. But the best man, the best woman, the best guy, the best black person, the best Chinese person, the best white person, don't matter. Need a job done, get the best person. But I don't think that's quite happened yet with refs, where it still has to be a conversation first.
Yeah. No, the primary reason why I was asked, I wasn't necessarily making it into like, important about their genders per se. I was just wondering, I just knew that she was a good referee. She was a decent referee, and I just haven't.
She never got the shot, man. She never got the shot.
About it. I just haven't seen her on the touchline in a long time, especially not.
No, she got done. Neilante will tell you, because he's over here in England. That finished her career.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it was now that girl that Keys and Gray were talking. It was all about how they got sacked because they were talking about her, and she became.
So the reason why she's not refereeing is because of some stupid comments from some guys on a hot mic.
No, that's why she's famous. That's why everyone knows who she is.
Yeah, she was. So her name was out there. So obviously she didn't want to be. So that's a bit like too much pressure on her. So she kind of took a step back completely.
Oh, get you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because you've got like the two good old boys down in the golf club who everybody loves, and sure, look, they make a few racy jokes or whatever, and then the next thing you know, they lose their jobs because it's the woke culture or whatever. So they get booted off, and one of the people that they were talking about was her. So you can imagine all their supporters on Twitter how they felt about her.
That's a shame. That's a shame. I hear
Yeah,
what you're saying.
she's just trying to be a female, running the line, doing, it's a boys' club, it's a man, it's a man's game in football. Trying to break down a few barriers, and basically the two of the most famous people in football broadcasting start acting like sexist dickheads, get caught out doing it, and she's one of the people they're talking about. They get sacked, so all of the people that like them decide to take it out on her. It's great, isn't it? It's great, and then we wonder why there aren't more women football referees. That's a master question. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, it's just about this. And then, again, you asked why people don't take on the reins of being a referee. That answers
Why wouldn't
that. Even when you're a good, referee, and simply the amount of attention and that's just crazy. That's crazy.
For about 50K a year, man, 12 months. Just by the way, I think like it's for about maybe even the top guys, maybe about 100K a year.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like these guys aren't getting paid minute. Like this ain't like. So for 500-600 quid a week, and they have to travel all over the country and all that. It's not like they're getting massively. It's not like, oh yeah, well I'm making bank. I can take the old whatever because I'm making bank. Like no, I'm basically earning about $2,000 a week in a really high level, or if I'm just a normal ref, I'm basically breaking even if you take into account travel, petrol, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they're being compensated. Again, like. I mean,
no, I get it. No, look. Even if you were to try to compensate them, you know what? You might run into what the NBA ran into, which was, the NBA referees were taking their first class tickets and downgrading those tickets to, coach, because no one really knows who the referees are really, They were downgrading their tickets from business class or first class to coach, and then pocketing the difference. So if it costs, let's hypothetically say it costs $2,000 for first class, but he had to cost $300, or for the flight, then they would go and do that and pocket the $1,700, and it was like a major issue. with the NBA and everything else, but that NBA's got a bunch of different other things they had to work with and get over through, like betting and scandals as such through that as well. But it is a unique circumstances. Look, you guys, we're 5 hours on this stream here, so definitely want to allow people to go get their Ubers or Lyfts or whatever they got to get their cars, get their go meet their families that are waiting for them with the signs up saying welcome home from that trip, because it's been a long trip here today, but it's been a fun one. I appreciate everyone in the chat that gave their answers, put in their questions. If you're watching this on the replay, and especially if you make it all the way through on the replay, please do leave comments. If
you watch this from start to finish, then apply somewhere for your medal if you watch from start to finish tonight.
Hey, it's been good. It's been a good ride. It's a good ride. There's a lot of good stuff.
No, we've covered everything. We've covered absolutely everything. No, it's all killer, no filler, as they used to say. So, and Nilante, I just wanted to say one thing, because you were talking about chicken earlier on.
Oh yeah.
And you were talking about favorite. I just want to say that there's one thing I remember. A cook she came over from a Louisiana kitchen.
Oh yeah.
And she said one thing, right? She was talking about marinade, right? Chicken marinade, yeah. and someone says, "What's the difference between, what's a marinade, right?" And she just goes, "Sugar. Anything less than overnight is a rub." Lessons to live by. Lessons to live by.
That is a lesson to learn. That's a life lesson for all you.
If you want to marinate your chicken, that's 24 hours. Anything less is a rub. That ain't doing it right. That ain't doing it right.
That's the truth. That is the truth.
100%. 100%. Come on.
Oh man, fun times, good times as always with Brian. Good times with Nalante. Appreciate you both for joining me today for this fun ride. I know we got into talking about more so about the schedule and what we can see our team doing. Obviously, we all got our eyes on Burnley. We're not looking past Burnley. We're not thinking Burnley is going to be a walkover or anything like that. But obviously, there's a lot of interesting games left on this schedule for us. I definitely wanted to just have a lot of people be a little bit more rest assured that, I think that we can actually see this over the line. I also want to thank you for the comments, and some of the questions, whether it was the questions about legends and about, whether icons and everything else that went down. Always definitely good. I like the cooking tips that we got from Brian with the marinade or the rubs. That's a very important. If you're into food like myself, that's very important. He speaks the truth on that. But we're going to be getting an episode in. I'm going to be doing this tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel, same bat time, same Reds channel, I should say, same Reds time. Doing it at 7 o'clock UK time. So I like the 7. We got 7 participants still, 7 guys still left in the chat. So that's cool. So I think we're going to end it on that. But thank you again, Nalante, for joining us today. And thank you, Brian. And thank you to the chat as well. Always, you'll never walk alone to the Mighty Reds Army out there. Thank you so much.
Come on, 12.
Yes. Big up. So with that said, we are finally going to open the doors to the airplane. You're free to go and do whatever your evening or morning or afternoon or whenever you're watching this allows for you to do.
There you go. There you go. I'm sorry, I'm talking my dog, not you. I'm talking my dog. Sorry. I forgot my mic is on. I'm talking my dog. Sorry.
No worries. But big up to Brian's dog as well. And let's see you guys tomorrow at the 7 p.m. spot. Okay, at the 7 p.m. spot. Please do tune in and join us tomorrow because whatever we end up talking, whatever we end up doing on this channel always ends up being nothing short of a good fun time. So let's do it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, be sure to take care of yourselves. Be sure to take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones, and be sure to take care of each other as Reds. That's the most important aspect for all of us as well. So, take care, guys.